and the executive team, and of course our sponsors and all the stakeholders here in the room, including our development partners. Anthems, please. All right, will remain upstanding. I did notice my very first moderator is here, so Grace, I'll invite you to come and pray for us. Please come. It is very important that we dedicate today to God, so Grace, please come. I have put her on the spot, so I haven't prepared her. It's for all good purposes, because I find her at my church every morning. So, Grace, you're most welcome. Please pray for us.
Okay, let's humble ourselves. Heavenly Father, most loving and gracious Lord, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you that we are all present this morning, our Heavenly God. And Father, as we get deep into this session, we call upon you to be in our midst as we deliberate and as we discuss issues that touch our sector and touch our nation. We call upon your wisdom, that you guide us, and that at the end of the day, whatever we discuss comes to pass. In Jesus' name we have prayed.
Please do take your seats. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate Grace for dedicating today? She will lead us in the very first session later this morning. And I will do a better part of recognizing her and her institution at that moment. The governor of the Bank of Uganda, the chair of UBA, and your executive team, our sponsors and partners, in a very special way recognize our development partners in the room, the European Union. We want to recognize all the other key stakeholders, our main sponsors, Mastercard, and all the other sponsors who are here with us, the Bank of Uganda, IFAD, MTN Momo, InterSwitch, FlexiPay, Wendy, Pan-Africa Payment Settlement Systems, PAPS, the heads of different government departments and agencies who are present here in the room, members of the private sector present here in the room, and I think I've just seen the CEO of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda walk in, representatives of our labor export agencies, our insurance partners, the retirement benefits agencies, the fintechs here in the room, members of the academia, civil society organizations present, the CEOs of our financial institutions under UBA umbrella, the Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittance Association, members of the Fourth Estate, members of the security forces and armed forces. I saw one join us shortly. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you to this, the 8th Annual Bankers Conference, and our theme this year harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development. And on behalf of UBA, we want to thank you for joining us this morning. Allow me to request that we turn to the screen. We will have a short intro video on this edition of the Annual Bankers Conference. Technical team.
Good morning, Kampala, and a very warm welcome to the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Today, we're diving deep into the heart of what truly fuels Uganda's progress. Our mission, as always, is to harness the potential and maximize the impact of remittances on development. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by visionary leaders, groundbreaking innovators, insightful trendsetters, and representatives from the government of Uganda. Together, we'll dissect and discuss the driving forces behind the changes shaping the future of remittances in our beloved Uganda. A huge thank you to our incredible sponsors who truly need no introduction. A special round of applause for the Bank of Uganda and our official sponsor for the past 8 years, Mastercard. We also extend our deepest gratitude to IFAD, PAPS, MTN Momo, Wendy, InterSwitch, and FlexiPay. Your invaluable support makes this momentous event possible. This isn't just a conference, it's a dynamic launchpad for ideas, a powerful catalyst for action, and a joyous celebration of the unbreakable bond between Ugandans here at home and those contributing from abroad. So, join the conversation, share your insights, connect with fellow changemakers, and let's ensure this year's conference is the most impactful yet. Get ready to be inspired, challenged, and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of remittances in Uganda starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round for our sponsors, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, our sponsors. And I now take the singular honor and pleasure of inviting the chair of the Uganda Bankers Association, Mr. Julius Kaketo, to come and make his welcome remarks. May we warmly welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Maurice. Our guests of honor who will be joining us later on today, the Honorable Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Governor, Bank of Uganda, who is also our keynote speaker today, the Country Director, International Fund for Agricultural Development, the representative from the European Union delegation to Uganda, the Senior Vice President and Country Manager for East Africa and Indian Ocean Islands at Mastercard, and your team here, honorable members of Parliament present, representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, our valued sponsors and partners at this conference, development partners, private sector leaders, including labor export agencies, actors in the insurance, retirement benefits and fintech sectors, academia and civil society. Our speakers today, panelists and moderators, member CEOs of all the financial institutions under the UBA umbrella, and your teams present, our friends from the Fourth Estate, all invited guests, both in person and online. A warm welcome and good morning to you all. On behalf of the Uganda Bankers Association, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Annual Bankers Conference. For years, this conference has served as a vital platform for stakeholder engagement, fostering thought leadership on topical issues impacting our economy through the lens of the banking and financial sector. We bring together a diverse array of stakeholders, as listed in the protocol, to engage in focused discussions on how the sector can leverage its position to drive economic growth and national development. This year marks the 8th Annual Bankers Conference, a flagship event for the UBA, and I thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us as we convene around a crucial and timely theme, harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development. Remittances are so much more than mere financial transactions. They represent vital lifelines for families and communities. They connect loved ones across distances and fuel dreams and aspirations, making a significant impact on lives all around the world. They are powerful drivers of resilience and support systems for millions of households worldwide. Globally, remittances often surpass FDI, foreign direct investment, and official development assistance, underscoring their profound importance in addressing employment challenges, poverty alleviation, enhancing social welfare, exposure to other skills and economic support in migrant home countries. Uganda's story with remittances is particularly compelling, and I do not wish to water down the presentations ahead, because the speakers coming after me will expound on this. Against this background, the core objectives of this conference have been structured in 4 sub-themes. The first theme will cover the economic importance of remittances on growth and development. The second theme will cover addressing challenges, constraints, and risks in the remittance ecosystems. The third theme will cover technological innovations shaping the future of remittances. And the fourth theme will cover the role of financial institutions in harnessing the potential in remittances. Our expectations at the end of the day are to come up with, among others, effective and efficient strategies to harness the immense potential of remittances for sustainable socio-economic development, including addressing structural and logistical bottlenecks to minimize the risks and the pains, challenges and nuisances constraining growth, flow, security, safety, and sustainability of remittances. Again, in terms of expectations, we have to come up with recommendations for reforms, enabling policies and frameworks to ensure that remittances truly serve as engines of inclusive development, not only to senders and receivers, but also to the wider economy, particularly as a funding tool for large long-term infrastructure projects for economic development. We also expect to propose innovative proposals for financial institutions aimed at significantly scaling the much-needed enabler role they play. I would like to draw your attention to the conference magazine, which has several articles dimensioning the opportunity before us very well, the challenges and the bottlenecks and specific interventions required. For ease of reference, we have also reproduced some excellent articles published in the print media regarding the huge potential in the diaspora community and the power in remittances. We thank the authors for these insightful submissions, which we must use as building blocks. The magazine is both available in physical copy and also there's a soft copy online. I wish to inform the diaspora community that we have picked up the complaints and concerns regarding the quality of properties being sold to them by property developers and financed by UBA member institutions through mortgage finance. We fully appreciate that hard-earned money from diaspora workers, or indeed anyone, should never go to waste through substandard property developments. While member financial institutions rely and continue to engage the professional persons and agencies in the real estate sector like surveyors, architects, engineers, insurers, and the relevant ministries, NEMA and urban authorities responsible for approval, oversight on construction of buildings, enforcement of standards, and quality assurance, and so on and so forth, we are taking the following additional measures. The first measure is around the liability period. We would like to increase the liability period for developers to 2 years to cater for any issues experienced or identified by the customers after they move in. Secondly, we would like developers to remain part of the condominium boards as opposed to handing over at some point and moving on. Thirdly, we are dedicating special teams that look after our diaspora customers to advise them on how to handle property purchase or construction, the regulations, their rights, recourse options, and so on. Fourthly, enforcement of the reprimand clauses in the frameworks that we have with developers. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Uganda for fostering a conducive environment for innovation and financial inclusion, to the Bank of Uganda for your regulatory stewardship and forward-looking approach to supporting the remittance ecosystem. Special thanks to our co-host, Bank of Uganda, led by the Governor, Dr. Michael Atingiego, for accepting to deliver the keynote address today. To Mastercard, our anchor sponsor, for your unwavering support. This is the 8th year in a row of this invaluable partnership with us. And to all our valued partners and sponsors, thank you for your unwavering support and for making this conference open. I can't go through each sponsor, and I believe the Master of Ceremonies at some point will give details of the different sponsors. I thank IFAD most sincerely for the technical input you have made to this conference, as well as the European Union delegation to Uganda for your wider support and contribution to this subject matter. To our distinguished panelists and moderators, your insights will be very critical to the outcome of this conference. And to each one of you, every participant, whether attending in person or virtually, we have a lot of people in the diaspora who are with us virtually. Thank you for being part of this essential dialogue. I would like to conclude by reminding all of you of the adage that behind every dollar or pound or dirham or shilling sent home is a story of sacrifice, perseverance, and hope. It is our responsibility to ensure those stories translate into meaningful opportunities and economic transformation for our country, Uganda. And another adage sounds very African adage. No matter how long the river flows, it never forgets its source. Wherever we may be in the world, home is always our greatest treasure, and together we can help shape a stronger, more inclusive, and prosperous Uganda. I thank you and wish you all a productive and impactful conference. Thank you.
Surely we can do better than that. Let's appreciate the chairperson, UBA. Thank you, Julius. May I humbly request, and with your permission, Chair, to request your executive team members who are here to stand for recognition. So the chairperson and your executive, can you stand for recognition? The members of the executive team at UBA. Let's appreciate our executive members. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. All right. Our next speaker, as the chairperson mentioned, has been walking this journey with UBA. And if this was a marriage, this wife is clearly not going anywhere. 8 years later, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me our Senior Vice President and Country Manager for East Africa and the Indian Ocean Islands at Mastercard, Mr. Sharia Ali. Ladies and gentlemen.
Musuze Otio, Uganda. in the process, the wife has to learn a few words, yeah, to earn the position. No, thank you very much. It's a beautiful audience this morning. A big round of applause to all of you for coming and trying to solve for 2 million Ugandan fellow diasporans who we're trying to see what their pain points are and how we can solve them. I will shamelessly take from Julius's very eloquent protocols that were observed, and everybody over here, we really recognize and treasure your presence and participation. So I do have a few slides, which if we could load, but in the process, what I will mention, okay, so kind of you, thank you. So last time when I was on this podium, I and my team, we took the pledge that we're going to set up an office. And thank you very much to everybody who contributed towards that goal. And we do have an office as Mastercard in Kampala, in Acacia Mall. So credit to the Mastercard team for making that happen. Also, the last time we were here, we wanted to get regulated and achieve our license with Bank of Uganda. And we are so thankful to the governor and his team who have walked this journey with us and embedded us in your national fabric. This is really an honor for us. Thank you so much. In addition, I would like to just inform you that we are growing as a team. There are going to be a few names that you will hear during the course of today. New team members, we're up to now 5 or 6 members, and we're going to continue to grow. But let's coming back to the main purpose that we are here today. Let me ask you a question. How many of you know what the word bank, where it came from? Raise your hand. I won't ask you to tell me, but I'll just want to know how many of you know where the word bank came from. We're all bankers, eh? Okay, so I had to research it. I am a banker as well before I joined Mastercard. So in Italy, there was a term called banco, B-A-N-C-O. It was basically referring to that table that you're seeing, and you would have people with coins and currencies, and they would trade with citizens using those tables. That table is called banco in Italian. This was in the Middle Ages, from the 5th to 15th century. And today we use the word bank, and what image comes in our mind? A big fancy building with branches and technology. Well, that's where it started. Yeah? Quite an interesting adoption of the word bank. It actually means a table. Now, if we look today, you will see something interesting happening. This is the list of financial institutions by number of customer. And you will notice the traditional banks are no longer at the only concentration. You will see Klarna in US having 150 million customers. Santander is a bank, still the biggest, with 165 million customers. But number 2 and number 3 are Klarna, Nubank in Brazil. What that's telling us is that the future generations are adopting digital and neo-banking at a much faster pace. So just like all of us have moved from that table in Italy to branches and bank buildings, etc., you can clearly see where the next move is going. Lines, when you have to pay or send money home. Yeah, there used to be lines. I think I'm going to date myself, but most of us have seen that. People lining up to send remittance back home after their hard work and labor. Well, guess what's happening today? Friends get together, look at the best rates, open up their app, split their bills, send money home with just click of a few buttons. That's what the future we are preparing for. What are the 4 factors that make that decision come to fruition? It's how instant is that payment, how convenient is it, how transparent it is, and what it costs. And I think this is critical for us to pay attention to. These four kind of decision factors govern how the decision would be taken. Now, if we look at cross-border flows, what's interesting is that you'll note cross-border flows predominantly are business to business, $150 trillion of cross-border flows. Then we come to customer to business, which is about 2.8 trillion. Then we come to B2C, which is 1.6 trillion. And then the 2 million diasporans who are sending money into Uganda to their families to pay for school fees, for insurance, to pay for loan repayments, and beyond, that is sitting at about $0.8 trillion. And how much do Ugandan diasporans send every year? 2023, I think, was about 1.4 trillion. I think this year we should be hitting at about 1.5 billion, 1.5 billion. Now, if you look at the global remittance market, you'll notice that there is a continuous growth, $686 billion. And if you look at Uganda, you're seeing exactly the same thing. Year on year, remittances are growing. So we must collectively thank all the diaspora from Uganda who contribute richly to your forex reserves and the sending down of foreign currency, but also stimulating your GDP to the tune of 3% officially. However, I don't believe that's the full set. There are a lot of diasporans who still would go through the informal sector. So one of the grave challenges that we need to address as a community is how do we get them into the formal sector and what incentives we need to put in place to do so. In the world we are preparing for, loyalty is reducing. You will see a lot of people actually deciding based on the best UX, how quickly you can download the app on your phone, what are the value offerings that you're giving, how transparent it is. And it will be interesting in one of the slides that I'll show you next as to how smooth today's global remittance flows is. There are all these factors, I won't get into them, but you can read it for yourself, that today we need to think about when we're looking at designing remittance solutions. We need to keep the end user in mind. Cost, that's the big word. How many of you raise your hand if you believe cost is an issue when it comes to growing remittances? Yes, okay, I think we are aligned on that. Now you'll notice cash would be the highest cost because of just declaration, bringing the money in, obviously legality, illegality. Then there's the global average, which is running at about 6%. And guess where digital is stacking up? Digital is coming down to about 5%, which by no means is minimal. It is something still when it comes to cross-border remittances. But that's the one that we need to really be mindful of so that that hard-earned money, the diasporans are putting their blood, sweat, and tears, that money comes in the maximum value into the country. 20 to 40% of the digital revenues are coming through these players like Wise and Remitly. They are the fastest growing remittance platforms globally. Billions of dollars, 20% plus growth rates year on year. Why? Because they remove friction, they are digital, and they make it easy, transparent, and instant for you to receive money. You will also notice that so any company that is currently making $1 billion of revenue, is only 15 years old. That tells you how fast customers adopt the best solution and the best way to transact at the lowest cost. Too busy a slide? That's true. However, we do have a complex world. We need platforms which can reach almost all of these stores of value. These are the global big players, neobanks, fintechs who are coming out. And we need to ensure that our platforms connect interoperability-wise seamlessly into them. So the question that I was sharing just a few minutes ago about how seamless and frictionless is remittances, you'll notice 47% of people in India complained about their cross-border payment having issues. You will notice a similar number in US, UAE, and so on. So when we say that it's about reach only, we're not on the right path. It's not just about reach. Yes, you want to have the reach, but you have to have a transparent and seamless method in which you would transfer the money. Yeah? There shouldn't be any gray area. Oh, where is my money right now? Has it been cleared? Why is it stuck? All of that. The money that you are planning to send should be received in full by the end beneficiary, not cut down due to fees. The transparency should be upfront. Let me move forward from here. This is an important point here where we look at use cases. For example, today, I, as a Mastercard holder, I can receive my remittance in my ring. As funny as that may sound, it is actually true. Anybody from anywhere over the world can send me money. I receive the money in my ring, and I can go to any shop in Uganda, Kampala, and I can tap my ring and make my payments. I can tap it on a NFC-enabled ATM and take out cash. So what we are preparing ourselves for is a new future where seamlessness, frictionlessness, low pricing, all of that becomes very important. But most importantly, the use cases. Why are people sending down, let's say, money? Is it to pay for the school fees, house expenses, loan repayments? Well, we need to make sure that that is something that we can cover as a direct use case, yeah? Where you don't have to have an interlocutor in the middle who receives the money and then you are passing the money to, let's say, for the school payment or the utility payment. You should be able to do that directly and then send only the money that they need for their expenses. On the last vertical, you will notice that we need to have transparency in our transactions. How many of you, raise your hands, have sent money and the person receiving the money has received an amount with $20 off or $10 off? Correct. Isn't it not the customer's right to decide whether they want beneficiary pricing or they want to settle it themselves? I believe it is, and we need to be, as service providers, very open with what we are going to take upfront, what is the rate or live rates that are being applicable, and then what, in the end, is actually deposited into the beneficiary's account. Okay, so when we said that you need one platform where you can plug into all of those, plethora of fintechs and neobanks, et cetera, that's what we as Mastercard do. How many of you know that Mastercard is in the remittance business? Raise your hand. 2, 3, 4. Yes, we're getting somewhere. Okay, good. So our platform connects into 95% of the population of the globe. Did you know that Mastercard is the biggest remittance player in Saudi Arabia? You shouldn't know because it only happened this June. We became the #1 remittance player in Saudi Arabia, and that's a big remittance market. And I'll explain to you why. It's because of the peer-to-peer play. Your account, your wallet, your card. On one side, the receiver's account, wallet, or card. We don't really care about the form factor. It could be anything. You could be sending money from a card to a wallet or from an account to a card. We don't really care. Our solutions are wired so that any receiving entity in the world can plug into it. We are plugged into 150 countries, 80+ currencies that we transact with today. In addition, what makes it easier is the bullet on the right. You'll notice that beneficiary pricing and what we're going to cut as the transaction fee is very transparent and upfront. I have absolute honor and pleasure for and credit to the correspondent banks today. However, even correspondent banks currently are trying to find ways in which they can remove the middle infrastructure and create the direct connectivity between the issuer and the receiver. So by doing so, it takes less time, it's cheaper. So our transactions for remittances are priced at about 3.5% to 4% versus the 5% that you have seen on the digital slide earlier. The logos that you see, you might think, oh, this guy is maybe talking about global. No, we're not talking about global. The logos that you see over there in the banks area with Equity, that's Equity Uganda. That is our biggest receiver today and our strategic partner on remittance receive. We have Unimoney in the fintech space or Forex Bureau space. In telcos, we are collaborating with MTN and Airtel. This year, we launched our tokenized virtual cards with them. And so every time a store of value is generated, that is enabled for receiving remittance. So it's really easy for you to now send money. There are about 5 billion cards globally. 5 billion. That's a huge number. Yeah, 5 billion. Any of those card customers today can utilize the Mastercard Diaspora Send service and send money to anybody in Uganda using their card or account or wallet. The only thing that all of us as family members and banking fraternity need to enable is the Mastercard Diaspora Send in our platforms. That's it. It's an API-led one, easy to integrate, less than 1% rejection rate, and very good 1.5. Now this slide is again reflecting the fact that we can go into any kind of delivery channel. Bank account, cash out locations, mobile wallets, card, and now my ring. We need to add that, I think. So you know, whatever you can think of as a store of value, that's what we want to kind of reach out to. Now, this solution, you can be up and running within 2 months, 2.5, 3 months maximum, even with API integration. And this connects you to all the cards, accounts, and wallets globally. Yeah? It's called the Mastercard Diaspora Send, and it enables you to send money from anywhere in the world. So the 2 million diasporans from Uganda, if they are concentrated in the UK and the US, they can simply take out their card from, you know, it could be a Barclays in the UK, and go to your bank's platform for Diaspora Send and send the money through. At what? A 3.5% cost, which is an all-inclusive. That's not Mastercard cost. Yeah, that's an all-inclusive cost, where the bank has a share, we have a share, and you know the beneficiary bank takes a bit. Yeah. So this is a small effort that Mastercard team is putting in to connect the world in a more seamless way to benefit Uganda specifically. And we already have our customers who are utilizing our rails. So we hope that you do engage with our team. We have a big team today, more than 9 people in the crowd. Mastercard team, if you can please rise as I wrap up. All right. Yes, a round of applause for the Mastercard team. So, you know, that's all Mastercard team. And for example, if you're interested in the ring, Dixon right there, right in the center, yeah, can't miss him. Please contact Dixon because he can show you how the ring works, you know, and how the payments happen. And then the entire team is over there. We do remittances, payments, low-cost acceptance, and a host of other things. But I really, as I conclude, I want to wish everybody that in the spirit of partnership, and that this is a unified platform. Thank you big time to Will Broad and the UBA executive team. You guys are unbelievable. With what precision you take out the pain points of the industry and you bring them to these platforms where thought leaders, visionaries, you know, futurists come together to try to solve for it. It's really commendable, and we thank you for giving us and sharing this platform with us. Yes? But as we go about our business today, please do pick all the data points that you feel you can connect with because none of us by ourselves can solve this issue. We have the regulators in the audience, we have government, we have telcos, we have fintechs, we have banks. We need everybody to unite to solve this issue. And some of the causes for our country of Uganda are much bigger than any one of us. And therefore, it is only a matter of necessity that we partner and collaborate together and not compete, yeah? So thank you very much, and with that, I rest my time. Thank you very much.
When money moves, people and businesses prosper. That's why Mastercard is working with businesses, fintechs, banks, and others to power the future of money movement. A future where people and companies everywhere can pay and get paid in the way that's best for them. Mastercard Move's broad set of capabilities enables you to offer your customers more choice and control over how and where they send and receive money. From supporting a loved one back home, to receiving your earnings flexibly, from issuing refunds with ease, to paying global suppliers quickly. We'll help you power a portfolio of fast, transparent, secure, and competitive options for people to move their money. So together, we can empower more people and businesses around the world. Set money in motion with Mastercard Move.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate Mastercard? A big round of applause for Mastercard. Our partners, and as Ali said, they are still here. So Wilbrod, even next year, 9th edition. Our main sponsors, Mastercard. Thank you, Ali, and your team. I want to take the honor of inviting the country director, Uganda East and Southern Africa Division of the International Fund for Agriculture Development. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Mohamed El Ghazal.
Thank you. And I didn't realize I will have such a tough task after a very interesting presentation by Mastercard. So thank you. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who will be joining us. Your Excellency, the Governor of Bank of Uganda, the Chairperson of Uganda Bankers Association, the Senior Vice President of Mastercard, the representative of the EU, the CEOs and different representatives from different banks, development partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. It is a pleasure and an honor to join you today at the 2025 Annual Bankers Conference held under the timely and impactful theme, Harnessing the Potential and Maximizing the Impact of Remittances on Development. At IFAD, we believe that remittances are far more than financial transfers. They are a profound expression of human resilience, solidarity, and long-distance care. They represent confidence, not just in families, but in the future. According to the latest World Bank figures in 2024, remittances flow to low and middle-income countries surpassed USD 685 billion, more than 3 times the volume of official development assistance. In Uganda alone, and this was mentioned, remittances reached about USD 1.4 billion, contributing nearly to 3% of the GDP. This is not just money, that is development capital sent not by institutions, but by individuals. Migrants investing in their families, communities, and countries of origin. Recognizing the growing relevance of remittances, IFAD launched the Financing Facility for Remittances, the FFR, in 2006. Today, the facility has 75 million USD, supported by the European Union, Luxembourg, Spain, and SIDA. Since its inception, it has financed over 79 projects in more than 50 countries, building partnerships that reduce costs, expand access to digital services, and channel diaspora resources into productive use. In Uganda, under the Prime Africa initiative, we have partnered with the EU, as well as public and private stakeholders, other UN agencies, including IOM and UNHCR, and UBA, Stanbic Bank Uganda, to advance innovation, inclusion, and impact. A key element of this partnership has been the National Remittances Stakeholder Network, which has provided a platform for dialogue, coordination, and joint action. A key pillar of this work is our collaboration with the Bank of Uganda to improve remittance data collection. Transitioning from aggregated to granular data will enable better policy formulation and more targeted business strategies. We expect these new insights to be available before the end of this year, a significant milestone for Uganda's financial sector. Remittances has been featured and recognized in the second National Financial Inclusion Strategy as a key financial service to enhance Ugandans' livelihoods and resilience. Within that framework, our analytical work conducted jointly with the Uganda Bankers Associations and other partners has provided fresh insights into the cost drivers of remittances, include forex liquidity, operational, and compliance costs. The findings also underscored the need for more consistent approaches to consumer protection, diaspora onboarding, and tailored product development. While some banks are already taking the lead in this space, many expressed a clear need for technical assistance and opportunities to co-develop solutions with the diaspora. We are committed to support this journey. Further details of the study findings will be shared in the next few weeks with you. On the global stage, IFAD has championed the International Day for Family Remittances, and this year's campaign, Remittances Financing Development, resulted in a historical outcome, the Compromismo de Sevilla, adopted at the 4th International Conference for Financing for Development. This includes the strongest international commitments to date to reduce transfer costs, expand digital access, and promote the financial inclusion of migrants and their families, particularly in countries of origin like Uganda. Let me emphasize that remittances are earned, they are not given. They are the result of hard work and sacrifice. When supported by the right infrastructure, efficient payment systems, inclusive financial services, transparent regulation, they become a bridge to economic opportunities for millions. Today's conference arrives at a crucial point. As remittances become an increasingly important pillar of Uganda's economy, rivaling even traditional exports like gold and coffee, we must ensure that no opportunity is missed to realize their full development potential. This calls for action across the ecosystem, regulators to enable innovation and reduce friction, financial institutions to offer products that truly meet diaspora and family needs, development partners to invest in data, capacity building, and co-creation, and all of above. We need collaboration rooted in the lived realities of remittance families. To conclude, let me say that on behalf of IFAD, I reaffirm our complete commitment to collaborating with the Uganda Bankers Association, the Central Bank of Uganda, and the partners interested in transforming remittances from a short-term safety net into a long-term pathway for inclusive, sustainable development, one family at a time. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate IFAD? Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. And Speaking about our development partners, we have a dear friend of this, the Republic of Uganda, and one of our development partners representing the head of the delegation from the European Union, Ms. Sane Williams, who's the team leader, Green Transition and Private Sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Sane.
Thank you, Maurice. Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who will join us shortly, I understand. The Governor of the Bank of Uganda, the Chairperson of the Uganda Bankers Association, all representatives of the Ugandan and international banking sector, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. Very good morning. It's also for me a pleasure to join you today at this annual Bankers Conference, especially with the theme harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development, a topic that's very close to us as a development partner. As has been said already, remittances are more than just money. They are a form of solidarity, a source of stability, and a spark of opportunity. When I travel back to my home country in Europe, more specifically the Netherlands, I see and hear many stories of Ugandans, but also Kenyans and Ethiopians, that send part of their salary home. Not just for school fees or rent, but to help family members to start up a business, to grow a business. These people are not seeing this as just a monthly payment. They see it as a contribution to building the families in Uganda and Uganda itself. This is a story that's not unique. Ugandans abroad, especially in Europe, send home, as we already heard a few times this morning, 1.4 billion annually. The figures differ a bit because, of course, not everything is recorded. But as we also heard, this is more than the foreign direct investment in Uganda. And honestly speaking, it's also in many years more than the development support that Uganda receives. These flows are personal, yes, but their impact is obviously national. However, too often, this enormous financial potential is left underutilized. Therefore, I'm very pleased that we have so many decision makers in the room today that recognize this massive flow of funding into the country. At the same time, we also saw in the presentation this morning, too much of this money is lost on high transfer fees. Too little reaches the formal financial system. And many recipients, particularly women and youth, remain excluded from savings, credit, and investment opportunities. And that's where our role comes in. The role of banks, regulators, and development partners is crucial on changing, mobilizing, and benefiting from this. The European Union is proud to support efforts to unlock this potential. As we just heard from Mohammed, through the Prime Africa initiative, in partnership with IFAD, we're working with financial service providers and regulators in Uganda to make the remittances cheaper, faster, safer, and more impactful. In a meeting a few months ago, I met quite a few of you working on this project, which is moving in a very interesting direction. But we also would like to draw inspiration from other successful models across Africa. I'd like to mention one example from West Africa. The German finance Vida Africa project has shown how remittances can be transformed into real development capital. The EU has also recently joined this initiative. I'll give you a very simple and concrete example. In Cameroon, a young engineer, she's named Sandra Tembe, founded a metalwork company called Mellow Group. Her brother, who lives in Germany, used the WeDo platform to send her business support funds. WeDo then matched this contribution with the grant, enabling her to purchase industrial saws. And the result? Shorter delivery times, increased customer demand, and new contracts. Sandra's business grew so significantly that she was named the Young Entrepreneur of the Year at the WeDo Awards ceremony in 2023. This is just one story, but it's not an exception. The WeDo platform has already supported 5,000 small businesses and created 11,000 jobs, and mobilized 8 million in private and grant funding. And nearly half of these businesses were women-led. With the new EU funding, we're trying to expand this initiative and reach more impact. We're lobbying to also move the WIDA project to Uganda. We see an enormous potential in applying this model here to formalize the remittances flow, to empower the entrepreneurs, and build lasting partnerships between the diaspora and the communities back home, basically translating this remittances flow into development. I'd like to offer you 3 thoughts, reflections to guide our discussions today. One big topic that was also already mentioned this morning is how do we lower the cost of sending money? Despite many innovations, we just saw the charts of new ways of sending money, the cost of sending remittances to Uganda remains well above the SDG targets of 3%. We saw the chart. Banks can actually lead to change this by embracing digital channels, fintech partnerships, and regional interoperability. We're here to see how we can make this work. A second point, which we as development partners consider as crucial, is how we make these remittances a gateway to inclusion. The recipient of a regular transfer is not just a beneficiary, she's a potential saver, a borrower, a business owner. Banks are encouraged to design financial products, microloans, saving plans, insurance, tailored to these remittance receiving beneficiaries, households. And then as a third point, I'd like to see us turn the diaspora funds into true development capital. Let's go beyond the family support. Uganda's diaspora is eager to invest in Uganda, in their home. Through platforms like WeDo, diaspora bonds, or blended financing mechanisms, we can help channel these funds into productive assets, green businesses, and SME growth. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that remittances are not charity. They are capital, and I think that's why you're all here, because you very much realize what this means for the banking sector and for Uganda as a whole. And that capital, when combined with the right policies, products, and partnerships, can transfer lives. I'd like to thank you very much for being here together, and I wish you and us a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Ms. Sane from the European Union. I know the room feels a bit cold and there's been a lot of content you're digesting this morning, all right? First things first, if you haven't seen yourself in the photo gallery this morning, your pictures are coming. Colleagues, the pictures are coming. there's a QR code on this triangle in front of you, or whatever you want to call it. That has a photo gallery. I can guarantee you, we've looked at the statistics, and since we're talking numbers this morning, 90% of the people who've been looking for pictures there are only the ladies in this room. Men, we're doing extremely badly, so the 10%, can we claw back some percentage? So men, please log in and check. Then the other is for your feedback. We would like your feedback. It's an open platform. We're happy to engage on that. And the other one is the conference magazine for this year. And the EU has continuously asked us to be environmentally sensitive, and so we are not giving you copies. We're ensuring you can keep the magazine with you on your phone, so you can download that on the other QR code. And finally, I see a lot of our stakeholders, including the civil society organization. I see CS Bag here. I did see Private Sector Foundation present here in the room. And speaking to tenfold growth, Stephen, since you're in the room, our conversation with Stephen sometime this year, and I think it was at Sanjay's function, was that the banks must also put in some work in the 10%. So from the 22 trillion, and I think Wilbrod said we will have to do 220 trillion in the market. So you, Sanjay, you must find money in the market. We must put money in the market so that we can catalyze growth. The 1.4 billion we are talking about in remittances will have to become 140. Wow. Okay. Oh, it's 14. No, Wilbrod, it can't be 10 point. All right. So I want to do this, and I see the chairman is engaging our keynote speaker. So chairman, if you can take to the podium and invite our keynote speaker to address us this morning. So you're welcome, chairman. I don't have the powers to invite the keynote speaker. So chairman first to go there and then invite the boss. I think it's even more difficult. As your regulator, you must say all the nice things as you invite him. It would have probably been easier for me to say it than you.
Maurice, you've given me a very tough job. Looks simple, but I would like to invite the next speaker, who is also our boss as a sector. He's been with Bank of Uganda, I think, for about 3 decades, in between IMF and so on and so forth. So we are really looking forward to your insights around remittances and the wider economic dynamics. He was recently appointed and confirmed as a governor for Bank of Uganda. Dr. Michael Ating Ego, you are most welcome. We look forward to listening to you.
Thank you very much, Julius. And allow me to stand on the protocol that was early observed. And I'll start by saying a very good morning to all of you. This morning, I'm very honored to stand before you on this 8th Annual Bankers Conference, a flagship event of the Uganda Bankers Association. I extend my sincerest gratitude to the Uganda Bankers Association, IFAD, Mastercard, and all our invaluable partners and co-sponsors for making this pivotal gathering possible. I also wish to acknowledge the presence of thought leaders, regulators, financial institutions, private sector actors, civil society representatives, and academia. Your diverse perspectives are vital as we collectively explore the immense potential before us here this morning. The timing of this conference could not be more opportune. The global economy is fast changing, and dramatically at that, marked by evolving migration patterns, shifting financial flows, and growing demand for more inclusive and sustainable development models. In this dynamic environment, the theme that unites us today, quote, harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development, unquote. To me, this is not merely a topic for discussion. It is a profound opportunity, a national imperative, and a testament to the enduring spirit of our people. So how do I see this? I see this as the unseen pillars of our economy. And we are going to have a deeper dive into Uganda's remittances story. Remittances are, without exaggeration, the unseen pillars upholding countless households and a vital force propelling our national development. In 2023 alone, remittances inflow Uganda were reported, as you heard earlier on, at a staggering 1.4 billion US dollars, accounting for about 3% of our GDP. And to me, and to Bank of Uganda, this is not just a statistic. It represents resilience, sacrifice, and the unwavering commitment of our diaspora, who, from distant lands, continue to build bridges of hope and prosperity back home. I'm reminded of the adage that Julia shared with us today, that no matter how long a river flows, it will not forget its source. Julia, thank you for that adage. You know, I quote it very well. Now, consider that these flows have consistently demonstrated a remarkable resilience and growth, even in the midst of the global pandemics and economic downtowns. We had about $902 million in 2015. Remittance surged to $1.42 billion in 2019. So while the COVID-19 pandemic caused a temporary dip to $1.1 billion in 2020, they rebounded strongly in 2021 and averaging $1.4 billion annually since then. This sustained inflow stands as a testament to the stability, often surpassing other foreign exchange earners like coffee export revenues and tourism earnings, providing a steady stream of foreign currency even when other sectors have faced headwinds. Indeed, the macroeconomic impact of stability of remittances cannot be overstated. Between 2014 and 2016, while FDI, foreign direct investment, declined from about 1.03 billion to 626 million due to falling global oil prices, remittance, on the other hand, rose from $886 million to 1.145 billion, playing a critical role in exchange rate stability despite the stronger US dollar. This counter-cyclical nature makes remittances provide a powerful stabilizer for our economy during external shocks. This sustained inflow has elevated remittances to become Uganda's most critical source of external financing. Between 2001 and 2023, remittances inflows have consistently exceeded coffee export revenues and tourism earnings, providing a steady stream of foreign currency that has become more reliable than traditional export sectors. Of course, 2024 was different when we saw coffee surge in excess of 2 billion, far higher than the remittances. But the issue is sustainability. Is that sustainable? I hope so. So, most remarkably, these flows have surpassed foreign aid and support from international institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners, making them Uganda's most dependable source of external financing. Now, when we talk about the FDI in the last 2 years and maybe the coming 2 years will continue to be the main source. We've seen them averaging about 3 billion. But of course, with the oil and the gas sector investments coming down following the start of the commercial production, again, we are likely to see remittances playing a big role. So what? What does this mean on the ground? Remittances provide a critical source of income to many Ugandan families. According to the annual Personal Transfers Survey, about 68.1% of remittances are used for consumption-related expenses, including essential household goods, while significant portions fund school fees, which represents investments in human capital development. In fact, school fees and health are largely funded also by remittances. So it means that the quality of these services have been improved as a result of these remittances. So a very big kudos to our Ugandans in the diaspora for this achievement. So beyond these immediate needs, about 31% are supported non-consumption uses, primarily building projects and land acquisitions. When we promptly account for education spending as investment rather than consumption, we can see that remittances already contribute substantially to both immediate welfare and long-term productive capacity. So this demonstrates their immense capital potential to contribute even more directly to productive investment if effectively leveraged. The issues such as what Julius was raising this morning, that this is your hard-earned remittance, you come and buy a property, only to find that there are issues with it. I think we need to address those issues so that these remittances create value for whatever they're being invested in. So globally, remittances often surpass foreign direct investments and official development assistance in developing countries, underscoring their profound importance in poverty alleviation, enhancing social welfare, and ensuring economic stability in migrant home countries. They contribute up to about 12 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, ranging from eradicating poverty and hunger, to advancing gender equality, climate resilience, and economic inclusion. So, how do we navigate the challenges? How do we seize the transformative opportunities that remittances have before us? While the potential of remittances is undeniable, we must also acknowledge the challenges that hinder their full impact. It has already been mentioned that the high transaction costs, for instance, remain a significant impediment. In 2021, the average cost of sending $200 to Uganda was a staggering 11.3%, which is far above the SDG target of 3%. This disproportionality affects low-income families, eroding the value received and often discouraging large transfers. Furthermore, limited access to digital remittance services, particularly in our rural areas, and persistent regulatory bottlenecks often push our citizens towards informal channels, which, while sometimes convenient, lack the security and the transparency of the formal system. These bottlenecks include the, of course, stringent KYCs that we recognize, despite the fact that about 30% of the Ugandans lack national IDs. While the NIRA's API currently only provides a basic yes/no verification rather than a comprehensive identity data. Additionally, the agent network regulations provide expensive equipment such as printing devices and mobile money taxes, further discourage formal channels. So these structural barriers, combined with the limited point-of-sale device availability in rural areas and challenges with electricity and internet connectivity, create significant gaps. Fraud, sometimes currency volatility, geopolitical factors also threaten the reliability of these vital flows, while low financial literacy limits recipients' ability to maximize the productive use of remittances they receive. However, we must also acknowledge that the global geopolitics, the current global geopolitical environment is presenting another significant headwind to financial flows. Increasingly, restrictive immigration policies, in the traditional source countries, particularly the United States, alongside the proposed tax on remittances, such as the US federal government 1% tax on cash transfers, threaten to diminish the formal remittances flows and drive transfers towards riskier informal channels. These policies, combined with anti-immigration enforcement measures, create environments of mistrust that can reduce remittances volumes by an estimated 1.6% in formal channels. Yet in the midst of this, new remittances corridors are emerging, such as a source of resilience. Take the Middle East, for example, particularly the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, including Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar, which now account for approximately 35% of Uganda's total remittances. This number has grown quite strongly in the recent past. These corridors have demonstrated remarkable stability during global crises, with substantial infrastructure investments and long-term development plans ensuring continued demand for migrant workers. This diversification of remittances sources provides Uganda with crucial resilience against policy shocks from traditional corridors, reinforcing the strategic importance of nurturing emerging partnerships. Yet, as we celebrate the remarkable contributions of our diaspora, we must also acknowledge a critical imperative, and that is enhancing the quality and the protection of our labor exports, particularly to the Middle East. In an increasingly competitive global environment, Uganda's diverse and determined workforce often competes with standardized, highly skilled labor exports from the Asian countries that have set benchmarks not only in the workforce caliber, but also in the comprehensive protections afforded to their citizens working abroad. So, to fully maximize our remittance potential, we must recognize that quality and protection are inseparable pillars of sustainable labor migration. This means we have to focus and deliberately invest strategically in education and vocational training centers to ensure that our workers are not merely participants, but formidable competitors in the global market. It means establishing regulatory frameworks that shield our workers from exploitation while providing them with the dignity and the security that they deserve. By learning from the Asian countries' successes and adapting their strategies to our unique context, we can transform our labor exports into beacons of excellence, ensuring that every Ugandan worker serves as an ambassador of skill, resilience, and quality. Today, most of our migrant workers are either in the household sector or in the security sector. But if you look at the growing sectors in the Middle East, for example, there is a high demand for construction workers. So how can we scale up our labor in terms of the construction area? Let's look at the demand for language services like English in some of the Middle Eastern countries, like in China. Are we deliberately targeting our talent where we're so much endowed with English-speaking young people? How can we market their English skills so that they become sources of labor exports in terms of teaching English in these countries? The demand for Kiswahili services is increasing. How are we purposely targeting side demands so that we can diversify the skills that we're exporting going forward? So I think we need to be deliberate, we need to be focused, and come up with a strategy that we need to diversify the kind of skills that we're exporting to these countries. So still, where there are challenges, there are even great opportunities. We are on the cusp of digital revolution, a transformation that is driving technological innovations that are reshaping the future of remittances. Fintech solutions, mobile money platforms, and even nascent technologies like stable coins offer unprecedented avenues to lower transfer fees, increase efficiency, and expand access to financial services for all Ugandans. While we continue to work very closely with the regulatory partners like the Financial Intelligence Authority to ensure that these innovations comply with our robust AML and CFT framework, prudent stablecoins may hold particularly a particular promise for cross-border remittances by potentially eliminating traditional correspondent banking delays and reducing the foreign exchange conversion costs. Imagine a future where remittances are settled in minutes, not days, and the costs fall below 1%. That will be a future of remittances that we're looking at. And to me, I believe that this is not a distant future. It's not a distant dream. It's within our grasp. We have seen the transformative power of mobile money in Kenya with M-Pesa, doubling financial inclusion in 5 years. Uganda, with its resilient mobile money ecosystem, is primed to amplify this impact. So, what is the indispensable role of financial institutions that are gathered here today? What's our call of action? This brings me to the pivotal role of our financial institutions. You, our bankers, are the conduits of this transformation. You provide essential transfer infrastructure, the branches, ATM, mobile platforms, and partnerships to ensure secure and timely fund delivery. Of course, there are other players, like we had today, Mastercard, who have the power to reduce costs and increase efficiency through strategic partnerships with international money transfer operators. Most importantly, you were the instrumental in promoting financial inclusion, offering basic banking services that bring the unbanked population into the formal financial system. The transformation that we are seeking today will not happen by chance. It requires bold action and innovative thinking from every institution in this room. I pose a clear call to action. We have to innovate. There is immense potential in developing remittance-linked savings accounts, micro-insurance products, and credit facilities that leverage consistent remittances flows as collateral. Working with the relevant stakeholders, we must actively explore the issuance of diaspora bonds and the securitization of future remittances flows. These instruments can channel diaspora wealth into large-scale national development projects, from affordable housing to critical infrastructure such as energy and transport, benefiting the entire nation. Let us learn from the global successes in Nigeria, who had a robust reforms through better formal channels, including digital financial services, which led significant increases in remittances. Our neighbor here in Kenya, the M-Pesa, which has dramatically expanded financial inclusion. So to ensure that the remittances are used in a productive manner, financial institutions can structure specialized products such as remittance-backed mortgages or products that direct remittances into investments. Furthermore, collective investment schemes can be established, such as diaspora cooperatives, to invest in infrastructure, real estate, and in agriculture. We can use remittances to onboard recipients into broader financial services, such as micro-insurance, savings accounts, and credit scoring. This is achievable if the institutions develop smart and compliant KYC, light accounts for the unbanked using the national ID or biometric verifications. Moreover, financial institutions can ensure gender inclusion is increased by providing tailored services for women-led households, who are often the majority of the recipients of savings. Now, let's come down to Bank of Uganda. What is our unwavering commitment? What's our path forward in this? As your central bank, we pledge the unwavering commitment of the Bank of Uganda to create an enabling regulatory environment that offers innovation, ensures consumer protection, and facilitates the seamless flow of remittances. we have already made significant strides, including the enactment of the National Payments Act 2020, which has enabled interoperability across banks, mobile money, and fintech platforms. As a result, formal remittances has increased, with 76.9% of the recipients in 2023 using regulated channels, where 45% use mobile money, 18.2% use banks, 12.3% used money transfer operators. We also have seen digital apps like World Remit, SendWave, and Cheaper Cash, which have made international transfers faster, safer, and more affordable. We are actively enhancing the payments infrastructure with the focus on upgrading the real-time gross settlement system, RTGS, and the East African Payment System, EAPS. A key part of this initiative is the transition into ISO 20022 messaging standard, which enables richer data to exchange to improve transparency in cross-border transactions and reinforcing the global AML CFT compliance. In parallel, we are advancing the development of the national payment switch to facilitate seamless real-time transactions among banks, mobile money operators, and other financial service providers. While there have been delays in implementing the switch, these are being addressed through active government engagement to resolve critical bottlenecks. Collectively, these efforts are expected to significantly enhance the efficiency of both domestic and international remittances. Currently, many remittances transactions pass through multiple intermediaries, such as correspondent banks and global money transfer operators, which increase the cost for end users. The national payment switch will eliminate these bottlenecks by enabling a more direct, efficient fund transfer that is expected to result. Furthermore, by connecting into regional payment platforms, the switch can support cross-border transfers in the EAC partner states' currencies, reducing the foreign exchange conversion fees and improving settlement timelines. The shared infrastructure promotes competition and cost efficiency, while centralized oversight by the Bank of Uganda ensures pricing is transparent and consumer protection is effective. We are also intensifying our efforts to lower transaction fees. The Bank of Uganda has continued to promote dialogue between commercial banks and the payment service providers and about the high transaction costs. With the support of the Ugandan Bankers Association, the Payment Service Providers Association, these engagements are expected to be reinforced by the proposed Fair Competition Regulation under the National Competitions Act, which seeks to strengthen our efforts to establish a fairer playing field within the payments ecosystem. This is designed to promote innovation, democratize access to payment services, and ultimately drive down transaction costs for the end user. We have also initiated a review of the national payment systems regulatory framework with the proposed amendments to include, among others, the repurposing of interest earned on trust account as a mechanism to reduce or subsidize transaction fees. Furthermore, we are strengthening our data systems, and thank you to IFAD, and we are enhancing our data systems to collect high frequency, more detailed and disaggregated remittances information by gender, region, channel, purpose, and cost. This entails expanding the remittances reporting framework to include credit institutions, microfinance deposit-taking institutions, payment service providers, and fintechs. The revised remittances reporting form has already been disseminated to all the remittances service providers for implementation. We believe that this granular data will inform more evidence-based policy making and oversight, enabling targeted reforms to reduce costs and improve access. We are also implementing the data warehouse architecture, which will involve replicating mobile money data at the Bank of Uganda, as well as sub-tech projects to support these efforts. Finally, we will continue mitigating cybersecurity and digital fraud risks. the Bank of Uganda has implemented several comprehensive measures to address emerging operation risks and cybersecurity threats among payment service providers, including issuance of cybersecurity guidelines, enforcement of annual systems audits, and periodic system vulnerability assessments, introducing pre-licensing system vulnerability assessments, issuance of guidance on KYCs for payment system providers and their agents, and also financial reporting and external audit appointment guidelines. Our public awareness campaigns on digital literacy and fraud awareness as part of our national financial inclusion strategy initiatives have been mentioned here. To ensure that the system remains secure, industry stakeholders in Uganda's remittance ecosystem should actively participate in the financial sector anti-fraud consortium through information sharing, promoting digital literacy, and raising consumer awareness campaigns. It's also critical to maintain robust cybersecurity frameworks, conduct regular system audits, and continually upgrade infrastructure. So, what's our shared vision for prosperity and a quality future? I'll want to conclude with a clear call for actions for transforming Uganda's remittance landscape. To fully realize the potential of remittance as drivers of long-term growth, we must advance digital transformation, reduce transaction costs, and promote inclusive policy through strong institutional collaboration. And therefore, this leads me to the priorities. One, we need to enhance transparency. Beyond our revised reporting frameworks, we need rigorous diagnostic assessments of pricing structures across all digital financial services to advance fair pricing. We also need to strengthen our infrastructure. Full interoperability between banks and the payment system providers will enable smooth integration with the diaspora remittance applications, accelerating formalization and making formal channels more appealing, accessible, and cost-effective. And then, thirdly, promoting strategic alliances. Partnerships between traditional institutions, payment service providers, fintechs, and diaspora networks can create a cutting-edge platforms for tracking and pooling diaspora funds, turning remittances into investment opportunities. Fourthly, productive channeling. Structure specialized products like diaspora bonds, remittances-backed mortgages, and collective investment schemes such as diaspora cooperatives for infrastructure, real estate, agricultural investment, and not forgetting savings accounts, including fixed accounts. Upon resolving these critical areas, stakeholders should collectively work towards the urgent challenge of lowering transaction costs through bilateral and regional agreements that reduce cross-border fees and encourage remittance growth. Harnessing the potential for maximum impact of remittances on the development requires a coordinated stakeholder approach, with everyone doing their bit within their means and mandate. The Bank of Uganda is actively pursuing initiatives within our realm, enhancing payment infrastructure, strengthening data systems, reducing transaction costs, and creating an enabling regulatory environment that balances innovation with financial stability. However, realizing the vision embedded in our theme demands collective effort. I therefore invite you today to share insights on your strategies within your respective mandates, and importantly, advise on what additional initiatives the Bank of Uganda can undertake relative to other stakeholders as we pursue our mutual goal of transforming Uganda's remittance landscape. So I therefore call that let us collectively embrace this opportunity. Let us work hand in hand to transform remittances from a survival mechanism into a powerful pathway for inclusive and sustainable development, one family at a time. Our bold vision for Uganda's future, as articulated in Vision 2040, the 10-fold growth strategy, and the Paris Development Model, hinges on strategic investment in human capital. By maximizing the development impact of remittances, we can empower our people with the skills, the health, and opportunities that are needed to drive productivity and innovation. Let us ensure that every shilling sent home builds lasting prosperity for our families, for our communities, and for our beloved nation. Remittances are not a charity, they are capital. They are not dependency, they are an investment. They are not just money transfers, they are hope made tangible, dreams given wings, and families lifted from poverty to prosperity. Together, we have the power to ensure that every dollar sent home does not merely feed a family today, but builds the Uganda for tomorrow. Let us harness this potential. Let us maximize this impact. Let us transform not just how money moves, but how money raises a nation. The diaspora has sent us more than money. They have sent us opportunity. Now it's for us to collectively and responsibly multiply that opportunity into national development. I thank you for your kind attention, and God bless.
Governor, with your permission, I wanted to invite the SEC to join you for a photo moment before you take your seat. Governor, you will take the middle section of our stage, and I'll invite the chair and his team. SEC members, please come. The UBS SEC team, and of course, our main sponsor, Mastercard, IFAD, and the EU. Please do join, all right? Can we appreciate the governor one more time, ladies and gentlemen? Our remittances are not charity. I think it was very clear. These are our people's dreams. These are our people's investments. Can we ensure that these dreams become wings? All right? This presentation, Patricia and the team at UBA will share with all our banking financial institutions that are part of the UBA umbrella. And it will be available, and we will be sharing this with all the key stakeholders. So we want to thank the governor of the Bank of Uganda for his keynote statement, and we want to appreciate him for joining us for this 8th edition of the annual Bankers Conference. Thank you very much, Governor. You may now take your seats. Can we appreciate the governor one more time, ladies and gentlemen? We want to thank you, sir. And just to mention a couple of things. One is that the platform, or the platforms I've mentioned through the day are available. Please share your feedback on these platforms. We want to welcome our online audience. We have an online audience, members of the association that couldn't join us this morning that are watching online. We want to thank you for joining us and appreciate you for participating. You can leave your comment in the YouTube comment section, and that will also be captured. Before we go into our very first panel, I thought we would appreciate our director at Interpol, AIGP Joseph Obwana. Please stand for recognition. He's our director, Interpol and International Relations at the Uganda Police Force. Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning. All right, may I invite the CEO of EcoBank Uganda, Miss Grace Melesa, who was graceful enough this morning to lead us in a word of prayer when put on the spot. And she will be leading us through our very first panel. Grace, it's no longer 1 hour, 10 minutes. It's exactly 1 hour. And so I'll be managing your time. And at an opportune time, I will let your people, just let them know they can pick their coffee. At an opportune time, I might even ask you, Grace, to just invite us to coffee so we have a working coffee when it's ready. That will happen. I'll now invite Grace to invite her panelists to join her and kickstart this conversation. Grace, your time starts now.
Okay. Thank you, Maurice. I'd like to invite Ms. Millie Nalukwago Esingoma. Ms. Millie Nalukwago is the Director of Statistics at the Central Bank. Welcome, Millie. I'd also like to invite Mr. David Bano. David is from IFAD. Okay. I would also like to invite Ms. Adekeni Ndieli, Deputy Country Representative at the UN Women. And last is Dr. Ibrahim Okumu, professor. I don't know whether... Okay, so now that I understand we have 1 hour, but we can make it 45, especially after the previous speakers. Okay, so our dear distinguished guests, colleagues from the sector, and friends, a good morning once again to you all. It is my pleasure this morning to welcome this panel of 4 to this important discussion. I mean, we've all participated in remittances, but I think what we have had this morning was very, very profound. And clearly, as we break down this topic, and for us, a topic that seems so simple, but very powerful, now that we know the impact that remittances have on not only our future, not only our families, but the entire economy. Permit me to once again quickly introduce the panel. My panel has 4 panelists, and I'll start with the ladies. I'd like to formally introduce Ms. Millie Nalukwago Isingoma, who is the Director of Statistics at the Central Bank. Also, once again, introduce Ms. Adekeni, who is the Deputy Country Representative at the UN Women in Uganda. Welcome. Welcome, ladies. And to the gentlemen, I'll start with the one on my right hand, Mr. David Bano, who is in charge of remittances and inclusive digital finance at IFAD. Also introduce Dr. Ibrahim Okumu, who is an associate professor and dean of the school at Department of Economics at Makerere University. So as you can see, we have a diverse panel from data or statistics or from the regulator to academia and the different sectors. So let's dive in. I'll start with the ladies once again, and to you, Millie. Especially after the governor's speech, can you share with us what the central bank, and especially in your department, how the central bank is leveraging data so far to shape effective macroeconomic and policy decisions in real time? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you. I sit here so proud because from the first speaker, all the numbers that have been spoken about, the 3%, the 1.4, 3/4 of governor's speech is what we do at the Bank of Uganda. So at the Bank of Uganda, we are the ones who are putting together the numbers that are causing these discussions, that are informing us of the channels, are informing us of the direction, the gender, and everything. So to get to the question, I'd like to share a story, because all the numbers have been given, and I don't expect anyone to ask me about the numbers, but I'll tell you how we produce these numbers. Some time back, we were using an aggregate template that was coming from you, our guests here, where we collect data on a monthly basis, and it was rather aggregated in terms of remittances. And with all that has happened, right from the first presentation today, you can see that aggregated data no longer works. So we had quite a number of challenges with it. We were using also an annual personal transfer survey, which we carry out on an annual basis. In this transfer survey, we work with UBOS and get a sample of about 1,700 households, and we move around the whole country to produce those very beautiful statistics you've been hearing. However, this survey is a one-time. We carry out this survey over about a month, 2 weeks of data collection of all those variables you have seen. But in the advent of technology, in the advent of data required near real time, we realized that we cannot continue like this. With the support and the help of my neighbor, David, IFAD, we embarked on collecting near real-time data for remittances. So Governor has already talked about the template that has been developed and been disseminated. And I can proudly tell you, our guests here, that we can now see remittances that come in by direction, by purpose. However, the part of purpose is still a bit challenging. And we believe that as technology grows, because now there are all these channels, the speed of data, the speed of technology has increased. So we believe that when we work together with you, we will be able to populate a number of these variables that we've been collecting using manual surveys. And we believe that we will be able to give remittances information that is near real time. Right now, we are able to get it, but the part of purpose, which you've seen, is very important. What is this money coming to do? Is it for education? Is it for school fees? Is it for investment? So we need to work on that. Because of that, we'll still do the annual personal transfer survey as technology improves. Another thing we are doing to leverage technology, as has been said, is as we're working on the remittances data coming through, we are also working on implementing the supervision technology solution. And this is a wider scope, which covers a lot more areas, including remittances. So we are calling upon you to work with us. We are planning to develop APIs that will collect information directly from the systems. And to share the experience we've had with remittances is that as we engage, all of you here, a number of you, I'm sure, have interacted with my people. We find that the beauty of technology is that it's improving both the data we collect as Bank of Uganda, but even the systems of our data providers. A number of them have found that there have been inefficiencies. For example, the KYC information is kept somewhere different from the accounts, different from, and putting all this together has been a challenge. So we believe that technology is not only impacting data, but also impacting efficiencies of the systems in these institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Millie. Thank you. As we build and improve our sources of data, allow me to turn to the lady on my left. We've also heard this morning that for many households in Uganda, remittances are not just money. You know, it's hope, it's school fees, it's medicine, it's a lot more, and we want to build this into the impact, especially on the economy. So my next question then goes to Ms. Adekeni. What are the critical levers do you think that we need to ensure that remittances truly reach and uplift vulnerable populations, especially rural women and female-headed households?
Thank you very much. That's a powerful question, because when the governor of Central Bank was speaking, his speech was like music to my ears, because he came up with all the statistics and all the issues that really point to female-headed households, women and youth as being the largest recipients of remittances in Uganda. They form about 60%, if I'm correct, Madam Statistician. And based on those figures, it is important that financial institutions design their products to reach the largest recipients. If we don't want these recipients to be just handouts or charity, but we want them to contribute to national development, then those products have to be designed in such a way that women, female-headed households, and youth can take advantage of these opportunities. Now, the information I will be sharing with you is based on research that has been conducted by UNCDF on gender insights on remittances, access, usage, and financial health, as well as another research that was conducted by UN Women called At What Costs? With women, migrant workers, remittance, and development. What we're talking about is that these remittances should not just reach women and youth as to meet their needs. We need to move from consumption to production with our finances. And as such, based on the research that has been conducted, we can see that expanding gender-sensitive digital infrastructure is critical, just as the last speaker was saying. Digital financial services are the fastest growing in the world, and we need to leverage on those financial services and ensure that we can create and make them accessible to female-headed households. Right now, they are not accessible to female-headed households because of issues around financial literacy, issues around the fact that they are not banked and they are outside the formal banking systems. And as such, what can we do? Some platforms that exist in rural areas, because we're referring to rural areas, such as SACCOs, VSLAs. I was just speaking with the CEO of PSFU seated there. They need to co-design some of our products so that they're responsive to their needs and responsible enough to meet the needs of these female-headed households. They need to be inclusive. Sometimes these products and platforms are not inclusive enough to meet those who are the majority of the remittances, and as such, doesn't contribute to development. Another measure that needs to be put in place is to ensure that we increase responsible agents that go to the rural areas and significantly boost mobile adoption of women into technology. The government and regulators must incentivize institutions so that they can create the opportunity for responsible access to women in rural areas. Data has been mentioned, so I would not focus on that. However, it's important for us to realize that gender-responsive, gender-disaggregated data is critical so that that informs decision making, that informs the design of products, and women are better able to access these opportunities. So we call on banks in Uganda, the private sector, to ensure that they can standardize gender disaggregated data. The final point I want to make is the KYC. Making the KYC so highfalutin that women are unable to access it locks out that huge demographic, and I'm saying 60% of remittance recipients. So adaptive KYCs, just as is done in some countries in Asia and maybe Kenya next door to us here, we need to make those KYCs more adaptive to those populations so that they can access financial products in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adekeni. Clearly, we have a very brilliant panel. But just once again, building off from the previous speakers, especially the governor of the central bank, who said that remittances need to go beyond short-term survival and become drivers of long-term growth and tools for financial inclusion, but more importantly, pathway to prosperity. David, again, in your experience, could you, and from IFAD's perspective, could you share with us how remittance receiving households can transition from using fund salary for short-term needs to building long-term financial health and opportunity?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to sit with you in this panel. Well, I think to try to answer to this question regarding how to move remittance users from short-term consumption or immediate satisfaction or immediate needs to longer-term usage, from our experience, we need to take into consideration at least two main factors. One is financial literacy, and the other one is remittance-linked financial product. Let me start with literacy. We do know for experience that financial literacy empower people. So we need to empower people on how to maximizing the usage of money in general, but of course the using of remittances. So we do support our partners in developing curricula, ranging and covering topics like budgeting, money management in general, savings, credit management, and digital financial services. The core objective of this financial literacy is to enhance their confidence and familiarity with the financial service provider, especially on the area of digital financial services. As we know, it's keen to benefit, the lower cost, the real-time feature, etc. So this kind of financial literacy curriculum must be contextualized and tailor-made for the users. And I'll tell you more in a second about one experience in Kenya, in Uganda. What we should keep in mind is a mismatch that we realize consistently. It's between the financial inclusion rate and the financial literacy rate. For instance, just to give you the example in Kenya, we do have over 80% of financial included people, but within the survey they run every 3 years, the FinAccess, they realize that only 40% of people are financial literate in terms of how to calculate the compound interest on saving and credit. And you see, this gap is pretty important. So it's a clear need of financial literacy for real. In Uganda, we partner with Stanbic Bank, FlexiPay, and we managed with them to deliver and to design a curriculum for rural people, members of SACCO. They managed through the TOT, the training approach, to onboard almost 2,000 people in 6 months. And the financial impact assessment that followed showed clearly the enhanced capacity in terms of savings. So the value is there. Now the objective and the challenges that we are discussing with the bank is how to scale it up and to make sustainable this initiative in order to, to include that cost in the operations. Because one of the major challenges for financial literacy is about sustainability. But I guess and I believe, speaking here with bankers, that you wish to have empowered and more cognizant people that might demand and usage your product. That's our goal. Still, just to offer another clear example, still with the same bank, we partner within the Prime Africa initiative. They tested financial literacy not only at the receiver's end with the SACCO users, but also at the migrant level, at pre-departure. They are partnering with one of the export agency that is facilitating young women to Middle East. And basically, they are supporting these young women to define their objectives in order to have, a clear understanding on how to use the money throughout the migration cycle and also when they are back, housing, education, business opportunity. That's clear in order to, to let them know how to use the money, how to send the money back. Regarding the product, very, very quickly, I believe that there is very low innovation, especially on the receiving hand. We did recently showed practices from Kenya and Nigeria, where two larger banks were onboarding remittance walking customer. So they onboard them as a fully fledged banking customers to allow them to save, to transact without any effort to go to the branch. So savings also sometimes some cost. Doing that, they are building the financial footprint of these people to access future financial products. So our suggestion, our proposal, our experience is to try to have a sort of paradigm shift to see remittance users as acquisition way of future clients. You won't have, you won't set up, of course, your profitability gains and margin of that year, but relationship last longer. So it's an important aspect that we wish to showcase with you. And lastly, as was mentioned maybe by Kemi, this aspect of developing and design remittance user product or remittance linked product in terms of saving, credits, insurance, and wallet must be done in conjunction with the users. We speak a lot about consumer-centric design, human-centric design, but I believe that it's not always the case. So we saw that Ugandan banks have a lot of, let's say, space to enhance this kind of collaboration with diaspora and remittance users at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. I'll quickly move to Dr. Ibrahim. Doctor, could you share with us, and again in your experience, what you believe the Ugandan whether you believe, one, that the Ugandan government has fully recognized and harnessed the strategic value of remittances in its national development agenda, and what more can be done?
Thank you very much. That's a mouthful of a question. I would first of all speak about remittances from where I sit. It's been said that remittance is not charity, and that I agree, because I come from the perspective that remittances are one of the ways of closing the savings investment gap. And from the basic models of growth, we know that as you induce the savings rate, then you are in a way saying that, one, you could be replacing capital, or you could be repairing capital, perhaps a capital that is depreciating. So from where I sit, strictly speaking, that's a transmission mechanism from which we can have remittances impact Uganda's growth, impact Uganda's development path. Back to the question, I wish to say that we've had a government that's interested in the growth trajectory of this country, and I'm glad that now we are speaking about the tenfold growth agenda. But even if that mantra has taken effect a year or so back, I'm of the view that the government has been open to remittances ever since we took on an open market. And this is to speak to the days of 1991, 1992, going forward, when we opted to liberalize our financial markets. You know, today you can send money to any corner of this country. That is on account of a liberal financial market. Anybody can come in to start a company, a company that sells financial products. Now, within those, we could speak into remittances as a product. Now, having said that, you could be based in the US, you could be based in China, you could be based in the UK. For as long as you have an interest in any corner of Uganda, with the power of mobile money, on account of financial market liberalization, money can reach any corner of this country. To suggest that the government does recognize the power of remittances. Beyond that, we have an open capital account to suggest that money can come in and money can go out as you wish. That again speaks to a government that does recognize the importance of financial flows, global financial flows, so to speak, to suggest that for as long as we have an open capital account, whoever has money and has an interest in Uganda, remittances certainly can flow in and support Uganda's growth trajectory. Thank you. Thank you.
Interesting. And I think the emphasis around the fact that the environment is conducive for us as not only as players, especially in the financial services sector, but for all Ugandans and anyone else who would like, to participate as far as remittances are concerned. So I'll just quickly go back to Ms. Adekeni, and just related to that question, just for you once again to share with us how you think we can better integrate remittance strategies into broader sustainable development goals, including gender and climate resilience. Just in 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Already that is happening. We know that the mantra for the Sustainable Development Goals is reaching the farthest behind first, or leaving no one behind. When you look at it from that perspective, Goal 10C is looking at the contribution of remittances to development. So, who are those that would be contributing that? So we need to look at the larger percentage of those that are receiving those remittances and how they could contribute. It is about making those banking services accessible to them, meeting them where they are, and ensuring that those services reflect their lived realities. And not necessarily, yes, I know that the banks are there for business. However, in order to meet the lived realities of women and youth and female-headed households and make sure that they can contribute to national development, these services must be designed to meet their lived realities and ensure that those services are made accessible to them.
Thank you. Back to you, Millie. Listening to what you have been able to do so far, especially in the data space, what other innovations is the central bank championing or supporting to modernize and digitize this landscape, especially in partnership with the financial institutions?
Thank you so much. The governor has talked about a number of those areas, but I'll just emphasize further. So the central bank, like the governor said, has come up with regulatory and enablement and licensing of these institutions, where there are mobile money guidelines, agent banking regulations. All these are intended to support the financial institutions in leveraging this platform and supporting remittances. There's also promotion of digital channels, and that's mobile money and bank interoperability. All this has been talked about. Cross-platform remittance of services. This was talked about. You can send your money from wherever you are and it gets to your mobile account. So all these are innovations that are in place, strategic partnerships. But I know we talked about the data space. But from what has been discussed, we've talked a lot about genderizing of the data, how we're going to measure. So the innovation that we are doing is to be able to measure granular and near real time. We are genderizing. We've actually genderized quite a lot of the data we are collecting, and we are continuing through the soup tech. We are looking at a gender dashboard. We will soon publish that so that we can give the public and decision makers information to be able to put strategies in place and to measure, because now measurement has become granular and also real time. So how will you do that? So as Bank of Uganda, we are putting in place those interventions so that we are able to measure and see the direction we are taking in this space of remittances. Thank you.
Thank you, Millie. I think in the spirit of, what more we need to do, and listening to you, David, previously, you were talking about, especially in the KY space, the work that is being done in Kenya, what banks are doing in countries like Nigeria. What key lessons or success stories from IFAD's regional or global experience do you think Uganda can tap into to build a smarter, more inclusive remittance ecosystem?
Yes, thank you for the question. I would say that generally speaking, there are some learning that might be relevant for Uganda, and of which Uganda is also part. Let me start with the partnership aspect that we do know, and has been alluded by, I think, almost all the partners, all the speakers this morning. Remittance, it's about partnership, since there are so many players within the value chain. Within Prime Africa initiative, we managed to, let's say, facilitate the establishment of 7 stakeholder network. We call National Remittance Stakeholder Network, where, let's say, it's a multi-stakeholder platform where key players like a regulator, the government, the banks, and the private sector entities at large were convened to discuss about the challenges and opportunities of the remittance and diaspora investment market in the country. That kind of approach was very successful in the sense that through that we managed to engage with BOU, and now we are implementing this project about data, which we believe it will be very impactful in terms of policy making, but also at strategy level for the private sector entities. Within their realm, we received feedback from the UBA and BOU itself to keep alive the platform in the future beyond the project cycle. So I think it's a testament of a good key experience that we gain regionally. The other aspect that I wish to convey is that in the country where we saw clear remittance strategy in terms of data, in terms of open market and framework, we saw growing of formal remittance flows. The example of Kenya, but also Uganda, those are the ones that I know more since are part of my portfolio in East Africa, of course. But again, at the same time, I think this aspect is linked with the fact that Uganda first and then Kenya is in the making to include remittance in the broader national financial inclusion strategy. This is a key aspect, again, to drive innovation, to drive competition, to drive collaboration, and to make the bankers and all the other players involved more keen and more aware of the impactful benefit that, migrant money can have at family, community, and country level. And lastly, let me say that another aspect that it's relevant for us, probably more in the future, that as an experience, is the aspect of considering migrant money as a source of climate funds. We do know, and someone already mentioned this morning, that by experience, migrants are supporting, the livelihood and the resilience of the family hit by climate crisis. But we wish to work in the area to enhance the, climate adaptation and climate mitigation aspect in order to allow migrants and family to benefit of these funds to access smart agriculture gadget or insurance that might be useful in this case, and all other elements that might be part of this discussion, considering the impactful, let's say, result of this fund in this space. So this will be part of our future initiative. We signed in Sevilla last June an agreement with the EU to work globally in 3 countries, Pakistan, Honduras, and Senegal, on this climate spectrum. And we hope to work also in the region, in Uganda, on this area. So if any partner are interested to make any discussion on this space, I'm very happy to have a side conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm sure now we know where to go. Now, back to Dr. Ibrahim. And listening to some of the fears, especially from, the remitters or most of the diaspora today, what bold policy shifts or reforms would you recommend to not only grow remittance inflows, but also lower the perceived risk of investing back home among the diaspora?
Thank you once again. The rationale of policy is just not for purposes of policy. Typically, a policy is aimed at resolving a problem. So where there's no problem, perhaps there might not be a need for medication. And in this case, we are saying that policy should be seen as medication. Now, part of the conversation today has been the 30% remittances that are coming in informally. Now, it is imperative that we appreciate what are the drivers behind the 30% remittances that are flowing into this country informally, because in a way, those finances are missing the formal financial structures and consequently undermining the multiplier effects of some of those funds. So one of the outside options is perhaps to take time off and understand what are the drivers behind the informal remittance flows. Then the other that came through today was the importance of transparency. I'll pose a question. How many of us ever go to Western Union and negotiate the exchange rate? How many of us? typically, this is a given, and this is why many times the money that's received on the other side is perhaps lower than the expected amount of money. But having said that, I think one of the takeaways here is it possible that the institutions involved in financial transfer are equally transparent in the exchange rate that they're offering the client? Because we know that they're offering two products. The first product is the actual transfer of money. The second product is that they are operating like a forex bureau. But from the perspective of the client, all they're visualizing is the transfer of money. Now, with transparency, we would be in a position to know what cost is going to the transfer of money, what am I losing on account of the foreign exchange transfer. So for me, transparency is key. Now within this, it's important that again, we appreciate who are the players across the value chain and what is going where. Just like how you go to a supermarket and then you receive your receipt that says that this is what is due to government of Uganda on account of VAT, this is what we should equally be seeing on remittance forms. And that in a way could influence the quality of discussion between the client and the remittance service provider. Then the other thing that came through strongly was, are we actually maximizing the potential that remittances has on us as a country? And I'm speaking in terms of the value that we are getting out of this. And the governor rightly mentioned that many of our diaspora community is basically in jobs that might not necessarily be jobs that earn a decent livelihood, and consequently undermining how much they can share. But it is one thing to wish that you can trade as a plumber, as an engineer in the UAE or in Saudi Arabia, so to speak, or as an IT specialist in Asia, but underlying your ability to trade in labor services is really hinged on the extent to which the skills development framework within our country is consistent with the global desires. So one takeaway from here is that can we be in position to understand what is the skilling framework gap between the various skill sets that are demanded globally and what we are in position to produce today, and consequently, how can we close that gap? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Just one last one before I move away from you. I'm just, trying to digest your response. How can governments today, and we can use our own, co-create solutions with the diaspora? As partners in innovation, investment, and transformation to fully realize the potential of remittances.
Thank you once again. Last week, we were here launching the public finance management strategy for the next 5 years. And one of the key takeaways was the role that public-private partnerships has to do in terms of Uganda's growth agenda. And within PPPs, or public-private partnerships, I think that's where government can intentionally attempt to attract the diaspora in terms of linking them to key public infrastructure developments, be it hydro energy, be it roads infrastructure, be it the standard gauge railway. We know that it is one thing to go to the financial markets and borrow, but it's another thing to create financial vehicles or structures wherein the Ugandan diaspora can invest in Uganda's development for the long term. And for me, PPPs could be one of those avenues by creating a specialized vehicle for the diaspora, and consequently, we can lock them into long-term Ugandan investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Back to you, Millie. I'm told we have 5 minutes, but the conversation is getting more and more interesting. So, Millie, back to you, and quickly, what safeguards and regulatory framework are in place or being developed by the central bank to enhance remittance safety, transparency, and build consumer confidence?
In 5 minutes?
In 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. 1 minute is quite short. So I'll just highlight what Bank of Uganda is doing. And all this is, again, in the acts and the regulations. And if I don't give details, please, you can find all this information on our website. We are that transparent. It's a very rich one. So under the national payment systems, there's a guide on the licensing. We do risk-based supervisions of these PSPs to ensure that they're in line. We have consumer protection obligations that they have to follow. They have to disclose all charges, exchange rates. Users should be given receipts. I don't know if we get receipts when we interact with them. I am not sure, but make sure you get receipts and access to redress platforms. All this has been put in place. There's safeguard for consumer funds, interoperability, and anti-monopoly rules. You shouldn't be monopolizing. Under our Foreign Exchange Act, we have the regulations for money remittances and forex bureaus. They've been regulated there. Then they have to comply with the AML, anti-money laundering, and counter-terrorism financing standards. We also have mobile money guidelines to guide the operators, transparency of fees. We have agent banking regulations, consumer protection guidelines. So there are all these frameworks and the AML and counter CFT frameworks. All these are available. Please, because of time, we can't go into details, but you can go to the website and read them. Thank you.
Thank you, Millie. Back to you, Ms. Adekeni. Could you share any standout global examples where gender has been intentionally and successfully embedded into remittance-related policy and programming?
Thank you. Let me start from the example that was given by the professor here, when you mentioned PPP. And Philippines is one of the countries, or maybe the largest, has the largest recipients of remittances in the world. And they have put in place a very flexible and adaptive regulatory framework that enables remittances to contribute to national development. In the Philippines, some of the institutions reach out to women where they are and work with VSLAs and SACCOs and other women's rights groups without those women having to provide additional information. So they rely on community-based identification so that these women can access those services and also save within the institutions. And that has increased the access of rural women to services. Most of us would know about M-Pesa in Kenya, where these services are made accessible to women. Their KYC is also community-based and makes it accessible to women. Another opportunity that has been created in Nepal, which is disaster-prone, and they have climate issues, where funds from the diaspora are remitted into a certain, I would call it a fund, where women and rural communities can access those loans for accessing technology, building flood-resistant housing, and ensuring that they can access technology for irrigation. And these very flexible examples are important because they reach women where they are, they reach female-headed households, and ensure that those barriers that have been put in place are removed, and then addresses the gaps and makes them more accessible to female-headed households. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adekeni. Quite lots, I think, of examples for us to draw from. The last one comes to you, David. And I'd like to ask all the bank CEOs in the room to listen to this one. So, David, why do you think many financial institutions still fall short in scaling remittance-linked products in two areas like savings, insurance, or SME finance, and how can this change?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think the banks and the RSP in general are not leveraging their data, the granular data that might sit on, and the insight. They should, look at it as, conduit for innovation. Innovation as well has been echoing in the room many times this morning, because there is a huge opportunity. As mentioned several times by Wilbert, the executive director of the UBA, remittance and diaspora is a huge opportunity. So it's a matter on how to tap into this market. And of course, data is the entry point for innovation. And on this regard, I appreciate again the work that we are doing with BOU that will definitely give you more information moving forward. The other important aspect, as mentioned in the morning, it's about financial inclusion, financial literacy. So embedding financial literacy with the product will probably enhance and augment the customer experience and also the customer's retention. So it's something that you should take into consideration in terms of innovation. And then, of course, the aspect of digital and physical infrastructure limitation. We do know that, we almost live in a fully digitized world, but it's not always the case, especially in rural areas. So I recall interesting concept of phygital approach, we're combining the digital with the physical access to agents, to branches, to SACCO. So it's a matter to, to bridge the gap in a sustainable and in a business, let's say, perspective way. Of course, this aspect can limit the customer experience, but again, it's a matter of, putting the ingredients together. Then this aspect that I think alluded earlier on, it's the institutional risk aversion and capacity. I believe that probably it's a matter of awareness, it's a matter of technical expertise, but also maybe it's a matter of incentives at the industry level, at the bank level. I believe that, of course, there is plenty of room of improving and enhancing this kind of capacity to see more and more players in this space to develop a specific solution for remittance users, since there are a few with a specific offer that are beyond the diaspora account and somehow the access to mortgage, that it's already a good entry point. And lastly, again, it's the customers and the feedback relationship with them. We used to say there is KYC that is compulsory by compliance, but we do know that it's the KYD, know your diaspora. So try to engage with them, trying to understand what are their needs, how they wish to send the money, where to send the money. There is plenty of opportunity. So it's a matter to, of course, dedicate resource, time, and skilled people to try to understand the needs of these people as you are trying to solve other target, clients, people that you already serve. It's important to try to do this extra mile. That I would say a very high level
Excellent.
perspective. Thank
So
you.
thank you. Thank you once again. I think you'll all agree with me that the topic we've covered, which is the economic impact of remittances on growth and development, was a very critical one. And I think we had the best of the panels. I don't know about the rest of the panels, but I think we had a panel of experts across different sectors, and together I think they have shared very interesting insights that we should draw from. So please join me in thanking the panel, and let's clap for them. Thank you. Maurice, I hope we have kept
And
time.
also appreciate the moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Grace, I'll ask that you stand for your photo moment. The photographer will be taking this very important panel 1 photo as I invite in the next 30 seconds from the Standard Chartered Bank, our CEO, Mr. Sanjay Rohani, to come. He has a small token. I saw Sanjay here. Where is he? All right, Wilbur, you'll do this for me since Sanjay is not in. We have a small token from UBA as appreciation. So I'll ask the ushers to come and pass on these to Wilbrod, who will then give each of our panelists and the moderator a small token of appreciation. Can we once again appreciate our panel, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, each of you will walk away with a small token, okay, of appreciation from UBA. As Wilbrod does the honors, I want to request that in case you can, we will not have our tea coffee break. We'll have working coffee, so the coffee and tea will be available throughout this next session. Please do stay with us and also share with us your feedback again. We have our feedback platform on your tables. The QR codes are available. There is a section for your feedback. There is a section for the conference magazine, but there's also a QR code for the photo gallery of the entire session thus far, from the morning up to the last hour, which is up to about 11. Those photos are available, and you can share and download with your colleagues and have them put on your social media platforms, the various financial institutions and agencies, using the hashtag BankingConf25. BankingConf25. That's the hashtag we're using. After that, Wilbrod, you will share a photo moment with our panel. All right. So, Wilbrod, you'll join them for a photo, okay? And that wraps up our panel session 1. We will shortly dive into panel session 2. But before we do that, allow me invite Ms. Sarah Carl, the Head of Program and Policy Development at IOM Uganda, to speak to us, because an issue of remittances is very dear to them as IOM, and she'll be speaking to this in a few minutes, and then I'll invite Mildred and her panel to take over. You're welcome, Carl. It's on.
Yes? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Allow me to stand on the established protocol already in the interest of time. And thank you so much, and congratulations really to UBA, the Bank of Uganda, Mastercard, our UN brother from IFAD, as well as all the organizers for this really timely event today. And I'm very happy that we as IOM can also be here, as we are supporting migration issues and migrant issues in a comprehensive way, including how to harness on diaspora and remittances with regard to harnessing the promise of migration. As you know, the promise of migration, basically, when people move, is for a better life, whether it's economically or whether it's for peace. And there, of course, remittances is a huge interest that the money that the people have hard earned is coming to the people on the ground and to their communities back. I don't want to make a lot of repetition because a lot have been already said and there's not much new, but let me just pick up on 3 points that have been made. The first one is the issue on formal versus informal channels. And I think it was said there's really a huge possibility and opportunity to have more formal channels, which will help to better plan with the money coming in. And I think it was very much highlighted the need for cost-effective and transparent channels. So what can we do? What can you do as bankers when it comes to competition, when it comes to the opportunity of having more channels to be more transparent? Sometimes you have this kind of hidden costs. We saw some of the providers, and I know one that I use, for example, always gives me a not very good rate when I send my money. So it is not very always transparent. What is the real weight and what am I getting? So what can we do there, maybe with more competition as well as regulations? And the second one here, I think, is it was coming up as well, is really the incentive for the diaspora to invest, as well as the trust in investment where it goes. It was mentioned the diaspora funds. Last month we had a very nice event with IFAD and the UN Network on Migration here on the commemoration of the Family Remittance Day. And the diaspora was in the room, and I hope the diaspora is here today and or online in this voicing also their concerns that can inform you on your areas and on your products. But one thing what was voiced by the diaspora was that for them getting here loans is very expensive. It is cheaper for them to get a loan, for example, the example was in America, and then to invest there. So what can we do as bankers in order to really get a good product that gets the investment here? Because the diasporas, they invest with heart. As it was said, they want to go back to the source. So how can we also appreciate their investment back to Uganda? And the second one, which was mentioned, was the diaspora bonds. So we don't need to look so far. You know, Kenya has just initiated their diaspora bonds, and for 2025, 2026, they're looking at raising $3.8 billion with them, with bonds basically investing in infrastructure, hospitals, etc. So what can we do in order to build on that? The second point I wanted to shortly mention is the question of protection, and I really thank the keynote speaker to bringing out that so clearly. Mastercard mentioned that, and I congratulate them from the bottom of my heart, that they are like the leaders now in Saudi Arabia when it comes to remittances. Saudi Arabia, the Ugandans that we have there, the majority of Ugandans in Saudi Arabia are victims of trafficking. These victims have no access to anything. What can we do to better protect and support the Ugandan government in protecting people and Ugandans going abroad for not falling in this kind of trap? And I want to take here the opportunity to tell you that tomorrow we commemorate the World Day Against Trafficking, and there will be a march from the National Theatre to Mestil at 7:30. So feel free to come and raise awareness of this issue, which is really a big issue also when it comes to remittances, because they cannot send. Another opportunity when it comes to exploitation is that Uganda at the moment is the chair of the Regional Ministerial Forum on Migration. And your chief guest here today, the Honorable Minister of Labor, is for 2 years the chair for all the IGAD and East African countries. So she brings them together to discuss about labor migration, how to harness and harmonize in the region, because as a region, the discussion can also be different. It is not, the question about remittances is not unique to Uganda. The challenges are not unique. So let us see how we, from a regional perspective, can, under the leadership for the next 2 years, make some strides here, also with regard to better negotiations with the countries of destination on protection matters, on remittances cost, etc. And you as bankers should be part of this discussion, so take the opportunity when the chief guests come to also speak with her about that. Last but not least, let me mention We have heard a lot about policies and regulations, and one of the areas is the national diaspora policy that is in development by Uganda at the moment. And I think it is very important that you become part of this discussion, that we have policy coherence, and that we really can make sure that remittances are part of that. And the government of Uganda has been to many countries in order to learn from the experience, such as UK, India, Canada, Ethiopia, Kenya, etc. But I think I didn't see anyone in the delegation from, for example, the Bank of Uganda or your association. So I think it is very important that we further strengthen. And together with IFAD, IOM will support to have like a high-level breakfast soon around this discussion. So it would be my pleasure if you would be part of this as well. Let me end with thanking you as bankers and as banks who are really caring about the migrants on the ground and who want to make sure that their hard-earned money comes back to Uganda. We appreciate you and we appreciate your effort. Thank you so much.
Big round of applause for Ms. Sarah Carl, the Head of Program and Policy Development at IOM Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, as I invite my colleague, seasoned journalist Mildred, to take to the stage, allow me in a very special way to recognize the presence of Ms. Justine Bajenda, who is the former Executive Director Supervision at the Bank of Uganda. Thank you, Justine, for joining us, and we appreciate you. If there is a banker in the room who doesn't know Justine, clearly you've just joined banking. Ask your friend. Yeah, ask a friend who knows a friend. Clearly you've just joined. I see Edgar is enjoying this. Okay. I want to quickly turn to our next session. This should be interesting. The only problem is the time keeps reducing for each panel. So I have told my sister Mildred that we have 45 minutes. So Ms. Mildred Tuhaise, news anchor at Next Media, seasoned journalist, will be handling this session. And I would like to now invite her to invite her panel.
All right, thank you very much, Morris. Not yet afternoon, a few minutes to. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. The energies seem lower, but we have tea at the back, so just in case you need some caffeine. Like Morris said, our time is really fast spent, so I will not take any more time. Our topic is really going to be about addressing the challenges and the risks in the remittance ecosystem. Because earlier on from the previous panel, we did realize that quite a percentage of the remittances are informal. So the question would be, what are the issues causing that sort of informality? And that is what the panel is really going to be tackling. We'll be identifying and looking at mitigation factors for risks such as fraud. We have risks such as currency volatility, but also just geopolitical factors. And these, amongst others, do threaten the reliability of remittance flows as well as sustainability of the remittance networks. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I've already been introduced. My name is Mildred Tuhaise. Let me get to have my panel up in no particular order. I will start with Mr. Hilary Talemwa. Mr. Hilary Talemwa is the Acting Head of External Employment and Labor Externalization at the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Hilary Talemwa, wherever you are, please. Get to the stage. Looks like he has stepped out a bit, but he will be joining us not too long from now. And we will also have, Mr. Hilary Talemwa is right here. We'll have Mr. Christopher Sengendo, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Speds Insurance Brokers Limited. Mr. Christopher, wherever you are, let's give him a round of applause as you step out to the stage. And next, we do have the Director Investments at the Deposit Protection Fund. That is Mr. Alan Lwetabe. Mr. Alan, wherever you are, please come up to the stage. Mr. Lwetabe, wherever you are, I'll be glad to have you right here. Looks like Alan has stepped out. Oh, Alan is right here with us. And also, we may have a switch up, especially that the minister will be arriving. So anytime, Morris will be letting us know how to carry on with that one. And last but in no means the least, I have Haj Ibrahim Bogere, who is the chairman of the Uganda Association of External Recruiters Agencies. Let's give a round of applause to Haj Ibrahim Bogere as I step to get to my panel immediately. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Honorable Betty Amongi, is walking in right now. We will welcome her with a warm round of applause. Welcome, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for sparing time off your very busy schedule to be with us. We'll have a very brief panel before you come to engage us. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll start up with the panel. Okay, I invited Haji Ibrahim last year, but I would like to start off with him, especially that you're dealing with a category or a group of people that are being targeted, especially with this kind of conversation. And I would like you to share with the audience what the Association of External Recruiting or Recruiters Agencies does, particularly, but also I'd like you to, in that space, highlight some of the challenges, because this panel is particularly looking at those risks and challenges when it comes to the remittance ecosystem. So what challenges are your group members facing, or even the diaspora workers themselves are facing in this conversation of remittances?
Thank you so much. First of all, the Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies is an umbrella body that brings together all licensed, registered recruitment agencies that do labor externalization. Currently, we are around 270, but the formal registration I think stands at 520. We are structurally with the board of directors and a functional secretariat with executive directors located in Ntinda. Thank you. The issue you've just raised is very critical. As an umbrella body, we play a very critical role in ensuring that the Ugandans that really go out there and create what we are talking about today in terms of remittance are well managed. Allow me, first of all, highlight a number of issues that we really handle as an organization. We do bring together all member agencies that are registered by the ministry, and we ensure that they adhere to the standards and the code of conduct in tandem with the laws and the regulations that really supervise and regulate all members that are doing this business. Secondly, one critical factor that really we need our listeners to hear is about the protection and the welfare of our Ugandan going abroad for, migrant jobs. We do this working hand in hand with the government and other stakeholders, like the IOM has just mentioned, that really that the welfare and the well-being of our migrant work out there is very critical. And we've done a number of interventions that have really put this to rest. As you said, challenges. Any sector has a number of challenges that we really have also in labor export, and allow me to mention and share with you a few of them. Please. First and foremost, we talked about the cost of transferring money for these migrant workers. As they said, you will find that transferring money from these countries where we deploy them goes almost 15%, 10%, which is really very, very, very difficult for migrant workers to send money, and that money is put to good use. So you will find most times that this money, sometimes the migrant workers opt to stay with the money until the contract is done, to come back and invest. But also there is the fear factor, as you literally heard from everybody who was coming on the platform. people fear to send their money back home for a number of reasons. Sometimes the people they are using back home, sometimes the systems of transfer, sometimes even their relatives that they send money to, back home, they really mismanage and they end up not really getting the good use of their monies. However, to really bring it out very clearly, from the regulator perspective, we have a very big challenge where we have traffickers who are really given the leeway to operate, yet we have the state machineries and the government and regulations that can enhance this. People are going, as Madam Caro put it from IU, many people are in Saudi Arabia, many people are in UAE illegally. They are trafficked. Their routes to these destinations are not traceable. So it is very difficult, really, for us as agencies to come out very clearly on that without the intervention of government and the agencies that are involved. So I really appreciate the bankers for having created this platform today to ensure that these issues are raised, and possible at the end of the day, we may come up with solutions that will help to improve the remittances, but also looking into how these Ugandans go out there. What are the laws that are governing migration? What are things that can be put in place to ensure that there is safe and productive work provided? One thing I can assure the audience, that we have as many jobs as possible, but the question is how government is facilitating these numbers of people to go and access as we look forward to increasing the volumes of returns in terms of remittance back home. The key word is, let us know our diaspora. If we know the people that we are taking, how they are taken, how they are faring, believe me, we shall increase the remittances that we are talking about today and also come up with other investment plans for them.
All right.
Final, as I close, on investment, there is what the governor talked about, diaspora investment mortgages. Honestly speaking, as I said, people fear. But if we come out from here, we take these platforms where they are, and we really tell the audience out there that you can invest back home. We have a platform where you can access cheap loans. We have a platform where you can access insurance for your investment back home, and you can easily build wealth away from home. That will be key for us. I thank you for now.
All right, thank you very much, Haji Ibrahim. And I'll pick up from the last that you talked about, which is insurance, because that's considered more like a hedge of protection around your investment. And this is where I would be coming to Mr. Christopher Sengendo on what kind of products and solutions are you putting in place as the insurance sector to ensure that you support these diaspora workers and in turn as well be able to push for an increased inflow of remittances?
All right, thank you, Mildred. From the Spades insurance perspective, the innovation we've done in the market is more geared towards creating propositions that really support the sustainability of the labor externalization in the market. And I'll say, as a matter of fact, that Spades has been selected or chosen as the most innovative insurance brokerage in the market for the last 2 years running. Now, we created the Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme. Very important because we want to pick a leaf from what is happening in other territories across the world. And I'll pick a leaf from the statistic that the governor put in place. 35% of the $1.42 billion that are being remitted back in the country are coming from the Gulf region. Now, that should speak so much in us seeing that we create insurance propositions that can enable the sector to be sustainable, but also promoting the sector across, or promoting our Ugandans to earn a living from the outside world. Now, the UMWIS, or what you call the Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme, shouldn't be new to Ugandans. And I think I'll pick a leaf from what other countries have done. Countries like Pakistan, countries like Saudi Arabia, Philippines, Bangladesh, Nepal, and our next counterparts here in Kenya and Ethiopia. It is important that as Ugandans, we've seen quite a number of challenges that are being faced by our migrant workers. You find so many times on TV where they're crying, someone has died from the diaspora, someone has died from the Gulf region, And I want to assure that not even government or even the recruitment companies that externalize them has put aside a budget to cater for such occurrences. Now, Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme comes to sort some of these risks. You know, insurance cannot take away all the risks, but we just mitigate those that we can. So this was launched this year in May. And what it covers is cases of death and disability. You've seen cases of psychological illnesses or mental disorders. We've seen migrant workers who fall sick, and they even request their families to bring them back home, and they don't have any solution. So what should we do as Ugandans? We need to embrace the Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme. At just a cost of 250,000 shillings, which is around $67, which covers them for a 2-year period, comes in handy to mitigate some of these risks. But of course, importantly, is where now the financial institutions come in, banks. And at times I keep on wondering why actually banks have taken so long to support the labor externalization sector. We've seen countries like Pakistan, India, Indonesia coming up with solutions where they give loans to migrant workers who earn a living from outside. And where insurance now comes in, that on top of the credit life insurance coverage, where you cover loans against death and disability. Now, Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme came in handy to cover the aspect of credit life risks, but also the aspects of failure to pay the loans. So, and I want to really encourage the bankers here. I think we've had discussions with the banks like Postbank, Housing Finance, and Centenary Bank that have expressed interest in giving loans to Ugandans. Maybe I can assure even the public that so many recruitment companies have job orders which they cannot finance. There are so many Ugandans who want to go and work, but they don't have what we call input. But of course, I understand where the financial institutions are coming from. They say, but what if someone dies from there? What if someone gets lost? What if someone defaults? What if they fail to pay the loan? How do we then come in as banks to mitigate such a risk? Now, Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme comes in handy to mitigate all those risks. And I want to give confidence to the banks that now that there's an insurance scheme covering these migrant workers, then you need to really get interested and pick a leaf from what is happening in other countries like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. They are really financing this labor externalization to really support Ugandans go and earn a living. But of course, again, lastly, is we need to address the 3 core P's in the remittances or the insurance perspective. One is, as insurers, have we created propositions that really address the needs of these, diaspora workers? And how then do we address that? One, if we don't address the issue of the product proposition, the pricing itself of the products, but also importantly, the process. How easy is it for a migrant worker or a diaspora worker to access an insurance product? And that's where now the fintechs or the system providers come into play, leveraging the data analytics we have and the system that we've created through Mastercard and other fintechs, where now the migrant workers can easily access those insurance products, more like remittance-linked products, where someone, for example, is sending money home, and can we link an insurance product, that remittance? How do we encourage them to send money back home, but also earning insurance back home through their, the remittance channels? It should be more driven by the fintechs and the providers of these remittance platforms to enable that they integrate with us insurance companies, where someone can easily get awarded for sending money back home, but also someone easily getting a certificate of insurance and having a seamless way of paying premium through those channels.
Thank you very much. And you actually do highlight the issue of the process, and the key word there is always ease. Someone wants the easier way out, but also as we talk about ease, we talk about safety, and this is where I'd like to bring in Mr. Alan Wetabe on how you as the Deposit Protection Fund would be able to let these people know, give them the faith, the assurance that their formal remittances that they've been able to send through are actually protected, and how you are also contributing to building this trust.
Is it afternoon yet?
Yes, it is. A few minutes after.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. Very delighted to be here. When I look around, I realize I must be misplaced when I wear a tie. A lot of people see me today as DPF, but when I listened to my colleagues here, it came to me that I must also share a story before I share what I look like today. Once upon a time, I was those people you were talking about. I was a fundi in London in 1999 to 2002. So these stories kind of resonate, but I also see that they miss a point. Perhaps because we are speaking from the office point of view, not the reality for many of the people who are going out there. So let me start with my story, then I'll also tell you a little bit more about what I do officially.
As brief as it can be.
When I left Uganda in 1999, I was about 19, 18, about there. I'd finished S6, and I went to London. I didn't have papers. I went on a tourist visa, and I stayed for about 2 years or 3 in between there. I used to stay on trains. I used to do any odd job. I used to carry anything that could be carried. I became a mechanic. I became a recycler. In London, you can't dump things. You have to get a license to dump anything. So one of the best business models we had was to be the carriers or the recyclers. We'll go to people's homes at night and pick whatever they have conveniently left outside. And they will pay us to lift it. It made me a lot of money. But it also creates my understanding of the challenges of many of my colleagues still there in Dubai and South Africa, that perhaps they don't want to be seen. Yesterday I was looking at a report from the Bank of Uganda which shows that 56% of the respondents to their survey were on average secondary school education, almost at the same level when I left. And 40% are using informal channels. It's by design because of what they are doing. A lot of these individuals don't want to be seen because, as you have seen in the US, in the UK, people are being put back on the plane, they're being deported, they don't want to be seen. So as we are thinking about these solutions, we have to be mindful that perhaps a large proportion of our diaspora is invisible for a reason. And these solutions perhaps may not fully accommodate all of them. They don't want to be seen, but they also need to be supported. And I've been listening in the morning, and I see the solutions that we are providing are for those that are already visible. Now, coming from that experience, I have always followed the story of remittances because for me, it remains close to the heart. I know many people still doing that kind of business. So when I'm wearing the hat of the Deposit Protection Fund, and I go to different places, I'm always paying keen attention. What are we doing differently to support those areas? One thing that comes out for me is we were in Japan about a year ago, and they raised a key concern that more people are keeping or are using digital wallets. They are using mobile money as a form of current account. So they are keeping more money outside the formal banking systems. And when I look back in Uganda, I see the same scenario happening. A lot of our people are using mobile money as a bank, and it's going to be a natural progression for them to use their digital wallets as a bank. And so as DPF, one of the things we are doing is paying attention to the research. What are the solutions in other countries to provide protection to those individuals? But when I come back home, for a lot of people, and people are making a joke in the morning, we do cover individuals that are within our banking system for institutions that are licensed by Bank of Uganda. Yes, we do cover up to 10 million, but we are in a process of revising that. Every 5 years, we do take an exercise to appreciate the changes in the economy, and the good thing is that this year is the year that we are doing that revision. But what we notice, and where the cross-section with remittances comes in, is that a lot of the individuals, those who are using formal systems, even those who are sending through other channels, are what we would consider small depositors. And so Deposit Protection Fund then is able to give them the assurance that when their funds are within the formal systems, they will be covered. But we're also mindful that many of them are using alternative channels and are using them as current accounts. And so we are paying attention to the research and the evidence, and we will be speaking to the other stakeholders to see how to cover them.
Okay.
So I'll close and say, for me, being on this panel, it is three-way. One, as the person wearing the mind of the customer.
Sure.
Some people are dark for a reason, and perhaps as the solutions are being crafted, let's be mindful that some people are illegal and they want to stay that way, but perhaps we may also have to find another policy orientation to support them. But on an unofficial channel, we are doing a lot of work to follow the research, people's behaviors in the way they use digital platforms, and we believe that it's important to also provide coverage for non-traditional channels as well, because they are becoming the area of interest. And we have seen from the Mastercard presentation that a lot of younger people are shifting from the traditional banks to the fintech and digital wallets as their main channels of usage. So I'll pause here, Mildred,
okay.
and permit you to.
True. What's very perplexing, rather, is more with those who want to stay in the dark, but actually have to be helped, and how government would be able to come through to help them. That is a little bit puzzling, but let me get to Mr. Tadema from the Ministry of Gender. I normally call it the Ministry of Everyone, because young, old, male, female, working, not working, you're literally covered by that. But looking at remittances and the fact that we need to scale up the volumes, to accumulate the volumes. How are you as the ministry planning, or already what do you have in place that supports these diaspora workers, and some of those strategies that are currently existent, or some that you're planning to have in the near future as a ministry?
Thank you, Mildred. Yeah, it's right, like you have said, our ministry is a ministry for everyone. To go to your question, obviously, as a ministry responsible for labor, we support the Ugandans in diaspora, especially workers in many forms. But for purposes of this panel, I think I'm restricted to the support that harnesses our remittances. So, as a ministry, we spearhead the negotiation of the terms of these Ugandans who work in the diaspora. That's in form of negotiating bilateral labor agreements. And when we are negotiating these bilateral labor agreements, we consider many aspects among the issue of minimum wage, issues of remittances, issues of labor dispute settlement mechanisms. Of course, where you have a worker and employer, there will always be disputes, and they always have an impact on the remittances. If an employer, for one reason or another, does not pay the salary, of course, the worker will not be able to send back money home to finance whatever they are financing. If the employer arbitrarily deducts the wages of the employee, still that also will have an impact on the amount of money the person will be able to send. So while we are negotiating bilateral labor agreements, we factor into all these aspects and ensure that there are mechanisms, for instance, of resolving the disputes between employees and employees, and also the responsive governments have a role to ensure that these mechanisms are in place. Just like the governor stated earlier, there was an increase in remittances from the Gulf countries of UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. And indeed, you find that the ministry has bilateral labor agreements with all these countries. So the impact can be felt when it comes to remittances. So the strategy of the ministry is going forward to ensure that where Ugandans are working, or all these destination countries where a majority of Ugandans are working, we negotiate and sign bilateral labor agreements. Also, when we sign these bilateral agreements, in cases, in some work categories, where the employees may not have a high bargaining power, we have what we call standard employment contracts, where we deliberately put provisions to protect the salaries of these workers. For instance, we say that it's the obligation of employers to make sure that they pay the salary through the bank accounts. We prohibit arbitrary deduction of wages without going through maybe a tribunal process and so on. So all those efforts are geared towards ensuring that these workers do get their due benefits, which in turn they might remit back home. Then also there is an aspect of financial literacy. Obviously this is very key. So as a ministry, we have introduced mandatory, we call it pre-departure training for these migrant workers, people intending to go abroad to work. So, and among the curriculum for that component, there is an aspect of financial literacy, where the prospective migrant workers are taken through the remittances channels, the processes, and so on. And indeed, we have partnered with some of the banks here. They participate in these sessions, the financial literacy sessions, and take through the migrants through the different products they have, the remittances options, and so on. Though in some aspects, we have noticed that the banks usually send us the sales agents who are more interested in the accounts, the volume of accounts, than the knowledge given to these people. So I call upon the bankers that you also send along investment advisors and those other people to help our people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that you're talking about those people being helped. Let me get back to Haji Ibrahim here from the association. We've realized from the previous discussions that sometimes it becomes easier for these migrant workers to invest in their countries where they are working than bring back their investments home. Now, there comes in a conversation of what the key needs are that financial institutions need to look at, but also some of the pain points, because for a bit of time, we've also seen stories where they will trust family members, and when they come back, it is actually a disaster, a point that financial institutions need to take advantage of.
Wow. Mildred, as we already said, many of our migrant workers out there fear to invest back home for a number of reasons. To start with, lack of information. Most of these people that we criminalize come from the rural settings, and they have little knowledge about the opportunities back home. They come from the rural villages, through the recruitment agencies, and they find themselves in the destination countries. So they find it hard to know what exactly is happening. That is why these platforms are very key, so that the people that really behind, the institutions can come up with a product that can tailor the diaspora worker out there to know that indeed he can access funding back home and he can also invest here. There are a number of things that can be done with the bankers and other people as stakeholders that are involved, like organizing trips to where these people are. As I said, knowing your diaspora does not just mean here. A number of banks have met them in several areas in the diaspora, in the UK, in the US, even some like Postbank and Barclays and Equity Bank. They have gone to the United Arab Emirates to try and engage the migrants on how best they can invest back home. But the fear is there that once they send their money back home without proper channels, they will be defrauded. The other thing that I can talk about the fear is the cost of transfer. You see, if you are transferring money every month to these accounts, it is really very, very difficult for you to make an impact in terms of raising money that can really invest back here. So what are we saying? As all the previous speakers said, there is need to reduce the cost of transferring money, but also giving information on how, because this is technology. We're migrating from the normal transfer funds to technology. If you create an app, and you tell the diaspora to use the app to send the money back home, sometimes it is a bit tricky. And even the people who are receiving back home, they may not be in position to use the app. So awareness is very critical. like such platforms, I invite everybody involved, all stakeholders, to really come out very strongly in creating awareness that indeed migrant workers can really create wealth while they are abroad. I was really moved by my brother here from DPF, that he was in UK as an illegal migrant, not registered, and here now he's on the platform. You can imagine there is a need to have that integration of migrants on return. When people come, how are they managed? How can they be managed to fit in the society? These platforms are very critical to enable the migrant workers to know that at least also I can transform from where I have been to where I need to be. But that is lacking. We have really engaged with several stakeholders, including government, the ministry that supervises us. AM has created several platforms. We have engaged with the banks that, look, there is great potential in this. And today we are really glad that the Bank of Uganda himself, he allowed it here, that the potential to really create opportunities for Ugandans to go abroad is very critical. And we are saying, we have many Ugandans, as you know, 70% of the population, they are youth, below 30 years, which means they're employable. But sometimes, maybe they don't have access to these jobs, maybe they don't have the funding, even the basics, like even getting a passport, getting the medicals and the certificate of good conduct. They don't have the funds. So what we are saying in this conversation, that real stakeholders should come together and see through. We have seen our friends, our neighbors in Kenya doing the same. We have borrowed the leaf from the Philippines. He's talking about the Pakistanis, the models that they have put in place. We need to wake up. There is huge potential in labor export because our people are really strong. They are here. Over 10 million people who are employable, they can go and access it as a short term to manage this transition. You see, if you travel 2 or 3 years and come back, you can easily integrate, come back and invest and become an important person than before. So we need to address the fear factor of Ugandans out there to invest back home. Recently, I need to share this story. It really touches me. There is a couple that was murdered in Entebbe recently. They have been out for 30 years, sending money back home for over 30 years. On return, they perished. That thing tells a story that we need to address certain things. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And you actually talk about the integration of people back and how probably Alan could have been integrated. You will let us know how he was integrated back. But talking about potential, Alan, let me come to you because there is potential of these remittances actually becoming a financing tool. And how do you think, from your perspective as DPF, how do you think that these remittance inflows can be structured to become this major financing or funding framework for the development of the country?
So I guess you are now speaking to the new Alan, the economist. I think from a government point of view, we see that consistently, Ugandans are sending back about 1.5 billion, 1.2 in the most recent 5 years. Those are the levels that we are seeing reported. And so over the last 10 years, 10 billion almost has come through. And it gives you an idea that between putting effort on donor funds versus remittances, perhaps a lot of our effort could be rechanneled to these funds. But what structure would make sense? For the formal sector, the registered, the ones that have formal papers, where the ministry is aware that they exist, the embassy in the country, the host country knows that they are there. Typically, we've seen Ethiopia, India considering diaspora bonds, where the government issues a treasury instrument focused on the diaspora community with perhaps some tax incentives and other elements. They may give them residency, those who are not able to have dual citizenship. We see that as a common approach. But at the back of my mind, and a few people I've spoken to, they are looking for investments beyond. Some want to have residency. They want to have some home they can come to when they're in Uganda. Perhaps designing a mortgage or a home ownership structure, a vehicle that supports that, a collective investment scheme that can help them send money, then perhaps much later this money can be translated into home ownership. That is something that could come to mind. But for me as an individual, if I go back to that time, the three things that were always on my mind, I needed to have repatriation money, because at any one time, the police was going to get you. So you needed to have money to buy, because the ticket is on you, whether you like it or not. So you needed to have that money available. At the time, that was about £2,000 that needed to be on somewhere. You needed to have ways to get medical assistance if you fell sick. If you've been to London, working underground, washing cars in winter, carrying TVs at night, you are exposed to a million things, pneumonia, whatever, but you can't access the National Health Service. So having the ability to pay for that in that foreign country was important. Of course, all of us knew that at any one time you will be repatriated. It was just a matter of time. You could run from the system all you want, but one of those days you're going to enter a shop and something's going to happen and you'll be back. So the thing that was always at the back of our minds is to have a restart fund when you are here. What I did, and it will speak to my reintegration, and Mr. Kaketo will be happy. I used to have an account in Postbank at the time, and I would send money to a Forex bureau from London to Uganda, and they would then go and deposit on my bank account in Postbank. When I self-repatriated, that's the money I used to pay for my master's at Makerere. So that's my transition and reintegration. But so if I'm thinking about structures, think to the use. What do they want most? Then design accordingly. For most people out there, it's one, how do I go back? If I'm in Saudi Arabia, if I'm in Norway, if I'm in Canada, coming back from Quebec to Uganda, that's $10,000 almost. Do you have it somewhere? Or do you have a facility to give you that?
Okay.
So even as government, as we are designing these structures, not just to copy and paste from Ethiopia and whatever, it's about being mindful that as we are designing, we also have to be informed by the use, how the end user would like their money to be used or to support them.
Okay.
For me, that's how I'll start blending the strategies and structure.
Powerful story right there, especially of integration. And it speaks to the reality, not like you said earlier on, the boardroom kind of conversation at that. But let me get to Mr. Singendo. There are challenges on the side of the migrant workers themselves, but there are also challenges that you could be facing as insurance companies in extending this affordable insurance coverage to these migrant workers, especially when we're looking at the low-income segment. What are those challenges you are facing, and how do you think they can as well be addressed?
All right, thank you, Mildred. It is hard to have a conversation about financial inclusion without talking about risk management. And I think that's where insurance inclusion comes into play. Now, if you look at the statistics for the previous years, Uganda, I think in 2023, before we went into the renewal of the bilateral with Saudi Arabia, was externalizing around 6,000 migrants on a monthly basis. So that translates to around 100,000 migrants in a full year. But when you compare the statistic on the number of female versus male, 90% of our migrants are females, on average, and I think 10% are males. But look at the insurance sector. The insurance sector, I think in the year 2024, wrote around 800,000 average number of policies versus a population of around 47 million. So it shows you the big opportunity. But what I can assure you is that the liberalization is not about to end today. It can only grow because of the enormous opportunities that come along, this particular, sector. But the biggest question to ask is, why do people go to work? And then why do they actually send money back home in terms of remittances? People have parents. Some of our relatives are breadwinners at our homes. They have children. They have to take care of the medical aspect of their parents and their children, the education aspect. Now, if you look at, again, our sector, I think the market is talking about, on average, 6,000 agents to 7,000 across the whole sector, insurance agents. Now, we cannot talk about insurance penetration, where you're talking about around 0.87% penetration across the market, without bringing in the financial institutions. I think you've seen banks doing bank assurance, and these are all geared towards increasing penetration. Now, the biggest question is, how then do we leverage the financial institutions, the remittance providers, and other fintechs to bring in our value proposition as insurers in terms of leveraging the products we have, the pricing of our products, but most importantly, the process through which these migrant workers or the domestic workers or diaspora workers can access our products. One of the key challenges is actually the data. When these diaspora workers are sending back money, find that, like Alan put it right, someone sends money on MoneyGram, sent to a relative, the relative has to go to Western Union or MoneyGram, brings an ID, and then withdraw the money. So we as insurance companies, and that's where fintechs or financial institutions come in, we need to get the correct information, the right data. Which kind of data are we picking from these diaspora workers to enable us to create propositions that actually speak to their needs, where they are outside Uganda, but also back home, going by the fact that some of them, reasons why they send back home is really to build an investment back home.
Okay.
But the other aspect is, in terms of affordability, I think for so long we've been creating products that we think are deemed fit for the population. And this is why now the insurance regulator and the insurance players come in to now create micro-insurance products that, one, address the needs of the population, priced in the sense that they are affordable, but also creating ways, leveraging the digital agenda to make it easy for these populations to access the insurance products. The other aspect is in terms of the distribution challenges. I think for so long we've seen that the rural areas, or even the diaspora workers, I've seen banks going for the diaspora conventions. But how is it easy for us as insurance companies to make our products accessible to such a segment? And if we're to change the narrative of insurance in this market, our drivers, the insurance regulators, insurance brokers, and insurance practitioners or insurers in the market is now to go the digital agenda. To see that our products, we partner with the banks and through the applications, we partner with the fintechs to make insurance affordable through those fintechs, but also make sure that a customer is able to pay premiums seamlessly through the application, but also get an insurance certificate upon payment. The other most important aspect and why people were losing trust in insurance is the claim process. So we're trying as much as possible, working with the insurers, to make the claim process as seamless as possible. To see that it is such a simple task to log in your claim through the applications and get response from the insurers and real-time response and payment of your claims on a digital agenda. Otherwise, we cannot go back to the previous models where now you would have to work with your insurance broker, you'd have to look for an insurance agent, you have to go and look for your insurance company through the market. We want to leverage the digital agenda and then build trust through the population. And that's, for us, we've seen those as quite a number of challenges, but most importantly is the data-driven decisions where now the financial institutions and fintechs come in to collect as much data as possible, enable us to create propositions, price them very well, and then have a seamless way of paying those claims in the shortest time possible for the market to build trust and believe in the insurance agenda.
All right, thank you very much. And bigger to that challenge of data is what we did have earlier on, I think from Alan, which is about those who are there, they want to be helped, but they don't want to be seen at the end of the day. But our time is really fast spent and we need to get done very quick. But Mr. Taremwa, let me come back to you on what challenges yourself as the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development have seen when it comes to remittances and with regard to the diaspora workers, and how you intend or you are already solving them as government? Because at the end of the day, we'll pull up that statement, government here to Yambi.
Thank you, Mildred. Now, the major challenge I think we have is the limited financial inclusions of the Ugandans working in the diaspora, especially among the non-professional category of workers. So we find that many of these Ugandans do not have access to formal bank systems, so where they can be able to invest or save their remittances. So now that's where financial literacy is very key as an intervention, financial literacy can not only be a matter, of course, of the ministry. This is a stakeholder, a multi-stakeholder. It will bring on board the banks, the diaspora associations, the associations of migrant workers, the associations of recruitment agencies, to make sure that whenever they're interacting with these people, the aspect of financial literacy comes out. People are able to be brought on the formal bank systems. We still have cases where Ugandans who are working abroad keep their money, then they identify maybe someone who has finished their contract or for one reason or another is coming back. They entrust them with their savings, either to bring back home and give to relatives, either to bank for them, and in most cases, either the person who is entrusted doesn't bank the money at all or disappears with the entire savings. So we have, as a ministry, we have taken a deliberate policy to promote financial literacy among the Ugandans working in diaspora. Then also to put in place digital communication channels for diaspora workers who are having challenges here and there, especially as regards the challenge of rights. You must be aware that there is a challenge of abuse of the rights of these workers. And among those abuses is non-payment of salary, withholding of a particular percentage of someone's salary, and all those have an impact on the remittances sent back home. So as government, we put in place, yes, we negotiate these bilateral agreements, but there must be a follow-up mechanisms to ensure that what was agreed upon is actually implemented. So in these agreements, we have what we call joint technical committees. So we are activating these committees to ensure that we meet regularly, at least maybe 2-3 months between the destination government and then the sending government. We address the challenges that are being faced by these migrant workers.
Okay, thank you very much, Hilary. We're really racing up against time, but Morris and the team, if you could allow me just 2 minutes for 2 questions, burning questions or any conversation coming in from the audience, if any. If I could have a gentleman and a lady, just 2.
Mildred, the minister needs to run.
Oh,
so
the minister needs to be running.
I don't have the 2 minutes.
That's very true. So we need to be closing our conversation.
But they can share the questions in our platforms. We have feedback platforms they can share. We will be able to pick them maybe later in the other sessions after lunch. And the panelists are available, so that can also continue offline. Yes.
Perfectly so. And because of time, I think, yes, we need to be winding up. So I'll give 30 seconds each to our panelists to probably be able to weave up the conversation that we've been having. And I'll start with you, Haj Ibrahim, on as we conclude, how best do you think the country can further facilitate and support the potential and opportunity in diaspora remittances?
Yes, thank you, Mildred. First and foremost, for us, we are appealing for the government to have full support over the program through creating more markets in terms of signing more BLOS That is a bilateral relations and agreement that we do. Secondly, we look at combating trafficking. I think government should also look into this area. And for the migrant workers, I think we appeal government to create more and have more attaches in these destination areas. I thank you for that.
All right, thank you. And to you, Alan, as well as you give us your parting shots, what policy incentives do you think or regulatory accommodations should be in place to enable remittances become earlier, like I said, a financing tool?
I think for me is that from a government point of view, there's need to have a formal national remittances policy, which recognizes both the formal migrant workers and the informal migrant workers. And this then would help us to design a very clear national remittances strategy. Because there are people who are in the dark and there are those who are in the light. And we need to be mindful that they are both supporting the numbers we are reporting. And there are numbers that are not showing up in the remittances figures. Perhaps they are showing up in the imports that we have. And we need to rechannel those numbers correctly to where they need for more national visibility. Those will be my key takes. There are numbers we don't have because the people in the dark don't use the systems we have put in place, and they are likely to stay dark, but perhaps creating a way to recognize those numbers correctly in their right place will be a natural starting place to show that remittances may be $3 billion instead of 1.5, because they are numbers we are not able to see, given their nature.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. To Christopher, as you give us your parting shots, do you think there are any regulatory or policy changes as well that are needed in the insurance sector to better the conversation on remittances and the volumes?
Oh, thank you, Mildred. I think from the regulatory perspective, we would really think of how we can harmonize the insurance, banking, and mobile money regulations to support the remittances channel. Most importantly, in terms of creating platforms, for example, the remittance-linked insurance policies, it is important that the regulators come up with policies that can support such product propositions, but also, importantly, to offer tax reliefs or incentives to such products that are created through that channel. Because one, as you know, insurance is on cash and carry. So if one is doing a remittance and they're getting the buying policy through that particular channel, then we need to promote that channel and then provide tax incentives to really offer more than just risk management, but also life sustainability to the individuals that they leave behind. I've already talked about the Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme that is managing the risk of our migrant workers outside Uganda. Of course, you know that in the bilaterals, the Ugandan government has signed with, for example, the Saudi Kingdom, is that there is some bit of insurance. But that doesn't take away all the risks that the migrants are facing. So for us, on the regulatory perspective, it's call upon government to embrace the Uganda Migrant Workers Insurance Scheme, just like what other countries have done. I know the migrants have quite a number of challenges, but progressively we can achieve and we can get the promised land. And then lastly is to really support micro-insurance products and support the digital agenda across the nation. Insurance and financial inclusion, no insurance inclusion, can only grow in today's age if we leverage a digital agenda. We cannot roll the old models to think we can change the narrative of risk management and insurance in the market. So for me, my role is major to call upon the financial institutions and the fintechs, plus the government bodies and the regulators to support the digital innovations, but also support the new innovations that can change the narrative of risk management and insurance, where we are providing products that speak the needs of the Ugandans of today and tomorrow, having products that are priced in an affordable manner, but also coming up with processes that make access to insurance easy, and lastly, the claim processing, very simple in the sense that people see and trust insurance services in the short and in the long run. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hilary, you will have the final one on your parting shots, but also, are there any collaborations, especially even with the private sector, that you think can come through to better both the receivers and the senders?
Yes, the collaborations have been there, and this is mainly with the banking sector, who are very key in this aspect of the remittances, to make sure that the channels for remittances are available to these workers, and also the cost, to look at the costs. We have also partnered with insurance companies to bring them on board to identify the different investment options available for these migrant workers sending remittances home. But of course also with the NSSF, NSSF has the voluntary contribution scheme, and we are encouraging migrant workers who can to take advantage of that option. And I think there is a sizable number of Ugandans working in diaspora who have been onboarded on the NSSF voluntary savings scheme. So all those partnerships have been going on.
Okay. Thank you very much. And of course, the conversation will have to continue. It is not ending, because conversations about the cost of transferring, the coverage of traditional means, the use that Alan was talking about, and then integration on return, that is very, very key. But above all, as we get done, the issue of information and data is very, very important. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Maurice, I think that's all the time that we could be able to use.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate our panel session 2? I'll ask the photographer for you to stand and have a photo moment. I'll also request that the panelists don't go too far. After the minister has made her speech, we'll give you a small token. So that will happen after the minister has made her statement, and please don't go anywhere. So yourself, Mildred, and the panelists, please take a photo. And I'll request the panelists and yourself, Mildred, not to go very far. My reward for you is to stay around, and I give you a token, will be that there is lunch after that, right? Honorable Minister, there could never have been a better time for you to join us. This was the perfect session for you to find ongoing because it speaks to your space, and we are excited you are here with us. But Honorable Minister, there are several stakeholders in this room. Mine is to, since I don't have a lot of time, is to invite our Executive Director at the Uganda Bankers Association to invite you to make your statement this morning as our chief guest. Can we welcome the Executive Director to welcome the Honorable Minister?
Thank you very much. Indeed, Maurice. Thank you very much, Mildred, and indeed your wonderful panel. The Honorable Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Affairs, we are very honored to have you here. We really appreciate your presence. This is a very pregnant political season. And you can imagine getting the minister here, but the subject matter before us is important. In the morning, we had an opening session where we had several speakers, including the European Union, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and of course the governor delivered the keynote address. We have had 2 panels, one of them examining the role, and most importantly, the second one, the challenges, with the whole objective of unlocking the potential before us. So I think, like Maurice said, it is the appropriate time for you, and at this juncture, I would like to invite you to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are those that are no longer here, like the head of EU delegation to Uganda, You know, when they write for you speeches, for them, they put everybody invited. So let me recognize the chairperson, Uganda Bankers Association, all the bankers and all of you in your various capacities. It's my pleasure to be here today to delve into the discussion, which is very crucial to our economy. Unfortunately, my staff told me that I was supposed to be at 11:30. But when I reached here, I saw the program of 9:30. So excuse me for that. It was a mishap in my office. But allow me to appreciate the Uganda Bankers Association, especially the ED, for organizing this conference, especially touching on to the ministry that I had, delving into the impact of remittances on development. I'm glad that I came when the Bank of Uganda has given you all the statistics, that there are panels that have already articulated the intricacies related to addressing labor migration, management, facilitating financial transactions, offering financial services to migrant workers and their families, and providing other services. So when I came here, I thought of first, in my experience as the minister in charge of migration, I've moved all over the world to meet these people. And they are segmented. There are those who travel in official capacity as professionals. Actually, when you go to UAE, you go to Qatar, you go to Saudi, you go to UK, you go to USA, you'll find those who are really, really professionals, working as professionals. Then you're going to have those who are semi-skilled, those who have gone through the normal route of migrant workers with employment visas. Then you have these categories that are illegal. And I'm glad that the one who is working with now the pension what? No? Deposit protection, has told you his experience. A number of Ugandans in London, you go to US, especially Boston, because I go to most of those areas. Boston, UK, Dubai, Deira, you go to Saudi. Even in Saudi, they have a Ugandan area where there are those who just receive those who have traveled and turn them into illegal migrants. Even those who have traveled properly, they reach there, they turn them into illegal migrants. Because when they travel from here, they will travel to go to a sponsor. They reach there, somebody tells them, when you reach, go to the bathroom, remove your uniform, come, you find me putting on this. They hijack them, then they now take them into illegal route. So it's so complex when you look at it. So for me, over the years, I have interacted with all these people, and the topic today is about remittances. I know remittances is a key driver, and I'm told that the statistics has already been indicated to you. We are now at 1.42 billion. When I came to this ministry, we were about $700 million. We have now moved. But what is it that remittances, most of the people, and you are the bankers, I would want you to look more into what drives someone to go abroad, and what do they want to remit their money for. Once you understand that, then you are able to develop the product. 2, understand the categories. There are categories that will go formal, that are able to remit formally. That's okay. But there are categories that are underground, and they will remit through underground methods. So you need to segment this, and that's why I agree with the concept of research. When you do research, you have to segment them. When I went to do my research for trying to get people who were in Dubai illegally, I had negotiated with organization of OIM, International Migration, to bring back those who had overstayed. Those who had gone illegally, overstayed, they needed to return home. And we had brought over 2,000 back. But there are those that had refused to come back. So I said, let me first go to this Dubai and find out why someone would refuse to come back. So I went and I decided to be a normal Ugandan. And I said, I will be in 5 days. Every day I will leave my hotel and go to Deira, for those who know Dubai. Deira is where all sorts of illegal migrants from Africa will be, in Sabuka, and then there are those that are in many places. So I ended up where Ugandans, girls who undertake prostitution, do their things illegal, and that country is not easy. Those who sell alcohol, imagine a Muslim country where people are selling alcohol underground, and they are getting their money, serious money. They're illegal, they are undertaking illegal activities, and they are remitting that money. So I had to understand, how are they remitting this money? So one of them took me to a place, because I said, I want to remit my money. I've been here for so long. I'm doing this job. I'm not going to tell you the job I said I was doing. So I said, I'm in this job, but it's illegal. How do I send my money? Then they said, okay, you come and we take you. So there is a runabout where they gather around Sabuka, there in Deira. They took me there. They took me into a very small room. And I found there a gentleman who is a Ugandan, and said, how much do you send home? I said, this amount. He said, leave it here. So I left the money there, and then he called someone in Kampala, and the person in Kampala he told him, hey, the Mchala wants 5 million. Do you have 5 million now? She's putting it now. The other one said, yes, I have. He said, can you send someone to go and pick now? I sent someone. The person went to the office in Kampala. Me, I'm still seated in this office in Deira in Dubai with my 5 million equivalent in front of this gentleman. And the gentleman calls Kampala, and the office in Kampala issues 5 million in Kampala. Is that also called remittance? That's why, for me, I want the practical solution. So I sat there, and the only thing he says, you pay me my 100 dirham. 100 dirham is like also equivalent of 120 here. So I said, 5 million, I'm paying 100 dirham, no problem. So I finished. I remitted my money. So I said, now I want to send some TV home. I want to send some T-shirts home. I want to shop. But my luggage is only 2. I'm going with economy. I have only 2 pieces of luggage, 23 kg each. How do I send these things, which is about 300 kilograms? The person said, okay, For each of the kilograms, you are going to give me $5. That is cheaper than if I was going to buy online or at the airport. So he said, pay your $5 per what? Per kilograms, and leave it here. So I was panicking. Will my TV reach? Will my this reach? But I had gone for research. So I said, this money, even if it goes, let me first do my research, because I want to know. This, and all this I'm dealing with people who went with visitors visa to Dubai. They do not have legal status in Dubai, but they are trading, they are shipping, and they are doing all this. So I bought all my luggages. They were about 500 kg, 500 something. I paid the $5. I boarded. I came. The following day, he even said, you don't need to pay. Just the kg was measured, the person took it, and I paid when they delivered in my office. I landed like today. The following day, my goods was in my office. That is when they knew I was the minister. Because the gentleman had to deliver those goods from their area to my office in the Ministry of Gender. So you can see the complexity. We are here in this room. We are discussing remittance. We are discussing remittance related to banking transfer. Am I right? Are we discussing remittance on banking transfer? So mine is, there are so many forms of remittance now that people have designed. So we must look at the formal one, and you as bankers, as people in the fintech, can you try and look at avenue through which you are able to design products? For you don't think about someone who is illegal, someone who is legal. Think about money. No, so. How can money, or it is not possible? I'm leaving you with the assignment. Can you try to look at avenues where? Because when I spoke to a number of these people, there are about 5 areas or 6 where they tell me they remit money home. Number 1, remittance home, they are saving so that they come back home and start small businesses. In most of the cases when I sit with them, they said, you know, getting capital in Uganda, you need land title, you need this. I don't have land. I'm a poor person. So I need money to save. Somebody even told me, if I can only get 10 million, I will leave this country. It's too hot, it's too what? Uganda is good, I will go. So they are saving to get 10 million so that they come back and start a small business. Can you think through, for these ones who go, can you work with the Ministry of Gender and develop a product that can support them to know if you, for example, save with my bank and your money, 20% you are able to put, I will give you a fixed account with this interest, and after your 2 years, this money can accumulate to between 10 to 30 million, and you are able, depending on the job, the person, and the salary. Because for us, our work is to regulate. We have bilateral labor agreements that we sign. We have companies, he told you, we have licensed companies. These licensed companies, we have electronic system that processes jobs, that sign contracts, so we know how much each one is earning. So can you work with us, and we are able to convince these people before they go, you come and give financial literacy, you give your products, we call them in a meeting like this before they travel, and you give your various products. And then those products, they are able to choose if it's fixed deposit, if it's saving, and most of them would accept. Because personally, me as a politician, I opened a cooperative for my people who want to travel abroad. So far, there are about 300 and something who has traveled on my cooperative. I lend them money for input. These companies, when he spoke here, they didn't tell you input. The companies will charge you to process you to go abroad. Some people will pay 5 million, 10 million, how much? So they go with debts. So what they start with doing is to pay back the debts. So for me, what I did was to look at a way of supporting my people. I give you money through the cooperative. When you go, you start paying my cooperative. And some of them ended up opening an account with the cooperative, and they save money when they come back because they don't trust relatives. Majority of the relatives you send money to you saw a story where a lady came and committed suicide. It's a story of 2 weeks ago. She has been giving money to the boyfriend. She came back. She found the boyfriend had married another woman with her money. So when she reached the house she had worked for 4 years, constructed, another woman was there with the man. And the man says, we can all stay together. Those are real stories. That's why sometimes when they write for me these good speeches, I come here and I fail to read them. Because my speech here is talking about the cost of handling, remittance, unemployment, and so on. But to me, there are things that we need to do. So I would request that, yes, you need to look at cost of remittance, the formal channel of remitting for those who go formally, for those who will opt for formally. Then simplification of remittance, which is not so. If you have, like Post Bank, you have Wendy, there are people who have this. When you go to Dubai, you'll have MoneyGram, you'll have RIA. This is the first time I knew that there is a money transfer system called RIA, R-I-A. I didn't know. So the man said, no, this one is better than MoneyGram. They know all this. They know the cost in their fingertip. Can you imagine? Those people are not easy. So for most of the low-class people, and they are the majority, the cleaners, the housemaids, they go to the local gentlemen there to do remittance. So I request you to look at this as a complex matter, design accounts and products that attract them to first invest. Because if you let them invest in your banking system, instead of remitting through this informal sector, they will be attracted by your product and invest knowing that my money is safe. In 2 years, I will go back and find. 2, have products that can link them to housing system and land purchase. Because majority of them want to buy land and come back and construct a home. So please have that linkage, a product that can make somebody know if I am in a bank like this, then they can link with people selling land, people constructing, and they can design me a small plan of 1-bedroom house, and I will go back and find my house. Can't banking system design that? You have a cooperation between the migrants, and I confirmed that because when I came and I interested NSSF, they were apprehensive. So I traveled with them to the UK. I said, let's go to the UK convention. And we talked to these people to sell the Solana project. When we went the first time 2 years ago, we reached there, we sold the product in a meeting like this. The following year when we returned, about 11 people had purchased the NSS Solana project. So it is something that it's better to understand how these people, most of them want homes, and there are high-end homes that people want. They want to look at plans. So please try to look at that. People want to pay school fees. People want to understand how they are able to be secured. So for me, My task to you is that please develop products. Let's work together as a ministry. Come with a product proposition that you will sell to these people before they go. We can convene meetings before they travel. You come, sit with them, and give them the product proposition, the saving proposition, and the product proposition. So, but as government, I can confirm and assure you that with our externalization program, which is a statutory instrument, we are actively now pursuing the policy. We will invite you to also give your input on the policy, but we know that majority of this youth, now we have the number of youth is really high in our population. Underemployment, unemployment drives people to go abroad to work. It is not a bad thing. It is a global phenomenon. Let us make it safe. Let us make it orderly. Let us make it formal. Let us have products that will support them to invest back into our country. That's why you see, when you look at the number of people from India, from China, that are globally working in all these countries, you will know that you cannot stop the issue of migration. So how do we leverage it through fintech to support our people? With that, I want to congratulate you for this meeting and commit that government of Uganda will continue to ensure that we work together so that this investment translates into the development of our country. I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
So I did not read whoever wrote the speech, I'm sorry.
Honorable Minister, before you leave, I would like the executive team to join you for a photo. May I invite the chair and the SEC to come? The sake of UBA, not the sake of the political party. The sake of UBA. I am very careful. They said we are in a political season. This was Wilbrod's words. So when I say sake, some people may stand. No, I am talking about sake of UBA. And I'll invite our partners, IOM, IFAD, and Mastercard, please, to join them. Yes. Please come. David, you're now the one who's the, representative of IFAD here, so it is important that you join them, all right? Honorable Minister, we want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for your candid and honest feedback today. And we are listening. The stakeholders here clearly have taken some notes. The financial institutions picking on the data that has been shared, and we want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for joining us. Members of the press, the Minister will be with you very shortly, so you will make your way to the VIP room where the press interview will happen, and I'll invite Wilbrod to escort the Honorable Minister to the VIP room. Honorable Minister, we have a very small briefing for you and the media in 5 minutes, and Wilbrod will lead you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can we honestly once again thank the Honorable Minister for joining us? So I'll invite Edgar to stay back and invite Mildred and her panel. Please come. We have a small token for you. Edgar, you will help us word this next set. Edgar. This small token for the session, panel session 2, please. Members of the media, you'll join the Honorable Minister shortly in the VIP room where there's a press briefing. Wilbrod will lead the Minister to the press room. All right, so we'll start. Mildred will be the last. Our panelists from session 2, please come. We have Mr. Hilary Talemwa. Yes. Edgar, you'll do the honors right there in the middle. Yes, and you'll stay with us then for another photo. Mr. Christopher Sengendo. Thank you very much, Talemwa, from the ministry. We have Christopher Sengendo next. Yes. Don't go very far, Talemwa. Stay there. We have another photo with your placard. Don't go very far. Stay nearby. There you go. Mr. Alan, who shared his experience. And we want to thank you. He says he's now reintegrated. And then lastly, Haji Ibrahim Bogere. Haji, thank you so much. And finally, our moderator, Mildred Heise. Please come. We want to appreciate all of you for the insights into our panel session 2. And we want to thank you very much. We'll have a group photo with Edgar. Yes, Mildred, Edgar mentioned that he had almost forgotten there's you. We thank you, Edgar Biama, CEO KCB Bank, and also a member of the SEC, UBA SEC. All right, so we'll have a photo. Edgar, you'll be in the middle. And let's also make sure Mildred is also in the middle somewhere, because this panel, and I now know why Patricia asked Mildred to handle this panel. It was very imbalanced, extremely imbalanced. So, there you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, our lunch is ready. We'll be going to Katonga Hall. Katonga Hall is upstairs. We'll make your way to the Katonga Hall for lunch. Let's have our next session start at exactly 2:15 p.m. So panel session 3 will be starting at 2:15 p.m. And I'll request our session moderator and the panelists to be here by 2:10. Ms. Brenda Mpora and your panel, please do ensure you're here with us in time to start our third session at exactly 2:15. So we want to welcome you to lunch, ladies and gentlemen. You can now make your way. The coupons will be at the entrance as you make your way to the serving center. The team will be providing those coupons as you get in. So make your way, please, to Katonga for lunch and join us for the second half of the 8th edition of our annual Bankers Conference
That's why
at
Mastercard
2:15.
is working with businesses, fintechs, banks, and others to power the future of money movement. A future where people and companies everywhere can pay and get paid in the way that's best for them. Mastercard Move's broad set of capabilities enables you to offer your customers more choice and control over how and where they send and receive money. From supporting a loved one back home to receiving your earnings flexibly, from issuing refunds with ease to paying global suppliers quickly, we'll help you power a portfolio of fast, transparent, secure, and competitive options for people to move their money. So together, we can empower more people and businesses around the world. Set money in motion with Mastercard Move.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dolosi, your answer, please.
Flexible, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya send this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean Flexible does all that.
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled, as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today. In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled, as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
This day is important because it gives us the opportunity to pause and reflect about not just the transaction, but the purpose of this transaction, which could range from supporting a family in day-to-day needs at home, like paying electricity, paying water, or paying for school fees for a child to go to school, or paying a health bill for a relative in hospital. So it is just bigger than a transaction. Through Remittance Solutions, I think we have empowered families to receive money faster, quicker, through a trusted platform, but also to ensure that the dreams that they have back home are fulfilled. Our partnership with the International Fund of Agricultural Development, or called IFAD, is quite important because it has given us the opportunity to advance shared values like financial inclusion, like supporting of women in the rural areas to become financially stable. We have also been able to increase formal options of receiving remittances via FlexiPay. So I think those are key important attributes for both the bank and also for IFAD. So on this International Day of Family Remittances, the message I would like to leave to all Ugandans is to continue using FlexiPay because it's cheap, it's affordable, it's reliable, and it's a trusted platform. So encourage your friends and family abroad to send you money via FlexiPay so that you continue to do those things that they have asked you to do and the reason why you have received that money.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket. In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, with every investment. All right.
When money moves, people and businesses prosper. That's why Mastercard is working with businesses, fintechs, banks, and others to power the future of money movement. A future where people and companies everywhere can pay and get paid in the way that's best for them. Mastercard Move's broad set of capabilities enables you to offer your customers more choice and control over how and where they send and receive money. From supporting a loved one back home to receiving your earnings flexibly, from issuing refunds with ease to paying global suppliers quickly, we'll help you power a portfolio of fast, transparent, secure, and competitive options for people to move their money. So together, we can empower more people and businesses around the world. Set money in motion with Mastercard Move.
Good morning, Kampala, and a very warm welcome to the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Today, we're diving deep into the heart of what truly fuels Uganda's progress. Our mission, as always, is to harness the potential and maximize the impact of remittances on development. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by visionary leaders, groundbreaking innovators, insightful trendsetters, and representatives from the government of Uganda. Together, we'll dissect and discuss the driving forces behind the changes shaping the future of remittances in our beloved Uganda. A huge thank you to our incredible sponsors who truly need no introduction. A special round of applause for the Bank of Uganda and our official sponsor for the past 8 years, Mastercard. We also extend our deepest gratitude to IFAD, PAPS, MTN Momo, Wendy,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. we are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy, your answer please.
FlexiPay, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money that I have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya send this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean FlexiPay does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
This day is important because it gives us the opportunity to pause and reflect about not just the transaction, but the purpose of this transaction, which could range from supporting a family in day-to-day needs at home, like paying electricity, paying water, or paying for school fees for a child to go to school, or paying a health bill for a relative in hospital. So it is just bigger than a transaction. Through remittance solutions, I think we have empowered families to receive money faster, quicker, through a trusted platform, but also to ensure that the dreams that they have back home are fulfilled. Our partnership with the International Fund of Agricultural Development, or called IFAD, is quite important because it has given us the opportunity to advance shared values like financial inclusion, like supporting of women in the rural areas to become financially stable. We have also been able to increase formal options of receiving remittances via FlexiPay. So I think those are key important attributes for both the bank and also for IFAD. So on this International Day of Family Remittances, the message I would like to leave to all Ugandans is to continue using FlexiPay because it's cheap, it's affordable, it's reliable, and it's a trusted platform. So encourage your friends and family abroad to send you money via FlexiPay so that you continue to do those things that they have asked you to do and the reason why you have received that money.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, a right.
Good morning, Kampala, and a very warm welcome to the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Today, we're diving deep into the heart of what truly fuels Uganda's progress. Our mission, as always, is to harness the potential and maximize the impact of remittances on development. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by visionary leaders, groundbreaking innovators, insightful trendsetters, and representatives from the government of Uganda. Together, we'll dissect and discuss the driving forces behind the changes shaping the future of remittances in our beloved Uganda. A huge thank you to our incredible sponsors who truly need no introduction. A special round of applause for the Bank of Uganda and our official sponsor for the past 8 years, Mastercard. We also extend our deepest gratitude to IFAD, PAPS, MTN Momo, Wendy, Interswitch, and FlexiPay. Your invaluable support makes this momentous event possible. This isn't just a conference, it's a dynamic launchpad for ideas, a powerful catalyst for action, and a joyous celebration of the unbreakable bond between Ugandans here at home and those contributing from abroad. So, join the conversation, share your insights, connect with fellow changemakers, and let's ensure this year's conference is the most impactful yet. Get ready to be inspired, challenged, and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of remittances in Uganda starts now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy, your answer, please.
FlexiPay, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean FlexiPay does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
Very warm welcome to the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Today, we're diving deep into the heart of what truly fuels Uganda's progress. Our mission, as always, is to harness the potential and maximize the impact of remittances on development. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by visionary leaders, groundbreaking innovators, insightful trendsetters, and representatives from the government of Uganda. Together, we'll dissect and discuss the driving forces behind the changes shaping the future of remittances in our beloved Uganda. A huge thank you to our incredible sponsors who truly need no introduction. A special round of applause for the Bank of Uganda and our official sponsor for the past 8 years, Mastercard. We also extend our deepest gratitude to IFAD, PAPS, MTN Momo, Wendy, Interswitch, and FlexiPay. Your invaluable support makes this momentous event possible. This isn't just a conference, it's a dynamic launchpad for ideas, a powerful catalyst for action, and a joyous celebration of the unbreakable bond between Ugandans here at home and those contributing from abroad. So, join the conversation, share your insights, connect with fellow changemakers, and let's ensure this year's conference is the most impactful yet. Get ready to be inspired, challenged, and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of remittances in Uganda starts now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy, your answer please.
Flexible, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean Flexible does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just follow amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today.
This day is important because it gives us the opportunity to pause and reflect about not just the transaction, but the purpose of this transaction, which could range from supporting a family in day-to-day needs at home, like paying electricity, paying water, or paying for school fees for a child to go to school, or paying a health bill for a relative in hospital. So it is just bigger than a transaction. Through remittance solutions, I think we have empowered families to receive money faster, quicker, through a trusted platform, but also to ensure that the dreams that they have back home are fulfilled. Our partnership with the International Fund of Agricultural Development, or called IFAD, is quite important because it has given us the opportunity to advance shared values like financial inclusion, like supporting of women in the rural areas to become financially stable. We have also been able to increase formal options of receiving remittances via FlexiPay. So I think those are key important attributes for both the bank and also for IFAD. So on this International Day of Family Remittances, the message I would like to leave to all Ugandans is to continue using FlexiPay because it's cheap, it's affordable, it's reliable, and it's a trusted platform. So encourage your friends and family abroad to send you money via FlexiPay so that you continue to do those things that they have asked you to do and the reason why you have received that money.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, all right.
warm welcome to the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Today, we're diving deep into the heart of what truly fuels Uganda's progress. Our mission, as always, is to harness the potential and maximize the impact of remittances on development. We're incredibly fortunate to be joined by visionary leaders, groundbreaking innovators, insightful trendsetters, and representatives from the government of Uganda. Together, we'll dissect and discuss the driving forces behind the changes shaping the future of remittances in our beloved Uganda. A huge thank you to our incredible sponsors who truly need no introduction. A special round of applause for the Bank of Uganda and our official sponsor for the past 8 years, Mastercard. We also extend our deepest gratitude to IFAD, PAPS, MTN Momo, Wendy, Interswitch, and FlexiPay. Your invaluable support makes this momentous event possible. This isn't just a conference, it's a dynamic launchpad for ideas, a powerful catalyst for action, and a joyous celebration of the unbreakable bond between Ugandans here at home and those contributing from abroad. So, join the conversation, share your insights, connect with fellow changemakers, and let's ensure this year's conference is the most impactful yet. Get ready to be inspired, challenged, and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of remittances in Uganda starts now.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dorothy, your answer, please.
FlexiPay, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean FlexiPay does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today. In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, alright. In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish.
ova ku mwana gwe nonya change.
Neyanziza nnyo.
Nange kwepera.
Yes, sir.
Zo ziri mmeka?
Ziri 3 kitundu.
3 kitundu?
Yes, sir.
Naye baba. Sente nga zinsugeddeko.
But uncle, you can't get from your phone.
Let's keep on playing your bodies. What did you mean? Mwebalo tegeka. Nze no bola bankoye. Kuva ku makya ndi mu shopping. Juma jangu yambe ku munno mutikula ebintu. Muli mutya?
Uncle, you're suffering again. Can you can put it on your phone and make money?
Bye-bye. Musulidde omutima. Ondaze okwagala. Naye thanks for calling. Empombo bazikyaliwo awo jajja mwongereko oyagala nnyo olw'ekinyeebwa
kandete kando
tewetaaga kutambula gwe ne bw'otuula senga n'atuma olina okugumiikiriza
All right, welcome back. This is usually the most difficult part, right? First of all, keeping you awake after lunch is a problem. And so I hope every moderator that comes has to note the part that one member of the table will be dozing off, right? I am requesting, if you have somebody seated next to you, just keep tapping them or keep them busy. Keep them busy. I don't know how we can do that. The other thing you can do is open the photo gallery and keep busy. Look at everyone in the photo gallery. If you haven't seen your photo, let me know. Where's the cameraman? We need to start. You haven't seen yourself? I am bringing the cameraman to that table. Even you. But Kathy, you are not here. Kathy, you are not here. Yeah, you see? Now I know my people. I know. So if you haven't seen yourself in the photo gallery, let me know. Because I know that when you share a photo, you're going to remind people where you are. And for UBA purposes, this is good. Yeah? So visibility is very good. So scan the QR code, look at the photos, find yourself. If you think that was the wrong side the picture was taken, I can bring back the cameraman. Yeah, because ladies, I'm told, have sides. My right side, my left side, my photogenic side. For us, the men, we don't care. We must start. So mine is first to request that Ms. Mpora checks that all her panelists are here. If they're here, we will be able to start. And this is the most interesting segment. We're talking about innovation, technology, amidst the initial conversations we've been having on remittances. And her panel has promised to even give me some time back so we can recover some time for maybe a Q&A session. And if you can, please open up the Q&A session. If you can't, we'll use the platforms that are available. If you're watching us online, please share your comment in the comment section on YouTube. We've picked some of your comments. Alan, there was a comment from someone on YouTube to DPF. I'll come to you if we find time to reply. There was feedback on why we don't have some of the other agencies that are involved in money transfer business here in Uganda not present in the room. I'll throw that to UBA because we all know who they are, and they are within some of our financial institutions. But I guess because the financial institutions are here, they are represented in a way. But also the partners of some of these transfer agencies are also here in the room. And so this conversation is a bit broader than just those 2 or 3 money transfer platforms that we know about. So this second half of this 8th edition of the Annual Bankers Conference will have 2 sessions, and then thereafter we will just have a wrap-up at the end, and hopefully before 5:30, because that's when we must close and allow you to go and turn to any other business. So on behalf of UBA, I want to welcome you back. Welcome to our afternoon session. We're going to try and recover some of this time we've lost in the 2 sessions that are coming this afternoon. Our very first moderator this 3rd session is Brenda Mpora, Head of FinTech Business, Postbank Uganda. She's also the Vice Chairperson, UBA's Digital Financial Services Committee. So Miss Brenda, please come. As she walks to the stage, they will be looking at technological innovations shaping the future of remittances, exploring the transformative role of digital technologies, fintech, and emerging technologies in enhancing remittance systems. Miss Brenda? She was here. Okay. Please come. As she makes her way, I really want us once again to thank our sponsors. Can we appreciate our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen? Our official sponsor, Mastercard, and all the other stakeholders here. We really want to appreciate you for making sure this happens. The family at UBA appreciates all of you and wants to thank you so much for being part of this 8th edition. If you missed it, we've mentioned that this relationship, ABC, is a marriage with Mastercard, and we are working on a long-term relationship that is definitely growing. We will appreciate, and we appreciate, because we were speaking to remittances, all the stakeholders in this space who have joined us this edition to support the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. I'll now turn to Miss Brenda, who has exactly 45 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Maurice. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch break. I hope you had a good one. My name is Brenda Mpora, Head of FinTech Business at Postbank, and I also serve as Vice Chair, Uganda Bankers Association, Digital Financial Services Committee with the Uganda Bankers Association. So they've given me 30 minutes. We won't go into much time, but I will be moderating the session around technological innovations shaping the future of remittances. So we've heard that we've gotten to the point of receiving $1.4 billion annually, and that can only happen with technology. It has happened with the support of technology, and we've seen countries that are doing much more. Egypt is receiving about $24 billion annually. Nigeria receiving about $20 billion annually. So this topic, we are going to explore scalable innovations and how we can apply them across. We are going to also see how we can achieve broader financial inclusion. Please join me to welcome the brilliant panelists. The first one being Mr. Ndovu Victor. He is the Vice President and Head Business Development, East Africa at Mastercard. Victor, welcome on board. Show him some love, please. He brings deep expertise in digital payments strategy across Africa with a focus on identity verification, tokenization, and cross-border innovations. At Mastercard, he leads regional efforts to expand inclusive digital financial ecosystems, particularly for underserved populations. Our second panelist is Ms. Jemima Karuchi, Chief Products Officer, MTN Momo. Please welcome Jemima as she comes to join us. She's a seasoned teleco and product executive spearheading financial inclusion innovations at MTN Momo. She plays a pivotal role in expanding MTN Momo's platform to accommodate cross-border remittances and partnerships with international money transfer operators. Our next panelist is Ms. Damali Sajabi, the head products East Africa, transaction processing, and Valve Card Scheme, InterSwitch East Africa. She leads regional product innovation at InterSwitch, focusing on payment interoperability, shared infrastructure, and the Valve Card Scheme. Her role bridges banks, fintechs, governments in creating low-cost, scalable payment and remittance solutions. Our final panelist will be Mr. Chitagenda Salim. He's the head of products at Stanbic Bank Uganda. You guys are not happy. Why? He leads business strategy, digital financial products, distribution, and innovation management. He's passionate about improving lives through technology and has played a pivotal role in addressing client journey pain points across origination, payments, and servicing. He has worked with key partners in remittance space to deliver impactful solutions. I think you've heard the bios for the panelists. Personally, these are people I know both on a professional and personal level. They've been innovators, they've been around the technical space, and most of, if not all the products we are celebrating today that have led Uganda to receive the $1.4 billion have been innovated by probably the team you see here. Actually, probably means I'm not sure. By the team you see here, they've done quite great work. I'll start off with Victor. The first question goes to you, Victor. What global experiences does Mastercard bring to scale remittance flows in Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. So first of all, just to acknowledge everyone that is here. So I want to start by just mentioning, I think, something that was mentioned earlier on today. Mastercard is not a card company. So I just want to put it out there. Yes, we are involved in cards, but we also do a lot of things beyond cards. And one of them is remittances. And I guess the reason why I'm saying that is because if we do not ensure that that message is brought out, that we do other things beyond cards, then I think we are missing an opportunity to be able to actually alert the audience here that we do other things beyond cards. So as much as we do cards, we're also into remittances with your account-to-account transactions or funding, which I'll speak to shortly. We're also doing mobile, we're doing contactless, we also do other forms of payment such as crypto, stable coins, anything that is futuristic. So Mastercard is really a network that connects whether it's your merchants, your issuers, your government, and your consumers, for them to be able to transact in a safe, secure manner. Now, just coming back to the question that you asked, what is Mastercard doing in this space from a global perspective? Earlier on this morning, I think it was mentioned that we are a network that covers or spans more than 180 countries. So already you can see the breadth of how we connect with the different countries, the different audiences that we serve. And within that, we look at many different currencies. I think, again, if I go back to Sharia Ali's presentation earlier on, we're actually part of 80 currencies that we manage in a very complex organization. And we do that, obviously, to manage how money moves and with the exchange rates that are applicable. No other company does that. We're actually the biggest fintech globally today. And then we also mentioned that we are connected to probably 95% of every single individual globally today. So that means we are connected to the world in a very big way. Now the question I have is, the $1.4 billion that we get as Uganda, is that enough? Could we not just double it to, let's say, $3 billion in the next year, or even triple it to $4.5 billion? What stops us from doing it if we have the right technologies in place? And that's the challenge that I'll put across everyone that is here, because I think it is in our hands to be able to do that. But I'll speak a little bit about other things, right? So again, I mentioned that, we look at account to account in this remittance space. So you're moving money from an account to your account. Again, this is not really a card rail, but it's movement of money the same way that you'd find your traditional money remittance companies do. And then you've got your account or your card to card or card to mobile or wallet or card to even pickups. And one of the things that we do very well, and especially here in this market, is that we've seen the growth of our technologies now infiltrating some of our banking partners, and they're starting to utilize those services. And I think I'll mention just a couple. I'll even start with your bank, Postbank. You, as Postbank, are actually a receiving entity using our transfer solution, which obviously we've rebranded as Mastercard, for all remittances to be received in Uganda through our channels. And again, we've got banks like Equity, we've got Unimoney in this space. And then one of the things that I'll also touch on is real-time payments, which is, why are we in this modern day and age still talking about, if I initiate a transaction, let's say from Kenya, I get it 2 or 3 days later, when mobile money simply can actually move money pretty quickly. So we actually bring the latest technology or innovation to be able to actually send money from any of the 180 countries that I spoke about, and the consumer will be able to actually receive that remittance, by just clicking my finger, the way I've done just now. And then obviously, just going on a little bit, we obviously are privy to a lot of data, and we use our data to be able to look at how we manage, our foreign exchange intelligence, our pricing, and also help out in terms of liquidity, especially for the B2B companies that are involved in this space. Last but not least, as a global company, we cannot allow our transactions to run through our network if they are not compliant with the regulations or the rules of either the country or our own regulations. So we are paranoid about our security, but we also use our technology to be able to actually ensure that as the transactions are happening, are they tokenized so that that sensitive data is managed in a very compliant way. And also that helps the whole AML, KYC, enhancements that we tend to see in this type of transaction. Then, of course, your secure IDs and verification methods, as well as using our AI capabilities to be able to actually score a transaction as it is happening in real time. So as a global company, in simple terms, I'm saying, we can simply double what we have today in Uganda by leveraging on the capabilities that Mastercard brings to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Well said. Personally, I believe we can double this business because we've seen countries that are doing much more. So I believe with the technology you've told us about tokenization, all that can help us scale further the remittance business. Mastercard has a table outside. They have quite interesting products in case you want to see what they are doing around tokenization and every other thing. So we will go to Jemima to ask her from the perspective of the telecom, share with the audience how MNOs, that's mobile network operators, particularly MTN, is facilitating remittance flows to Uganda. What could be done to enable recipients to utilize these proceeds more productively?
Okay. Thank you so much, Brenda, and good afternoon, everyone. First, I just want to thank everyone for being here and pushing the agenda of remittance. I walked in here with my intern today, Jasmine. She's 15, and she's learning about mobile money and the evolution of mobile money. And she asked me, what is remittance, and what does it mean to the customer? And I tried to explain in a way that was, how remittance, I suppose, was perceived back in the day when someone would send you money from abroad, and you'd have to walk somewhere physically to collect it, and now bring it to where we are now, where the money goes directly to your mobile phone. And that's really the evolution that has come to play with the mobile network operators, yeah? So for us, it's a journey that began, I want to say about 10 years ago. I believe the first corridors we enabled were Uganda to Rwanda and Uganda to Kenya. And it's been a wonderful journey to see people with their families abroad, being able to send money directly to your mobile phone, and all you have to do is either go to an agent or keep the money in your wallet and use it for payments, for bills, for school fees. It's an amazing journey, and I believe it's part of the financial inclusion agenda that we're all part of as the bankers and the mobile network operators. So for us, the journey has been great in that sense, but beyond that, I think it's the best explanation of partnerships, because as mobile networks, we are not able to do it on our own. So what we've done is we've established strategic partnerships with international money transfer operators, with banks, to be able to connect those two worlds, abroad and within the organization, within Uganda itself. The role we play, I believe, is mostly on the customer education. We play the last mile, right? We are the receiver. We power the receiver as well as the sender. So the biggest role I believe we play as MNOs is actually helping that customer understand that they can initiate a payment or a transfer abroad as well as receive from abroad. So that's the main role I believe we play in the enablement of remittance. We face many challenges, but we can speak about that later.
Yeah, thank you, Jemima. Indeed, everyone here can attest to the power of wallets, what it has done with driving remittances in this country. So I will go direct to Damali. How is InterSwitch supporting financial institutions as well as end users in growing remittances?
Thank you, Brenda. Good afternoon, everyone. So InterSwitch is a payments company, and our vision is to create a prosperous Africa that has got seamless payments across the region, across Africa, and we just want to ensure that there is a seamless exchange of value and money. And what we've actually done is build an infrastructure that is robust, that is easy for everyone to connect to, and we've been able to connect different switches, different wallets, the banks, SACCOs, and ensure that that platform is ready for multiple entities to be able to connect to this platform and be able to access and do remittances in a secure manner, cost-efficient manner as well. So the things that we are doing to just support the entire remittances and how we actually support in building this framework. So this framework and infrastructure that we have promotes real-time transaction processing. So this means that someone in London can send you money right now and you receive it right now. That could be in a bank account, it could be in a wallet. Previously, we were seeing about 98% of all the transactions that we were doing last mile transactions for going to the wallets. But I think this year, late last year and this year, we've seen about 15% of them now shifting to the banks. Before it was about 2%. Now it's about 15%. And why is that? That's because the banks have opened up. Many of them have opened up, and we are now able to do the real-time transaction processing. We've enabled other channels on that platform. So apart from just the banks and the wallets, we've enabled push to card. I know Victor has talked about it, but we've enabled push to card, so you should be able to send money to a card. And why the card? Why do we look at the card? I know InterSwitch has got a card scheme called Verve, and we also had to enable Verve to receive money. So if you have clients or recipients who are unbanked, what else can they utilize to receive this money? So that is why we are able to send money into a card, and we have the infrastructure in the country for you to be able to liquidate from the card. We've also ensured that the platform has got an agent network that is interconnected to it. We have about 20,000 plus agents in Uganda right now, quick teller, and you're able to receive money even, because we know Uganda is still a bit of a cash economy. So as we build for the tech savvy, we also need to ensure that even those that are not tech savvy can still also receive their money. So apart from just the channels and real-time payments, we are cognizant of the fact that sometimes the money does not reach the end user, or we know that they may not even utilize the money for what it's supposed to be utilized for. Various speakers earlier today talked about this really, and say people were sending money to build a house, you come back and there is no house, there is no land, and there's nothing basically that you have saved. So we've ensured that the platform can also be able to remit for a purpose, whereby you can be able to pay directly into an investment account, directly into your social security. You can be able to pay school fees directly without sending the money to a third party. So we've ensured that remit for a purpose is there. We've added over 20 plus billers in there. You can be able to pay your taxes directly. So many things that someone abroad can be able to do directly into Uganda without necessarily using a third party and get worried or come back and find nothing. So with all that, we've just done all that to ensure that we reduce the costs and anyone can tap in. Any player can tap in, plug and play. It's easy, it's seamless, and you can, it gives us the speed to market as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Damali, I think you have the right audience. The banks here who are solutioning for diaspora customers will definitely be reaching out for them to see that the customers are remitting for the right purpose direct to their bank accounts. So I'll go to Salim. Which products do you currently have for the diaspora, and how are you leveraging remittance data to develop other tailored financial products for senders and receivers? What constraints, if any, are you facing in serving diaspora customers?
Thank you, Brenda. And maybe before I come to the question, allow me to first congratulate UBA and thank them for organizing this conference. 2 million customers is such a critical mass to be left out. If you look at our salary data in country, so very well, good job done. Now, turning to what the bank has done, firstly, you have to understand the nature of the customer. The customer is not physically present, and so there is a physical barrier. So one of the key things that we did was to enable or enhance our digital platforms for customers who are virtually present to be able to open up accounts, to be able to self-serve through payments or issue instructions, to be able to get loans, or to be able to actually do investment. So that work has been very deliberate to make sure that we are serving both the local and international customers. Now, when you look at some of the solutions that we've had, say SWIFT, which has been largely in the payment space, we have seen the need of the customers changing, and we spoke to it. We spoke to it earlier in the morning, where we say that customers are looking for speed, instant payment, to that matter what Victor is speaking about. Customers are looking for availability 24/7. Now, some of these services, by 3, we are closing. So customers are looking for transparency. So we could only do this by making sure then we are partnering right and we are digitizing right. So from a payment perspective then, we partner with some of the global money transfer organizations to enable us get that availability speed, reduction in cost, for us to be able to have termination in the account and FlexPay. So some of these corridors, the very active corridors, you will see UK, US, Kenya, and South Africa. These are very active corridors. So we've partnered with some of these global money transfer operators, aggregators, to make sure that that enables that group of persons. Now, also on our own systems, we enhance our cards. And what Damal is speaking to, enabling FTA and OCT, is really to enable customers, and we've started to see actually flows coming through cards, where customers are receiving money now through cards that I don't have actually to know your account SWIFT and everything, that I can only know your account number, and I mean your card number, and I can send you money, which is very, very transformative, and it's also real time. So we're seeing that kind of move, and so we're enabling that. The last one, which I want to speak about on payments, really is about, we saw in the numbers that the East African corridor and Kenya specifically contributes about 7%, about 100 billion. And what we did as a global, as a regional player or a continental bank, is to be able to enable customers to transact within the Stanbic ecosystem. So Stanbic, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, to be able to do borderless transfers of money wherever you are, anytime. So that is really to facilitate the payment and remittance space. Now, some of the data that we've seen and looked at is look at the purpose why people are sending money. And people are sending money for the reasons that the minister spoke to really acquire wealth, acquire land, get housing. So being able to then couple on that, bring on diaspora mortgage. Diaspora can as well buy land, so to be able to finance that. And then most importantly is to help them invest money. So we launched our Stanbic collective investment scheme that we are seeing growing, and largely we see diaspora people participating in that, but also being able to enable them to participate in the local market through the bonds and bills. So those are really, first it was to enable the digital platforms, and then being able to serve them has been a quick win for us.
Thank you. Salim, quite interesting how you're supporting the diaspora to remit and invest easily. So I'll go back to you, Victor, with the next question. Beyond facilitating payment flows, how does Mastercard Family support migrant workers or their businesses to transform and grow?
Okay, thank you, Brenda, for that question. Earlier on today, it was mentioned that our platform as Mastercard in Saudi Arabia has become the #1 platform in money transfer business. Again, just going back to how I started the conversation, we are not a card company. It just tells you where we are shifting our focus. We are shifting our focus to areas where we need to support either the economies or power the economies of countries, or to make it convenient for our consumers to be able to actually move money, or most importantly, to provide an interoperable service that allows whether it's the sender or the receiver to receive funds at probably a fraction of the cost that they are actually transacting today. So the first thing is today we are actually contributing towards the movement of money into Uganda. As I said, the challenge remains, how can we even make it better? How can we drive our awareness, our messages around, do the people out there know that this platform is available to them? What does it take for a consumer to be able to transact? So there's going to be a lot of education that will actually come with how we enhance our platforms, etc. And remember, this is a digital transaction. Secondly, we are working with different partners. Seated here are some of them, for example, with our banking partners. When I was listening to Salim a few minutes ago, it is clearly evident that there is more that we can do working with partners. And as I mentioned earlier, we're already working with existing partners in the market to be able to facilitate the movement of money into Uganda. And that is something that is already working and growing as we see today. The third part is obviously the MNO piece. As you know today, MNOs, everybody's got a mobile phone, and it is the most convenient tool to have whenever you are transacting. And when I listened to Jemima's statement earlier on, where she clearly articulated very well how the movement of money works, whether it's the originator or the receiver. We are also happy to inform Uganda, which is nothing new, that we have actually signed a partnership with MTN to actually enable some of these services through their platforms as well. So there's a whole collaborative element that is coming to the table where we are also infusing our capabilities for those transactions to be able to actually work for the consumers. So obviously we are grateful for that partnership as well. But going forward, when it comes to purpose-driven remittances, which I think is an opportunity for us to be able to actually do a better job. So we as Mastercard have what we call a customer solution center, which basically understands the problem statement. And we, after understanding that problem statement, we actually solve the challenge that has been presented to us. And one of those challenges is we heard earlier on, I think there was a panel here that spoke about how do we get more insurance programs, let's say, running into this thing. These are conversations that are already happening on the table. And then, most importantly, how do we now, for example, send money from, let's say, the diaspora into a specific purpose, vehicle, let's say, if it's housing, or whether it's school fees. That are things that we are already, initiating with some of our partners in this market today. And I believe once we start to really address this in a big way with all our partners, then I think the challenge starts becoming easier for us to be able to actually explore and do so much more in this space. And then last but not least, obviously, as a brand, we pay special attention to security. Everyone wants to transact with a brand that is trusted, that they know that whenever I initiate my transaction is safe, and I'm able to then see the transaction from a transparency perspective. I'm able to track it and follow it through. So those are things that already are in motion in this market. All we need to do is just to elevate that conversation to everybody and to ensure that we really drive the agenda in a bigger way.
Thank you, Victor. Just to make sure the audience is still with us, this discussion is taking us around how to explore scalable innovations and apply them across Africa. I think you can hear from the panelists what they are talking about and how do we broaden financial inclusion. We heard from the previous speakers, when the money comes in, what more can we do with it? And also, how do we copy the success of Egypt? Egypt receives $24 billion annually. How do we move from 1.4 to 24 billion? It's only technology, and that is why we have this panel here, and it will take me to the second panelist, Jemima, to discuss what challenges, if any, MNOs or MTN is facing in furthering the growth of remittances. Any proposals as to how these challenges should be addressed? MNOs is mobile network operators. In the event, we are using a lot of lingua. Thank you.
Yes. When it comes to challenges, I would say within the area we operate in, the main one or the first one would be customer education. I still do believe that there are quite a number of Ugandans who perhaps are not aware that they can actually receive money, right? Or send money abroad. So that piece, and that's why I was emphasizing that as mobile network operators, as well as the other wallets, we play a big role in customer awareness because we're talking to customers. These are our customers. So I think the main challenge is understanding, and then post knowing about it, it's how do you go about doing it. So part of what we are doing is improving our journeys, even on the channels that we have. We have remittance available on our app, but also on USSD. And this is acknowledging that a lot of our customers are still USSD customers, right? And a lot of them still have feature phones. So our journey on our USSD was quite lengthy, I have to say, for quite a few years. This year, we optimized it. You can send money easily. And you can imagine within a USSD session, it's 3 minutes for you to complete what you're doing. And if you're someone in the rural area, you're probably doing it for the first time, it's intimidating, as much as all of us are kind of used to dialing those codes. So part of what we are doing in increasing awareness and educating our customers is optimizing the journey to make a transfer, as well as working with our partners abroad to help optimize the journey for the senders as well. Beyond that, we're also looking at ways in which we can prevent fraud. We know that there are very many players that are unlicensed that are carrying out international transfer services in Uganda. So we're working very closely with BOU, with FIA, to try and close that loop, that what we call gray routing loop, which is enabling payments and transfers into the country without knowing who the sender is, which, as you can imagine, is quite a concern for the government here. We also know that there's just a general, I would say, fear of mobile money, and part of what we are trying to do on our side, and because of all the fraud that happens within mobile money, and I suppose even within the banks, is campaigns such as Better Steady. I'm sure most of the Ugandans know about this, but it's essentially telling customers your PIN is yours, keep it safe. If someone calls you and asks you for your PIN, do not answer. So trying to educate, create awareness, and also teach customers what a fraudulent transaction looks like versus what isn't fraudulent. So it's things like that that we're trying to put into the market to help with the challenges.
Okay, thank you for that, Jemima. Back to you, Damali. How else is InterSwitch leveraging its shared infrastructure and regional outreach to promote the growth of remittance?
Thank you, Brenda. I believe we want to double this amount, maybe even triple it. And for me, I believe that we are already there, but maybe the channels are just not the official channels, so we do not get to see that money coming through the official digital channels that we've provided. So the shared infrastructure that we have and how we are able to utilize it is, it has enabled us to be able to bring everyone on board, right? One of the panelists earlier said that we all have to be in this together, right? And we should not leave anyone behind. So as we are trying not to leave anyone behind, we ensure that we are not just only in Uganda, and the platform is not only for Uganda, but we do have all these integrations and aggregations with other countries, different switches. And in East Africa, I know we have the East African community. And how do we then enable all the East African countries to bring in this money? I believe when we partner, like everyone else is saying, then we can even, bring in much more, maybe even more than triple, because we are partnering with many. How do we bring in Somalia? How do we bring in South Sudan? Can we bring in Burundi, into this entire ecosystem? And that is what the shared platform does for us. And the partnerships go beyond even just the region. It's Pan-African. And I'll just give an example. We've partnered with PAPS. I think many of you know PAPS, one of the sponsors. We've partnered with PAPS to ensure that we can be able, someone in Uganda can be able to send and receive money from within multiple African countries. I believe PAPS has got about 18 countries on board right now in Africa. Uganda will be one of them. And why is InterSwitch partnering with PAPS? We're just saying, look, we will be your switch, okay, in Uganda. And that means that every single institution in Uganda can connect through us to PAPS and still be able to send and receive money. And when we say a shared platform and a shared infrastructure, it does not mean that it's only the banking institutions and the fintechs, that need to connect. Even that guy in Dubai that the minister talked about, in some alley there, is able to actually use that very shared platform by just giving them either a portal or an application that they can log into, choose the bank account, ensure it validates, and you're able to see that it's going to the right person and money is received or sent instantly. So it's a shared platform, it's multi-tenant, so it doesn't matter at which level the institution is at, big, small, medium enterprises, everyone can be able to connect. Yeah.
Thank you, Damale. Salim, over to you to our next question. What is Stanbic Bank Uganda doing to mitigate fraud risk to migrant workers arising from the use of digital channels, particularly remittance space?
Thank you. Yeah, it has to be secure by design, from build to actually you launching it. And so key steps, especially in the product formulation, getting the right certification, the PSD, DSS certification, that was very critical. But as well on our own platform, being able to invest in latest AI-powered systems to help you detect, monitor, it has been very important for us. When you look at the space that then we moved into, previously it was easier maybe for banks to monitor transactions that were coming through SWIFT, that they were not real time. So in the current moment, you need an agile platform that can even monitor micro transactions and also that are volatile in nature. So we've had to do a deliberate effort to actually invest in those systems. But most importantly is that also you've had to make sure that the customers are aware. So customer education has been very important. So for us to do, and also I want to thank the UBA for being part of this. We started this journey at a certain time. We were seeing a lot of frauds happening. And investing in technology and then amplifying our customer education has put us in a better place now. But this journey of customer education has to be done, especially for these workers, because there is where the systems then can also not help you, where somebody induces you to make a wrong decision, social engineering. So I like the conversation that the ministry took up to involve us in the training, the pre-departure training, and I note the comment that we are only looking for business, but it is also important that we actually do this training in terms of how to use the systems, how to use the gadgets that we are providing. So it has been largely two things: investment in systems and customer education.
Thank you. Over to you, Victor, as we come to the end of our session. What interventions would Mastercard propose to financial sector players, policymakers, regulators, to not only scale up remittances, but also expand its impact?
All right, thank you again for that question. So I'll start by saying let's upgrade our infrastructure. Let's move away from the legacy systems that have propelled us over the last maybe 50 or so years. I think technology has moved to a point where we are able to actually allow customers to transact in a better way. We want to also give control to the customer to enable them to see those transactions as they happen. We want to enable the customer to make more decisions based on their user preferences. We want to open up more use cases for the customers to be able to actually do more. that way we start playing into how we are going to be able to grow the economy. So, again, legacy systems were designed for a reason, but let's start to move into systems that really support the modern day that we live in today. Let's also look at how we can also remove certain barriers within this space, especially around remittances. A lot has been said this morning around, and I think one of the last panelists that was here spoke about his experience when he was an undocumented migrant in the UK. There should be a way in which we manage these processes better, because ultimately people are there to obviously earn a living, but they also want to contribute back to the homeland. And from studies, we see that 80% of those people that are abroad are sending money to create, obviously, a better saving culture whenever they come back home. And then obviously 20% of that is actually going to be for, certain use cases like your schooling support, housing, et cetera, et cetera. And we want to remove the number of hops that a transaction has to go through before it actually gets to the end point. So that speaks again into the way the real-time payments is becoming a factor in our lives today. That is something that I think we need to, all of us together, start moving into, and Mastercard is already in a position to actually propel that conversation and discussion ahead. We spoke about fees. I think fees came up quite a bit earlier today. Why are we still seeing hefty transaction fees for these transactions to the tune of about 11 or so %? Why can it be reduced to below, let's say, 3%, which ideally will allow more and more people to start sending more funds or remittances into the country? Studies were also done around, for example, the B2B space. Whenever the CEOs of companies wanted to move money from point A to point B between two different countries, one of the things that they were afraid of is just that element of security and trust. Again, we as Mastercard are there to help, provide that stability, security, and transparency for consumers and their businesses, for them to be able to see and be able to do so much more in terms of this. But lastly, we need to just have a collaborative discussion, the same way we're having it today. I think this is a platform that really helps, where you have, whether it is the banks, whether it is the MNOs, the telcos, whether it is the fintechs, the switches, or whether it's the regulator in the house. Let's have a collaborative conversation that actually addresses this conclusively. And let's not shy away from stirring up the pot where we need to actually get the best of our products. So we look forward to obviously, challenging the state of play and doubling, if not tripling, the remittances that come into this market. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Jemima, over to you. What initiatives, if any, is MTN undertaking to minimize fraud, especially cyber fraud targeted at remittance senders, recipients, and how else are you leveraging your relationship with banks and other financial institutions to scale remittance transfers?
Yeah. So I think it's quite similar to what Salim said. You've got to have some way of monitoring. So what we have is a 24/7 monitoring tool, quite expensive, I must add, that helps us monitor all transactions that happen within mobile money. It's on a system level, so at any given time, you'll be able to see what is going beyond certain limits that are permissible. We also, and I spoke to this already, we are doing the heavy lifting on consumer awareness, just helping the customer to get an understanding of how mobile money works, how a real transaction looks like, right? When they receive an OTP request to enter a PIN, do not enter if you're not in front of an agent. So basic things that may be basic to us seated in urban areas, but not so basic for people in the rural areas. We're also using our messaging, so internal, what we call CVM, to send messages out, targeted messages to customers who are prone to fraud. to help them understand how they can keep their PIN safe, how they can identify fraudsters. The other bit that is quite important for us is also partner vetting. And I think this cuts across the banks as well. Before you add a new money transfer organization that has a license from abroad, you've got to carry out the proper vetting process, and obviously working hand in hand with BOU to make sure that you're also signing up the right partner, right? Just because they're coming in with a license from the UK, that doesn't necessarily mean that the funds are actually, or they're doing the right thing, let's say. So we have a very robust partner vetting process that allows us to protect our own customers. So those are the things that we're doing. Regarding our engagements with BOU and what more can we do in partnership, I'd say it's the level of consumer awareness. Everyone needs to hold their inch, even the banks, in educating their own customers. For BOU, FIA, and all the other regulatory agencies, I think it's important for us to curb grey routing in the market. So having scenarios where you have people able to get money from abroad from agents who are not licensed, right? If you go to the park, the bus park, there are very many, agents who are able to actually transfer funds. If you go to Nachibale, the refugee camps, you'll see a lot of exchange of money, and I'm not too sure whether it's actually regulated, right? So if we can all work together as an industry to say that you want it to be regulated, and you know why it's important for you to regulate, because money from sources that are unknown can come into this market, into this country, and do horrendous acts. We've seen it in many markets. So it's all up to us as industry players to work together and curb this. Thank you.
Thank you. This goes to Damali. What emerging innovations, technologies, or trends do you foresee having the most significant impact on lowering remittance costs in the future?
Thanks, Brenda. So as in whatever we do, we have to be cognizant of the emerging trends that are available, or come up with a trend ourselves. So one of them I would speak about immediately is what Victor talked about, and that is tokenization. I believe as financial institutions, we need to embrace tokenization, and this really helps a lot with security, securing all that information, all the card information, all your PINs, and just, tokenize it into either an email address or, an alias, word to identify you without you necessarily putting all this information onto the internet. It would actually help in securing. InterSwitch being a third-party processor for many of the schemes, we are actually able to assist different institutions be able to tokenize their transactions. The other one I would look at as emerging is artificial intelligence. I believe we can use artificial intelligence for that one thing that threatens us every day. It keeps some people awake. I'm sure Jemima has talked about it, and I'm sure it keeps her also awake. It's fraud and terrorist financing. So AI can help us to do a lot of prediction. It can predict how much money I send out, every month, and where I actually send it to, and what my patterns look like. So the moment it's out of the ordinary, it should be able to flag or alert. So I think we need to embrace AI a lot. And even apart from just fraud, I believe AI can help us do a lot of solutioning for the customers, because it has a lot of machine learning. It gets to know the actual me. And I believe many other companies are utilizing it to even, push information to me, push things that I want to buy. Just because I bought a shoe the other day, all of a sudden I'll get adverts for shoes, you know, and there is a solution here. Shoes, don't go looking for them. So I think we need to embrace that. Last but not least, blockchain technology. I believe blockchain technology is an emerging technology that we need to embrace, and InterSwitch has honestly embraced this. We've actually developed and solutioned a pan-African integrated payment ecosystem where we use blockchain technology. It removes the whole middle base currency, so you don't have to worry about, oh, I must have a US dollar in between for me to send money from Nigeria to Uganda. So it can actually move from a Naira straight to UGX, from Kenya shillings straight to UGX. So you do not have to have something in the middle. And why blockchain is very important is it removes that middle currency, but also creates a lot of transparency. You're able to see exactly what is happening. You're able to see the actual effects. You can compare it there and then, and you know, it's seamless, it's secure. I think that is something we need to embrace, and we're definitely going to work with Uganda Bankers Association to ensure that we bring the different institutions on board. Yeah.
Thank you. Salim, this is to you. How are you leveraging financial technology, APIs, blockchain, as Damali has mentioned, to improve customer remittance experience? That's at Stanbic, and cut the cost of sending and receiving money?
Thank you. I think from what I'm hearing from Damali and applying it in the bank, two things come up. One, that it is actually enabled risk, to manage risk. When you look at AI and you look at a system being 24/7 monitoring and then giving you pop-ups and insights, it then reduces the number of people that you would actually ordinarily put in place to start monitoring that kind of activity. And if you then doing transactions that are in millions in a day, that becomes a very big cost. So that is a big investment that we've invested in, as I spoke to earlier. The other piece is really around customer experience. When you look at the technology that InterSwitch, Mastercard, and other global money transfer operators, aggregators are using, these are blockchain tokenized, AI powered, and these are the ones that we are plugging into. As banks, we are really very interested in the customer experience, because then that is the customer that we manage. About building the very latest and beautiful platform, we leave it to InterSwitch. And so then we come and power our customer experience with the best. So that is what we've done, to actually look out on who can give us the best experience, who can give us that convenience and intuitive journey. And that's how we really managing that strategy of deploying AI and blockchain technology. Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our session. Thank you to all our panelists. By the way, this panel is quite interesting. They are also sponsors of this event, so let's clap much more than that. Thank you, UBA, for bringing us together. Thank you to you, the lovely audience, for listening to us.
All right.
If there is something we can pick out from here, it's very clear. Technology is the game changer. It is what is going to take us from $1.4 billion to the likes of Egypt, like I earlier mentioned. I know Maurice is rushing me, but I won't leave without speaking about what we are doing at Postbank. We are also proud to be part of this shift. We are behind the Wendi mobile wallet. Wendi, for those foreigners or people who don't understand Luganda, W-E-N-D-I is how it's spelled. And it's a local word that means I'm here for you. And we are telling Ugandans that we are here for them. And what have we done in the space of remittance? We've been able to partner with Western Union to enable all our customers receive money easily across the world and send money easily. We've leveraged all the innovations you've had our panelists talk about, blockchain, AI, and we've been able to see that we bring these remittance to the customers cheaply, faster, and make sure that once the money gets to the customer, they are able to save. That way we are building financial resilience once the money has been received through our mobile wallet. So the goal is simple. Let's make remittances more meaningful and more empowering for every Ugandan. You've been a lovely audience. Allow me to sign out. Please also clap for me.
Miss Brenda, next time, that is my job. I can't ask, you can't be telling people to clap for you. Then I have no work. Can we have a photo moment? Can we appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we'll have a photo moment for the panel. Cameramen, please make sure. These are our partners. You heard, these are our sponsors. Huh? We must treat them extremely very well. Okay. There you go. You have Wendy, you have Mastercard, MTN, Momo, and then all the people are there. Okay, can we request the chairman himself? Chair, if you can come. And just give them a very small token to appreciate them. Julius will do that. I think, Brenda, your boss will be giving you you have done a good job. Good job. So where do we start? Who do we start with? There you go. All right. We will go to mobile money. Jemima. MTN Momo. And then, thank you, Jemima. Thank you so much. Appreciate our partners. There you go. Yes. And then we'll have Miss Damali. There you go. InterSwitch, can we appreciate our partners? Mr. Salim Stanbeck. Let's appreciate our partners and the main sponsor, or the official sponsor, Mastercard, Mr. Ndlovu. And finally, this one is the easiest one. This one goes home. Post Bank. Wendy. All right. Chairman, you'll be in the middle and take a picture with all our panelists. Sorry about that. Okay, so as we take this picture, can we ask that we be upstanding? Please stand. You've been sitting for far too long. We have just one more session, just one more, 45 minutes. If you can find some space from your neighbor, some little space from your neighbor. Let us stretch our arms up, straight. I don't know where you come from. Where I come from, there is no rain. If you can help, call the rain for my people in the village. So let us call for some rain. We need it to increase some productivity. There's another photo being taken here, guys. Then again, wide. Let us ensure, depending on how tall you are. So let us make circles. Try and make a circle with your arms outstretched. Yes. All right, thank you so much. Please take your seats. All right, so very quickly, Alan, you had a question. Please come. I want you, Alan, to answer this question. There was a question online, and I'm just buying time as Paul makes his way. Mr. Hikopit, if you can make your way to the podium, I will introduce you shortly. Alan, there was a very interesting question here from someone on YouTube. Yes. Who said, let's see, this is for, yes, let me look for yours. Here you go. Let's see, DPF. All right. Yes. Yes. Remittances create different repositories of data across the multiplicity. Yes. We have not seen plans by DPF to protect money of remittances if not banked? That's an interesting one. If not banked.
If not banked. How do I start this? I think what we see with funds is that there are two channels that a lot of Ugandans are using that can be traced. More people are using mobile money, and I know Pegasus is very big in that, permitting wallet to mobile money straight. So with funds that are coming to mobile money, there is a different arrangement that Bank of Uganda has to protect the mobile money balances. So if your remittance channel is a mobile money channel, there is a different arrangement that Bank of Uganda has in place. Typically, the mobile money operator would have an escrow account in a commercial bank. That escrow account would be covered by a treasury bond or a treasury bill to ensure that that money is sitting somewhere in the event that the mobile money operator goes out of business. And we saw it when Orange exited the market. Individuals were moved from Orange to an alternative operator. The balances and the cover that was there, so people did not see the difference in terms of who was taking over their accounts. The other channel that is popular is sending money from wallet to the bank. If your money is going to the bank, and obviously that is something that DPF covers. And so our message is that if your money has been sent to a licensed financial institution, and we are looking at institutions licensed by Bank of Uganda, including commercial banks, credit institutions, microfinance, deposit-taking institutions, and most recently, selected circles are joining that community. Then those balances are within our cover. At the moment, that cover is sitting at 10 million shillings. The equivalent is about $3,000. And like I highlighted before, every 5 years we take an exercise to reevaluate that number. I'm happy to say the 5th year is this year, and the exercise is ongoing, and I'm sure as we continue in the year, we shall let you know what the exercise is all about. For the truly unbanked, like the minister highlighted, it's an area of trust. You trust the guy in the corner to make sure your money reaches Uganda. There's not much we can do, but also trust alongside you that your money arrives in Uganda safely. But we hope that individuals that are using those channels can move to the formal channels, because there are more arrangements we are able to provide. If we can trace, we can identify, we can track, there is more we can provide for them in terms of coverage. So the message is that individuals who are unbanked in the shadows, it will be helpful that once in a while use formal channels to allow us to provide you the services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alan, I know there's several other questions, and hopefully we recover some time, time allowing after this next panel. I should be throwing them in. These were questions from YouTube, and there's several other questions we may pick from the gallery here. But I want to invite our country director, Uganda, for UNAFRIC, Mr. Paul Ikopit, to take to the stage and invite his panelists. Can we welcome our moderator for the very last session? You also have 45 minutes starting now. But also, this is also a difficult session because it's the last session. But I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, he has quite the panel, and we will definitely need to be very attentive to this. Over to you, Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. The late bloomers, right? This is the last session of the day, so we'll try and not take a lot of your time.
So thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. MC. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call over our panelists. I'm just going to read out their names, then as they come over, I can start doing the introductions. So the panelists for today, Mr. Godfrey Sebana is the CEO of Diamond Trust Bank. We've got Mr. Dixon Sembuya, Director Research and Market Development at the Capital Markets Authority. We've got Mr. Obeid Masood. He is the Chairman, Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittance Association. And then we have Mr. Moses Ogwapus. He's the Commissioner, Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Before I get into the introductions, I'm going to give you the topic. So as I introduce them, you can now relate to how they are connected to the topic we're discussing in this session. So the topic is the role of financial institutions in harnessing the potential in remittances. So we're looking at products, services, regulatory, policy, and other enablers. Remember when we were told about the value of remittances? I think everyone knows that $1.4 billion. There's something much way beyond that, and that's where that potential lies. So the conversation we'll have with these gentlemen is to try and see how we shall tap into that potential. So just by way of introduction, my name is Paul Ikopit. I'm the country director for ONAFRIC in Uganda. ONAFRIC is into a remittance platform. We enable the telcos connect internationally with banks and other telcos. And when Jemima mentioned the first corridor they did was Uganda to Rwanda, we were behind the scenes. So that's what we do at ONAFRIC. So let me introduce the gentlemen one by one. And please, hand of applause after I've introduced them to acknowledge their achievements. I'll start with Mr. Dixon Sembuya, Director Research, Market and Market Development at Capital Markets Authority. And he's worked there for the last 15 years in different roles. Started as a research officer. He holds an MBA in finance, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a postgraduate certificate in private equity from Middlesex University. He's also a chartered financial analyst with a passion for the transformation of the African continent through increasing access to market-based finance. When he's not reading a good book to broaden his perspectives, he's cheering on his favorite team. I'll not mention it. I'm conflicted here. And reminiscing about the good old days of Sir Alex Ferguson. Okay, I've let the cat out of the bag. One of his best-kept secrets is that in his prime, he was once a feared karate master with a brown belt, but age seems to have caught up with him properly. He's married with 5 adorable children. Welcome, Dixon. Then I introduced Obeid Masood. He's actually Haji Obeid Masood. He's the chairperson of Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittance Association. He has a strong background in accounting, finance, and business leadership. He's an experienced financial professional and entrepreneur with over 2 decades of experience in both private and non-private sectors. He holds an MBA in Accounting and Finance and a Bachelor in Business Studies in Accounting, both from IU in Uganda. He's also the director of .com Forex Bureau, located at King Fahd Plaza, CEO of Omax Petrogas Consult, a business consultancy firm. His career has included key positions like a group internal auditor at Alarm Group of Companies, accountant at Haas Petroleum, and assistant lecturer in computerized accounting at IU. Welcome, Haji Obeid. He currently serves as the chairman of Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittance Association. Then we've got Mr. Godfrey Sebana. He's the CEO of Diamond Trust Bank, Uganda. He's a seasoned banker with over 20 years experience. He's a CEO and MD at the bank. He has broad experience in areas ranging from mergers, acquisitions, corporate advisory, and financial institutions management across various segments of both local and global levels. He's a qualified accountant, ACCA, and holds a Master of Business Administration from Edinburgh Business School. Welcome, Godfrey. And Mr. Moses Ogwapos, Commissioner of Financial Services within the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Previously, he was also Principal Economist at the Ministry and has held the position of Commissioner of the Tax Policy Department, Tax. In this role, he was involved in initiatives to modernize tax policy making in sub-Saharan Africa and to reform Uganda's tax policy making process. He commissioned a report to identify changes that could improve quality of technical analysis, supporting policy decisions, enhance the institutional and governance framework, promote inclusiveness, transparency, and gender impact. He's been involved in many initiatives like anti-money laundering, and his work demonstrates a focus on economic policy, financial management, and taxation. Okay, so this is the panel. Welcome, Moses. So I'm going to do myself a service and go sit right next to them, and we'll start going through our questions. All right. You're most welcome to this panel. I'm just going to get you question number 1. Okay, so the first question goes to the CEO at Diamond Trust Bank. Can you, I know we've spent the whole day discussing remittances. Can you just please highlight briefly the type of products that Diamond Trust Bank actually has out there for people who want to participate in the remittance business?
An opportunity to sell DTB doesn't come quite easily like this, so I'll seize the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, since morning, we've been talking about remittances. $1 billion is a lot of money. And I am not surprised why our Central Executive Committee chose that we should come and unpack remittances, because receiving in excess of $1 billion for a frontier economy like Uganda, it really matters. The case of Diamond Trust Bank, we have contributed over 21% for when it comes to this flow of funds. When you say that $1 trillion has been processed through DTB, it's really an investment that we've unpacked for decades. The channels that we use have been, excessively talked about, but as you all know, we've partnered with global money transfer services, the likes of Western Union, MoneyGram, TerraPay, and so on and so forth. But what really drives DTB in terms of plugging into these networks? So largely two things. Our strategy, center to our strategy is innovation and the whole aspect around risk management. So when you hear the plight of Ugandans that have gone to these corridors, for information, we've noted that one of the most active corridor right now is really the UAE-Uganda corridor. But, you know, from generations, the European corridor to Uganda was the most active, then we went to the US. But we've noted that two corridors have come up strongly, the UAE corridor and the Asia corridor. A lot of our Ugandans out there did not probably plan right. And what do I mean? The aspect of risk management, we've talked about the endless cases of how they've been taken advantage of by people that are very close to them. So for us as Diamond Trust Bank, ours was to use technology and integrate with these money remit services to the extent that if you're sending your money, the termination is in your bank account. That's a journey that we are walking, but it really gives you that comfort that wherever you are in the world, you can see your wallet, you can access your funds. Now the conversation is to take it a notch higher, what to use that money for. And I think that's really also worth unpacking at a certain point. The other important attribute really is around what else could we really use under a lot of data that we've collected over the years to support the Ugandans that are at play. Now, a lot of conversations have been dropped in the room in terms of the costs, in terms of the data that we have and how we can, you know, provide financing to Ugandans. But that has all been solved for. And finally, from a product perspective, the millions of Ugandans out there are asking for basically three things. Number one, can I get a channel where I can remit that money? I think that answer has been ably, you know, well laid out. Number two, what are the investment decisions that I have to consider? And number three, safety. So for us as Diamond Trust Bank, that is really where we are in terms of innovation. The channels that we use are really getting digital by design. And the minister talked about the non-conventional, non-regulated channels. And I think for us, the call to action is to how to tap into that, you know, part of the network and encourage them to get into the formal channels. Because really, as we do this financial intermediation, we should not really turn a deaf ear to the numerous risks that we have, you know, lingering around over the horizon in terms of remittances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. It was very interesting to note that it's now Asia that's leading in terms of growth in sending remittances, which also means the products that worked with the traditional Europe and America probably are no longer applicable in this time and day. There's change in the environment. So definitely the products have to evolve too.
And indeed, you're spot on. I think for all of us, we've been seeing the battle between plastics and digital money. It started here in East Africa. To be honest with you, plastics, yes, they've dominated the world, but it's a channel that has been disrupted over the years. So the advent of channels like mobile money, which is really a brainchild of East Africa, is demonstrating to Uganda that is the case. Now, lastly, the whole aspect around you know, these products, it should be driven by the three aspects that I talked about. What's the convenience to the client? Where is the security? And most importantly, what value am I getting out of this? I think you've alluded to the fact that we have to control costs. It's one thing that we will take away. But these channels, some of the conventional channels are now by design very expensive and very inefficient.
Okay, thank you, Godfrey. My next question goes to Mr. Ogwapus. How well is the government engaging the top destination countries for diaspora workers to harness the potential in remittances?
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, UBA, for convening all of us here today, and I like to appreciate the audience. I know that you've been here the whole day since morning. I was not lucky to be present because of other commitments, but I like to appreciate you. Paul, forgive me for drifting a little bit. I just want to emphasize that this forum is very important, and for all that you've discussed, which requires government response and action, I believe that Wilbrod and Julius have a channel where they can engage, and indeed we shall engage with them to appreciate your thoughts from this forum. To come back to your question, I think I would like to say that our engagement with the destinations and the other jurisdictions where diaspora resources come from is governed by policy, our own policy, and national legislation, which enables us to have that engagement. It also includes international relations and conventions that we have contracted with many of these jurisdictions, also including entities like the OECD, the UN, and the World Bank. Most of you would be very familiar with our most recent experience around AML and CFT. You know, we were on the brink of being blacklisted by FATF. Fortunately, we worked together with all of you to ensure that we are off the grey list. And just to emphasize that our interaction with FATF and the SMLAG fraternity, it supports our engagement with those jurisdictions. We have also put a lot of emphasis on commercial diplomacy in many of those jurisdictions. So we have our officials in some of the most strategic embassies supporting government and our stakeholders. Some of the most prominent missions where this is happening include the Middle East, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, France, Brussels, Geneva, New York, London. I'm sure you've also noticed that the Minister of Finance with the President, we have been engaged so much with holding conferences and engagements with persons in diaspora and the respective countries there, in the US, in Britain, in Eastern Europe and Asia. I think in a summary, that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moses, for highlighting a few important things at policy level. Number one, of course, is it's good that Uganda went off the grey list, otherwise international transactions would have been a problem. So I think that was a very good thing for remittances. And yes, you've spoken about the conventions and the different engagements in those countries. But earlier today, the minister challenged us that it should start from us. We need to identify what those people actually want, skill up our people so that we can send more of them across. So we actually have a part to do as well before we really engage those other countries. Okay, thank you. This one goes to Dixon. Are there opportunities to digitize diaspora investment platforms to improve the ease of access and transparency?
Thank you very much, and you'll excuse me for a very bad flu that I have, and I hope I will not infect anyone on the panel. Absolutely. Yes, we need a Chinese one. Absolutely. I think the opportunities are there. And maybe a disclaimer. I'm not exactly an expert in, matters payment systems. But the opportunities exist. And I think from a simplistic way of looking at technology, I mean, technology is a driver of costs. I mean, it drives costs downwards. Technology can increase access. Technology, I think you've all been discussing convenience. Technology is an enabler, so the opportunity exists. Now, I mean, for the financial sector generally, I mean, what can be done? I think partnerships are critical. I think as I was coming in, someone was talking about tokenization. And I just recalled that about 7 days ago, in the US, there was the signing of the Genius Act, which is a landmark act with respect to, integration of crypto assets into the formal financial sector. And you see, looking at the implications of just that particular legislation, specifically the stable coins, I mean, in terms of, the ability to move money across the world, I mean, instantaneously, I mean, settlement is instant compared to what we currently experience, where it could take you 3 to 4, 5 days for an international transfer to settle. Cost-wise, I think on average it costs between 10 to 20% of remittances for you to move money across borders. I mean, with this particular innovation, you're actually able to move money at 1 cent. Okay, that's $1. That's 1 cent of $1. Okay, so we look at those kind of innovations, and the question that comes to mind is how can we partner with whoever is providing those kind of innovations, so that we're able to take our financial system to the next level. And I know, organizations like Visa have already started finding ways of, getting into that particular space, because the truth is that this type of innovation is actually coming to eat the lunch of most of our lunch. Okay, so we need to partner. I think from a regulatory perspective, sandboxing. How can we sandbox innovations? How can we provide environments where innovations can be piloted, they can be rolled up, they can be tested, they can be experimented upon in a controlled environment, in a safe environment, without necessarily having the entire regulatory requirements being met. Okay, so we need to find ways of sandboxing. We need to find ways of piloting innovation so that we can tailor them, so that we basically can identify technology that is suitable to our environment, and technology that will enhance the remittances space. Yep.
Thank you, Dixon. Yes, very true. Technology is very key in driving any costs down. And interestingly, as you talk about speed of transactions, in the past, I think it was only $50 to $100 that you could move real time. But with new technologies and USDC, you can actually move $200,000 real time. So technology is actually changing the way things are happening. So over to you, Haji Obeid. What are the biggest challenges facing money transfer operators and forex bureaus in supporting migrant workers in the diaspora?
Thank you very much, moderator and the team. As forex bureaus, we are about 292 registered forex bureaus, and 90 are doing money transfers with about 400 outlets. The news I'm giving today, the money remittance that we are talking about today, 65% turnover is being done by forex bureaus. But it's unfortunate we are few today in the room. Amidst that, we have had challenges in handling our customers. There are two barriers here, regulatory barriers and customer barriers. We have a challenge of being a non-depositing institution. We do spot cash transactions. And normally at the beginning of the month, we get a lot of influx of customers coming for money from abroad, especially UAE and the like. So this becomes a very big challenge to us. We have tried to engage commercial institutions, commercial banks. Last week we had an AGM and we entered into a partnership with one of the banks, eco-financing, where they give you money in advance to pay out these customers. Secondly, we have a challenge of illiteracy, both the sender and the receiver. These people go for jobs abroad, especially the ladies from the villages. They are taken direct from Kanungu, Kihihi, wherever, up to Saudi Arabia. Some, like it means I was saying, they are not trained how to transact or how to send money home. And even the people they send money to, their mothers and their sisters and like, when they come to the Forex bureaus, they can't even fill a form. They can't even write their own details down. And the other thing, on the same line, those people abroad, working abroad, they're in those, we call them biyumbas, and they send their bosses who are maybe Arabs, and it's a common practice. Arabs have challenges in writing those names, especially our names in Uganda here. So with the KYC issues, once you miss out a particular name, you can't pay you. And in some cases, they send the money, and there's no communication with the family at this side because they're in those houses, the biyumbas that I was talking about. And the money stays in the system, like up to 2 months, it ends up bouncing back to the country of remittance. By the time the lady maybe comes back home, she has worked for 2 years, and on her mind, she thinks that money was reaching home, but on reaching home, there's nothing at home. And maybe she has no chance of going back the other side. So it's a very big challenge this side. And then the other issue is the issue of fraudsters. Fraudsters, I don't know the technique they're using in the field. Nowadays, you can have 2 people presenting to you same identification, both original. And this one calls for leverage of technology by the regulators so that we can also access free services to the NIRA database, especially the Forex Bureau, being that we are doing a lot of turnover in the remittance side. We also have tricksters. For example, I can give an example. A lady went with someone to Kabaragara to withdraw money, and he was asked, he asked the agent to assist the money to be sent through his documentations. On reaching Kabaragara, they didn't pay the money. The man gave an excuse that my passport has expired, let me go and rectify the passport. The lady went back, but the man instead came to town and withdrew the money from a Forex bureau in town. So there are many tricksters. She lost money. Then the other issue of excessive costs involved in the remittances. It has been mentioned here before by most of the people. These people send money from abroad. Like they say, you can send equivalent to 1 million. But the person receiving ends up receiving like 800,000, a loss of 200,000 shillings. So it's very hard to convince someone, especially from a village, that we are paying you only 800. She insists, she keeps on complaining. She can spend 1 hour in the Forex Bureau saying that my daughter sent me 1 million, but I'm receiving 800,000. This is a challenge. Convincing such a person is not easy. Then the heavy involvement of the informal sector. You all know this. There's a history of Hawala in the market. This one is known. It's a main topic whenever we are talking about the AML policies in the market. Hawala, I can give an experience of Hawala. Hawala, I used to work somewhere in Sudan. There's a family of 17 scattered in the whole world, Somali family. They could send money to different families. If you're in Somali, you want to send money to Uganda. It's a matter of paying someone in Somali and you are paid in Uganda. So this system is almost virtual. You cannot know what's happening. So in our industry, as a Forex Bureau, it's a big challenge This Hawala still there, now it has multiplied. There are many systems. This especially, I'm sorry to our Somali community, but it's more popular in the Somali community because they're everywhere in the world. So it's a phone call away and you're paid the money. And the other side, you receive your money. So to our sector, as per in this industry, it affects our turnover. And then the third party involvement in this. We have challenges. People normally trust people when they're sending money, and money is lost on the way. This causes a lot of inconveniences. You had to convince somebody that your money has been withdrawn. The person will take the money but claim that he has not received the money. It takes a lot of time informing the person who has sent the money, or in case they have got, they end up at times going to even police to follow up on the lost money. It inconveniences our business when they come to check. They want checking the cameras, computers. This takes a lot of time and wastes a lot of time when we are doing our transactions. And then last but not least, the cost that has been newly introduced of AML audit. Now it's compulsory for people doing people working in Forex Bureau to do AML audit. Besides the normal audit that we have been doing as a requirement by Bank of Uganda. This is very expensive. It was a serious issue. We had to have several meetings with the Financial Intelligence Authority. The AML audit is not like the normal audit. This one is managed by commercial banks, but to convince Forex Bureau to go on with AML audit was a very serious task. We had to put down, we had to have several meetings with them. As we talk now, as of now, still some Forex bureaus have failed to get auditors to do the AML audit because of the costs involved. One audit firm can charge you almost about 50 million, yet our share capital in business, 200 million. So we are still in negotiations to see how we can bring this cost down to fit the Forex Bureau standard. So besides that, we also have challenges of training. That's a requirement by our regulators. Training, the consultancy firms carrying out training of AML, anti-money laundering, and the rest is very high. So recently, we are lucky as Forex Bureau, we after the PPSD conference, we engaged the ARMC organization, and we did it as a group, but through our partners that we engaged last week, they are willing to assist our members to carry out this training, to help members who are handling the sophisticated technology, especially in the money transfer areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haji Obeid. The struggle is real when he enumerates all those kinds of challenges. And I saw Moses here busy writing down a lot of things. And I just wanted to add, you should be having a date with the minister. She physically went and did research in Dubai. I think she has to come and do research locally in Uganda as well to see what people actually do go through. Thank you for that, Haji Obeid. Now this one goes to Godfrey. This morning we had a director from Bank of Uganda in charge of statistics. This is kind of related. So how can remittance data be used to develop more tailored credit products as a means of expanding lending?
Wow, thank you. So at Diamond Trust Bank, we process close to 800,000 transactions a year. And that's a huge number. And this is all really remittances from the diaspora. So we run surveys, we collect a lot of data. You can as well, call Diamond Trust Bank a data warehouse. But this is what Ugandans out there need to understand. The world that we are living in is evolving in a way that your financial data ideally has got a very direct correlation with your credit score as an individual. Now, a lot of supervised financial institutions gone are the days where they are going to assess your ability to service debt if you want to borrow with quite a lot of requirements. But we are trading information, and for us, this information that we have for customers has helped us to introduce quite a lot of products. Most importantly is, if I am sending money to Uganda, is it really to support consumption, or it's to invest money? And a lot of feedback that we are receiving were sort of mixed reactions. A lot of Ugandans in the diaspora were just not certain which asset classes to invest in. So they would rather play the safe card, send the little to support the transactions back home, but most importantly, save in the jurisdictions where I am actually being employed. Now, the asset classes in those jurisdictions could be at a level of a certain return, number one. Number two, your level of play is really determined by the level of earnings that you have. And yet, the reverse could be true. The returns in Uganda are fairly good. Our currency is very stable. Inflation is fairly kept at bay. And we had to come up with solutions that are going to help Ugandans to make these investments. Number one, of course, the fixed income investments were very easy to sell to these colleagues that are in the diaspora. Bank of Uganda, you've heard, they've severally made investing in government securities a lot easier. So the entry point has been dropped. And this is really being done to help Ugandans to find investment vehicles that they can consider to put in their money. That element of compounding, as this coupon is paid, you can look at other assets like unit trusts. Now, we don't stop there. We also come in and say, all these remittances, so what are we learning from all this information? Some have put up asset classes that are to a large extent complex, and I would say real estate is complex because it sort of requires it's capital intensive, and it's to a large extent unregulated, because a lot of products that we have on the market, you wouldn't get these products from very seasoned developers. In fact, if you have to look at the products that have been put up by those developers, they're a little bit pricey. Now, we've come in to support. By looking at that data, you can easily access credit. We just develop a credit score and make you credit worthy, and we avail the funding that you need. So a lot of supervised financial institutions are getting into that space. Now, the call to actions is really, Ugandans have to understand that the way you look after your good self is the way you should look after your financial record. You are never going to be policed in the world that, oh, my installments are due. It really speaks to your ability to raise credit, not only from Diamond Trust Bank, but to any other financial institution out there. And of course, government is also accumulating a lot of data, because our information controlled by government agencies like NITA, it really speaks to our ability to move across the globe, our ability to transact, which sites are we visiting, what payments are we processing, which channels are we using. And for me, all that forms insights of what we can do to really introduce more products that are relevant to the people that are employed in the diaspora. And I think our call to action is to sensitize the masses out there. You've heard several speakers talk about the fact that we come and talk to you before you go to travel to the rest of the world. Yes, the conversations were more or less to sell bank products, but I think the whole aspect of risk management shouldn't stop there. So we are organizing a lot of engagement sessions like webinars. You can dial in. We talk about the investment assets that are out there. We talk about risk management. And our call to action is that government, let's invest and build really a fortress from a cybercrime perspective. My 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dixon. Thank you, Godfrey. Dixon is next. So Godfrey...
I'll trade my pay with Dixon anytime.
Okay. Yeah, so data is very important. So basically, if you're in diaspora, you've got a clean record, and you transact a lot in remittances, you might increase the amount of credit you can be qualified to get. Okay, thanks. So related to that, Dixon, how can the government in Uganda create more attractive and secure investment vehicles specifically targeted at the diaspora?
Okay, thank you. And I think since I have since I have the platform, I can throw a related question to Godfrey around the data. And probably my question is, to what extent are you able to leverage the data that you're seeing for, say, AI models, chatbots, and you name it? Actually, it would be interesting to hear it from a practitioner like you as this very, very serious treasure trove. Now, to my specific question. Number one, I think we need to tailor products that meet the needs of the diaspora. And a case in point is products like diaspora bonds. These are bonds where the government specifically borrows from its citizens in the diaspora. And this has worked before elsewhere. Countries like Israel, countries like Ethiopia, India. I mean, these are countries that have been able to tap into, their widespread diaspora communities worldwide in order to raise funds that are then deployed, to support development projects. I think the state of Israel has raised over $50 billion over the last 50 years from the diaspora spread out across the world. So it's important that we develop products that speak to our diaspora. We develop products that, are able to meet their needs. And still on the same, I think we also need to tailor awareness that speaks to the diaspora. I think we need to come up with awareness programs that speak to their needs. We need to create as much awareness as possible with respect to what opportunities are there. I mean, it's important that, we reach out to them. It's important that, we engage with them, so that we shed as much light as possible with respect to the options that are available. I think, I might have come in the afternoon, but I believe that the issue of trust probably dominated previous discussions. I think Ugandans in the diaspora have faced the challenge of trust, where you send your remittances and your money is actually mismanaged or misallocated. So it's important that we find ways of having regulatory frameworks that actually protect people and their remittances. I think we need to have regulatory frameworks that are tailored towards strengthening the protection of whatever remittance comes into our country. Then lastly, issues around incentives, and I'm glad that my commissioner is here and has actually been Commissioner Tax Policy Department. I think we need to identify incentives. I mean, how do we incentivize the diaspora to actually channel remittances into specific products through, say, a tax incentive? Okay, how do we make investments attractive through offering tax incentives to Ugandans abroad as a way of attracting their funds in a safe, secure manner? I mean, we need to offer them something. We need to give them something so that they can actually bring their remittances into the formal sector or formal financial sector. So I believe incentives can be one of the ways of trying to mobilize remittances into the formal financial sector. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Dixon, not Godfrey. All right, so thanks for that. And the word diaspora bonds is something that's getting very common, and trust is a big issue. Diaspora need to find someone they can trust before the remittance can follow. Because without trust, the remittance will never, ever leave the pocket. Good, so let me go to Haji Obeid for the next one. What risks are you seeing in the market, and how is your association helping members mitigate fraud or regulatory non-compliance?
Thank you very much. The risks are not very different from our challenges, but as we monitor the market, we are seeing mushrooming informal sector coming up. A lot of ways involved in money transfers, like I told you before. Money can come from UK to Uganda without passing into any system today, virtually. We have seen, I gave an example of the 17 people living in different countries, and this one, there's no way you can control it. Just maybe to act as whistleblowers, if you find someone maybe doing this practice, to come out to the stakeholders and complain, but it's not something that's easy to stop in the market. Then the issue of trust, that some people end up corrupting the money remitters. It's not something that's easy to manage, but to advise the senders to use the right people, to send the right people their money, because this is hard-earned income. As our association, we always advise our members to advise those money remitters to always send to their right people. But at the end of the day, they send to relatives, mothers, sisters, and still they face the same problem. So with the trust still, it's a risk that it's not manageable 100%. Then the issue of technology, which is a very big problem on our side. The Forex Bureau, now that we are on a good platform here with the commissioners and the people who are facilitating the digital platforms, we have that challenge of accessing the NIRA database. It's a very big risk. We cannot see the real owners. We cannot access on the platform the details, especially the pictures on the ID. The current state, we just see the names, the TIN number to pay out the money. So we request if there's chance or an option for our members to access that database at free cost, it would be a good opportunity for our members. And then the other issue of human errors. This is very common risk, both on the side of sending and receiving. You can send money to the wrong person, and that money will disappear. What we do normally, whenever such an instance appears amongst our members, we share these errors, we share these frauds, we share these mistakes, so that other Forex bureaus can learn from the experience of those who are victims. So due to time, let me stop at that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Haji Obid. We're kind of running out of time. So what I'll do, I'll send one question to Mr. Ogwapus very quickly, a couple of minutes. Then I'll ask everyone for a parting shot. And the parting shot I'll request is, in 10 seconds, what are the two things you think as an industry, as a government, we need to do to bolster remittances? So the last question to you, Mr. Ogwapus, is how is the government supporting the private sector or private sector institutions that facilitate remittances? Are there plans to introduce performance-linked incentives for such institutions that innovate in the remittance space?
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any specific support that government is planning to extend to any persons in the private sector involved in the remittance industry or sector, other than the assurance and guarantee that we generally ensure that we have a credible policy and legislative environment including ensuring that our international relations with the source of these resources are well catered for. I mentioned in my previous intervention around the AML and CFT environment, and of course ensuring that the infrastructure to the best of our ability is good enough. I've had, and I know probably this was spoken about earlier, the cost of our infrastructure, and some of which are engineered by some aspects of government policy. I think we can have a conversation around that, areas of taxation and the cost of transmission. I'm also aware that, and I was joking with Julius earlier, that I don't seem to see in the audience consumers. This seems to be our own show. But I know that there are issues around consumer protection. I like to emphasize that we are looking at this very seriously, and competition. Can I also say that I have heard from some of you that you have concerns about competition. I think we'll need to have a conversation around ensuring that competition in the industry for all stakeholders is good, so that everybody can prosper. And finally, the issue of literacy, particularly for the consumers, both in the country and abroad. We have a framework with the central bank, and some of you are members of that arrangement, to ensure that our consumers are well informed and educated about their rights and opportunities and services that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Gentlemen, thank you so much. You've actually touched on lots of interesting things. And thank you, Moses. What you're saying, the door is open for these teams to come and see what they can discuss with government to promote this. Over now to the parting shots. Just name two initiatives you think, without describing, without explaining, just describe what two initiatives you think can bolster remittances.
Thank you, Paul. So, number one, let's all continue to invest in our anti-money laundering and cyber defense framework. Number two, let's join our hands in really educating our Ugandans out there on the level of investments that we have in our country and how they can really invest money that they honestly are working for wherever they are in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Godfrey. Dixon?
I think mine would be around being able to leverage technology. I think let's try as much as possible to leverage emerging technologies, developments, I mean, the crypto space, stable coins. I think they present a lot of opportunity in terms of, cutting costs, being able to move money across with a lot of speed, you name it. Then I think we also need to have products that are evidence-based, products that are data-driven. I think let's try and harvest as much data as possible, so that we come up with products that actually speak to the needs of those we're trying to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixon. Haji Obeid?
Thank you very much. I will take this opportunity to put a request to the stakeholders to still provide free access to the database, the NIRA database, which is very crucial on our side, and also to involve us in the joint training and awareness, especially of those people who are traveling abroad. Like we had issues being mentioned by the minister saying that they are having that program, and the national remittance policies that they're trying to format. We could also have a joint working committee to set up these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Moses?
It's around solutions to provide attractive and safe products for people in the diaspora to invest in. We've had a conversation, Dixon and others, around the diaspora bond. the necessary legislation is in place. It is not necessarily something that government should do. I think it is the private sector. There is no movement so far on this issue. I like to challenge the stakeholders that you can work with the Capital Markets Authority, the central bank, to create or innovate products which we can, where we can use the diaspora bond to provide an avenue for people in the diaspora to invest in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses, too. With this, we come to the end of this session. And I guess we'd rather give a hand of applause to our panelists. We were definitely leaving here a lot more knowledgeable than we were when we came in. And it's been a brief summary of probably what has transpired during the day and which action should be taken to move us forward. So I guess at this point, I can sign out and hand over to the MC.
Can we appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen? So I have two lady CEOs, and they've been with us since morning. It would be unfair. First of all, Patricia, I will not blame Wilbrod for this. Patricia, I'll blame you because this was a very imbalanced panel. Even the photo looks terrible. So I request the ladies, please join them in that photo. Then we will award the men. Ladies, please join them. And then you will give them their token. Let's first take another photo with the ladies. It looks terrible. I don't even know how we can share this photo, Wilbrod. It looks extremely terrible. But I have spiced it up. Ladies, find yourself in the middle somewhere. Because if there is an institution that has been extremely gender inclusive, it is the banking sector. And this photo was very unrepresentative of the banking sector. Now it looks very serious. This is a very serious photo. Ladies, can we have those plaques? We will ask my CEO friends to award the men. Feel free to give one certificate to either of the ladies to start with any of the men. Whoever you give them will start. So the ladies, there you go. So starting with, there you go. Paul. For you, there you go. Thank you very much. Ogwapus is there at the end. All right, you will take the other set to the other lady at the other end. The last lady. There. So there's the other gentlemen who are there. I think one is, No. She will award them. Don't you worry. It is for her to do. Yes. We start with Obed. Yes. Obed, there. Godfrey, since he was already there. There you go. It is planned. And then Obed, there you go. And finally. Then we'll have another photo when they all have their certificates. There you go. Can we appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Paul, and the panel for doing a great job on our very last discussion and at least keeping us awake for this very last session. We want to appreciate you, and please do take your seats. I want to now do the very final exercise this evening as I invite the Executive Director who will run us through the appreciation of the sponsors and then ask our Vice Chair to make remarks, closing remarks, and also award the sponsors. So, Wilbrod, you will read our sponsors. All right. So, I am glad for the guidance. First, can we appreciate Mr. Fabian Kassi, our former chair of UBA. Thank you, sir, for joining us and for being with us. Patricia, I have been given guidance. You will take to the stage. You will read the sponsors, and then we'll invite our vice chair to come and award our sponsors, our small token of appreciation. And then we'll invite our vice chair to close, make closing remarks. So we'll do the sponsor awards first. Patricia, if you don't have the list of sponsors I have, I can share with you. I know you're looking for them there. I have the list here. So Patricia will guide as we bring the sponsor plaques, and then you will invite Mumba to award the sponsors. Patricia?
Thank you, Morris. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for bracing the day and spending it with us. We don't take it for granted, and we are most grateful for the time that you have accorded to this conference. So my task here is really brief. We have sponsors who have made it possible for us to gather here today. We have sponsors who have put in finances, technical input, and walked the journey with us as the industry. And would like, at this point, to recognize them for this effort, but also appreciate them for that contribution. So to do this, I would like to invite our honorable auditor, Mr. Mumba. Before you give your closing remarks, I'd like to request that you honor us and appreciate our sponsors, our ushers. As I read the sponsor, we will have you bring that plaque towards Mr. Mumba, and then we'll have a representative who's with us here to receive this. We'll start with the Pan-African Payment Settlement Systems, PAPS. Thank you again. As they come forward, please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you so much for coming on board and working with us on the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. We appreciate your kind gesture, and please take back our warm regards to the team back at PAPS. Right after PAPS, we'll have Wendy by Post Bank. The team from Wendy, thank you again for coming on board and supporting the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Please send our warm regards back to the team at Wendy. Thank you very much. We'll have InterSwitch next, the team from InterSwitch. Thank you again. We are grateful for the sponsorship and the support towards the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. The picture moment. We'll have the team from MTN Momo. Do we have somebody from MTN Momo?
Yes, we do. He's coming.
Okay. Thank you again, MTN Momo, for being part of the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Do we have somebody from IFAD present? David? IFAD, thank you very much for the partnership and collaboration on the 8th Annual Bankers Conference. Do we have somebody from Bank of Uganda? Bank of Uganda? Okay, there's a gentleman over there. Thank you, Bank of Uganda. We are happy to have co-hosted the 8th conference together with you again. Mumba, there was no, the next sponsor, there was no backdoor. This was just genuine. Stand big. FlexiPay. Do we have somebody from Stand Big FlexiPay? Thank you, Stand Big FlexiPay. Ladies and gentlemen, your hand clap would help at this point. Thank you very much. Thank you, Standing FlexiPay. And finally is Mastercard, the team from Mastercard, who have been title sponsor 8th year going. We greatly appreciate you. They're still negotiating who can come. You can both come. Thank you very much, Mastercard. We value this collaboration.
Patricia.
Thank you very much.
Yes, short, let me apologize for the interruption, and we still have Mumba. Due to public demand, all the sponsors say they want a group photo with their plaques. Due to public demand.
Okay.
So please come back.
All our sponsors, yes, please come back.
Please come
and have a picture with.
The box can stay on your table. Yeah, yeah. Just come with your plate. Finally, the other photo moment that didn't happen for InterSwitch can happen.
Oh yes.
Yeah, yeah. The other photo moment. Yeah.
Thank you again. You can please take your seats. Oh, another picture moment. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mumba, you can please take your seat. We'll invite you for your closing remarks.
Yes, the authors have been waiting. So we are working on a small item. We want to appreciate, and again, if you haven't looked at the magazine, the QR code is on your table. On one of the, I don't know how you call them, Patricia.
Table tents.
Is it a table?
They're called table tents.
Table tents?
Yes.
Okay. It's on the table tent. The QR codes, one of them has our conference magazine, and we want to appreciate our authors, all right? So Patricia will do the honors and also invite one of our partners to award these certificates. Yes? Okay. That is a very important ceremony because I can guarantee you some of them have been spending the last 1 month visiting a tailor for the perfect outfit for this evening, and we cannot let them go without recognizing them. Okay, Patricia, who will award these certificates?
I would like to invite the Senior Vice President, Sharia. You've worked with us this route of the conference, and primarily the authors, the content that we have in the magazines over the years has been defined by different authors who have taken time to think about the topic, but also contribute technically to most of the topics or themes that we have had throughout the years. So this year, our theme on remittances, we did get authors who sent in their papers, their work, and we would like to really appreciate and acknowledge them as well. So we have about 12 of them, but we'll keep this very short. You'll come, picture moment, handshake to the title sponsor, and then we get to the next person. So how it will work, as I read you and you come forward, I read the second person, you also prepare and come forward so that we minimize on time here. We have here Mr. Hassan Kitenda from Makerere University, who authored an article that's in our magazine.
Please appreciate our authors.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and your views on the topic and the theme that we had for this year's 8th Annual Bankers Conference. We also have Mr. Haman Maleh. If you're here, please
Big round
come.
of applause for Haman.
Thank you again from Makerere University as well. As Mr. Haman Maleh makes his way to the podium, we have Mr. Stone Atwine, who's the CEO of Eversend. He also made a contribution to the article that we are reading or have read in the magazine. As Mr. Stone Atwine makes his way, we have Mr. Amos Sande from the Economic Policy Research Center. Do we have Amos? Is Amos around? Amos is not around. We move on to Mr. Erem Emmanuel from the Economic Policy Research Center as well, EPRC. Emmanuel, are you around? No. We have Miss Alice Nalwera from EPRC as well. Alice? No. We move on to Bank of Uganda. We had from Alinda Chamoreka. Ronnie, Mr. You're welcome. Thank you for the article. Yes. And Miss Millie. Millie was one of our panelists earlier on. I'm not sure she's still around. From the Uganda Bankers Association, we have Ronald Ochen, who's our research officer at the Secretariat, a senior research officer, and the person behind putting these articles together as well. Still from the Uganda Bankers Association, we have Mr. Joel Naluwairo, who's our legal and corporate affairs officer. From United Bank of Africa, we have Ms. Fiona Ahimbisiwe. Thank you for your article, and she wrote this article with Mr. Obed Masood, who has just been here. Fiona, as Fiona comes, Mr. Obed, please also make your way to the podium. Thank you for your articles. We appreciate the contribution to that knowledge paper. And finally, yes, Mr. Obed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sharia. Thank you very much to all our authors. Let's give a round of applause to our title sponsor and author who have been here to the podium. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the team at UBA, allow me at this juncture invite our Honorable Auditor, Mr. Mumba, who's also the CEO of Stanbic Bank. A round of applause as he comes to give us the closing remarks for the 8th Annual Bankers Conference that we are coming to a close of. Mr. Mumba, you're welcome.
I don't know if it's still afternoon, but a very good afternoon to you, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for enduring the day. I do believe it has not been a short one, but I think worthwhile all our time. On behalf of the Uganda Bankers Association, it is my distinct honor to deliver the closing remarks for what has truly been an enriching and forward-looking Annual Bankers Conference for the year 2025. Over the past 8 hours, we have engaged in profound discussions under the timely theme, harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development. We are immensely proud to have hosted this gathering, which brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, from policymakers and regulators to financial institutions, labor export agencies, development partners, and civil society. The conference has served as a vital platform for robust dialogue, insightful presentations, and invaluable networking. Our collective aim was to foster thought leadership and actionable strategies, and I believe we have indeed succeeded in achieving these objectives. As we draw to a close, allow me to encapsulate some of the key takeaways that have crystallized from our deliberations today. Number one, we have unequivocally reaffirmed the transformative power of remittances. Number two, we've had candid conversations about the existing challenges within the remittance ecosystem and how to address them. Thirdly, a significant portion of our discussion today has focused on the pivotal role that technology innovation and fintechs play. For the banking sector, this underscores our commitment to embracing and investing in digital infrastructure to better serve our diaspora community and their beneficiaries. Fourthly, this conference has reinforced the immense responsibility and opportunity that financial institutions hold. We are not just for service providers. We are strategic partners in Uganda's development agenda. Perhaps the most powerful and resounding message that emerged is the undeniable need for sustained collaboration. The breadth of expertise and diverse mix of stakeholders gathered here signified a shared understanding that unlocking the full potential of remittances requires concerted efforts and multi-sectoral approach. This is very much in line with our tagline of promoting partnerships and transforming banking. I wish, therefore, to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you for your active participation and engagement today. Let us leave this conference inspired and equipped to collectively transform the narrative of remittances as a powerful catalyst for sustainable development in Uganda. With those few remarks, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and partners, I thank you all once again for your attendance and your attention. Please do have a good evening further. I thank you.
Surely we can do better than that. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to promise you there's no more speeches. We are done. And mine is to really appreciate all of you on behalf of the Uganda Bankers Association. Appreciate all of you for joining us. And maybe to begin with the categories, I want us to appreciate the entire board of UBA. Can we give them a round of applause for a very successful 8th edition of the Annual Bankers Conference? And also appreciate our sponsors. Please appreciate our sponsors. They are the only reason we get to do this every year. And more specifically this year, we want to appreciate the fintechs and the people in the fintech space, the stakeholders in the entire remittance conversation, the platforms we're using for money transfer, the insurance teams that are here. This particular edition, Wilbur and team also invited our partners in the real estate space who, where a lot of this money goes. What's interesting, Fabian and we were sharing that the data in the region is almost similar. Today's Citizen newspaper in Tanzania was speaking about where the money goes, where the money that we borrow from your financial institution goes. 19% of the Tanzanians spend their money on construction. The other 19% on education. And about 14% goes to luxury goods like cars. When I looked at the data, it speaks to about what, 67% of that money going into what they called, and I think Momba would agree it's happening here, it's also here. It's actually going to places where there is no return on investment. But then education is a return on investment. Someone say long-term return on investment, like real estate. So ladies and gentlemen, clearly the tenfold growth, Fabian, I've been telling them, tenfold growth that we're talking about by 2040. The financial institutions have a role to play, and I guess the conversation on remittances is already there. So 3% of our GDP, which is where the remittances, what the contribution of remittances is going to speak to, we've discovered now 14 billion. We were doing the math, Wilbert, 14 billion. So from 1.4, 2023, to what might be 14 to 15 or 16 billion dollars is what it should be. And we see it's possible. If we can fix the things everyone has been talking about today. So we want to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UBA. Thank you. See you at the 9th edition of the Annual Bankers Conference. Thank you very much. Good evening. We want to welcome you to this, the 8th Annual Bankers Conference, and our theme this year, harnessing the potential and maximizing the impact of remittances on development.
Remittances are so much more than mere financial transactions. They represent vital lifelines for families and communities. They connect loved ones across distances and fuel dreams and aspirations, making a significant impact on lives all around the world. Our expectations at the end of the day are to come up with, among others, effective and efficient strategies to harness the immense potential of remittances for sustainable socio-economic development.
As remittances become an increasingly important pillar of Uganda's economy, rivaling even traditional exports like gold and coffee, we must ensure that no opportunity is missed to realize their full development potential. This calls for action across the ecosystem, regulators to enable innovation and reduce friction, financial institutions to offer products that truly meet diaspora and family needs, development partners to invest in data, capacity building and co-creation.
Today, we need to think about when we're looking at designing remittance solutions. We need to keep the end user in mind when it comes to cross-border remittances. But that's the one that we need to really be mindful of, so that that hard-earned money the diasporans are putting their blood, sweat and tears, that money comes in the maximum value into the country.
Remittances are not charity. They are capital. I'd like to see us turn the diaspora funds into true development capital. Let's go beyond the family support.
Remittances are not a charity, they are capital. They are not dependency, they are an investment. They're not just money transfers, they are hope made tangible, dreams given wings, and families lifted from poverty to prosperity. Together, we have the power to ensure that every dollar sent home does not merely feed a family today, but builds the Uganda for tomorrow.
Try to engage with them, trying to understand what are their needs, how they wish to send the money, where to send the money. There is plenty of opportunity. So it's a matter to, of course, dedicate resource, time, and skilled people.
For as long as we have an open capital account, whoever has money and has an interest in Uganda, remittances certainly can flow in and support Uganda's growth.
Promotion of digital channels, and that's mobile money and bank interoperability, cross-platform remittance of services.
Then those products have to be designed in such a way that women, female-headed households and youth can take advantage of these opportunities.
Remittances need to go beyond short-term survival and become drivers of long-term growth.
Better protect and support the Ugandan government in protecting people and Ugandans going abroad for not falling in this kind of trap.
Put in place digital communication channels for diaspora workers who are having challenges here and there.
The government to have full support over the program through creating more markets in terms of signing more BLOS.
There's need to have a formal national remittances policy.
Can harmonize the insurance, banking and mobile money regulations to support the remittances channel.
Let's work together as a ministry, come with a product proposition that you will sell to these people before they go. We can convene meetings before they travel. You come, sit with them and give them the product proposition, the saving proposition, and the product proposition.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dolosi, your answer please.
Flexible, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
No, you mean Flexipe does all that.
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800-251-251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
This day is important because it gives us the opportunity to pause and reflect about not just the transaction, but the purpose of this transaction, which could range from supporting a family in day-to-day needs at home, like paying electricity, paying water, or paying for school fees for a child to go to school, or paying a health bill for a relative in hospital. So it is just bigger than a transaction. Through Remittance Solutions, I think we have empowered families to receive money faster, quicker, through a trusted platform, but also to ensure that the dreams that they have back home are fulfilled. Our partnership with the International Fund of Agricultural Development, or called IFAD, is quite important because it has given us the opportunity to advance shared values like financial inclusion, like supporting of women in the rural areas to become financially stable. We have also been able to increase formal options of receiving remittances via FlexiPay. So I think those are key important attributes for both the bank and also for IFAD. So on this International Day of Family Remittances, the message I would like to leave to all Ugandans is to continue using FlexiPay because it's cheap, it's affordable, it's reliable, and it's a trusted platform. So encourage your friends and family abroad to send you money via FlexiPay so that you continue to do those things that they have asked you to do and the reason why you have received that money.
No matter how far we go, home is always in our hearts, but support shouldn't come with struggle. With Wendy Mobile Wallet and Western Union, money now moves in real time from around the world straight to your pocket.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine,